The man only summoned a basic class weapon. Yet, everyone around him was instantly stunned, because the owner of that weapon was none other than Black Scythe, the player who once stood at the very top. After his regression, Ryu Min's first goal was to obtain that weapon. So the first thing he did was slaughter 999 goblins, using that achievement to trigger a quest and summon an angel. But just as the angel was about to hand over the reward, Ryu Min punched it without the slightest hesitation. Before the angel could even recover from the shock, Ryu Min stepped forward and tore off its wings with his bare hands, because Ryu Min knew better than anyone that these beautiful, holy-looking angels were actually demons who treated humans like disposable insects. And the real reason he killed the angel was to take its angel heart. By using the angel heart, he could unlock the hidden class known as the Reaper. In his previous life, it was this Reaper class that allowed him to reach the final stage. But he never expected the boss room to require 5 players just to open. Unable to meet that condition, he was erased right before the final gate. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the first day the angels descended. And this time, it would be his final chance. The moment the clock struck midnight, golden light spread across the sky. The angels' descent turned the night as bright as day. No one had any idea what was happening. But to Ryu Min, that face was just as disgusting no matter how many times he saw it. The angel looked down at everyone as if they were nothing but ants. Someone even thought it was just some strange New Year's event. But in the very next second, that person exploded on the spot. The angel coldly declared that insects had no right to interrupt while it was speaking. It then announced it would explain the situation to these insects. They would be sent to a new world to take part in a game, and their souls would be transferred there. However, the game had an age limit, and only those between 15 and 25 would be taken. As long as they completed the assigned tasks, they could return to reality and receive generous rewards. And now, their game was about to begin. With a flash of white light, everyone was transported into a virtual space. Inside that space, each person could redesign their appearance. They also had to create a new name. Ryu Min did not hesitate at all, because he had already used this name 99 times, and this time, he would use that name to complete his final mission. Before long, waves of players began flooding into the space. Almost everyone designed their avatar to look as attractive and eye-catching as possible. But Ryu Min knew very well that standing out too much would only bring trouble. In the next moment, an angel descended and announced that this round had 1.8 billion participants. The people around him refused to believe it, since there clearly weren't that many people nearby. The angel angrily mocked humans for their stupidity, saying there was no way a field like this would be the only one. It then told them that if they thought of the word window, a system window would appear. That window recorded all their stats and items, and their only goal was to survive in the game for 20 seconds. Then the angel snapped its fingers, officially starting the game. Countless goblins suddenly appeared across the land. Everyone froze in terror as they stared at the monsters before them. The angel smiled and explained that this was a battle between 50,000 goblins and 10,000 humans. As the goblins charged toward them, the crowd backed away in fear. At that moment, Ryu Min stepped forward, because he knew how important first impressions were inside a group. He did this to separate himself from the weak. More importantly, he needed to catch the angel's attention and make sure it remembered him. When everyone saw Ryu Min killing goblins with ease, they started thinking that maybe they could do it too. But just as they were getting eager to try, a player who tried to copy Ryu Min was instantly killed by a goblin. Only then did everyone finally realize they were no match for these monsters. But the entire area was sealed by a barrier, leaving them with nowhere to run. The angel looked extremely satisfied with the humans' despair. But in the next moment, its attention was drawn to Ryu Min. Because Ryu Min was cutting down goblins all by himself, leaving the angel visibly shocked. Before long, Ryu Min had leveled up and completed the assigned mission. After spending 10 minutes slaughtering goblins non-stop, he only hoped he had caught the angel's attention. Besides that, he was also aiming for the special reward given to the top player in the area. The first place player in the area would receive a weapon exchange ticket. Looking at the weapon options in front of him, Ryu Min chose the dagger without hesitation. Since this was his first completed mission, he also gained a chance to use a rune. The moment he crushed the rune of regression appeared. But the system detected that the target had already used it 100 times, and just as Ryu Min expected, he could no longer obtain it again. Before this, Ryu Min had also taken first place in the challenge. But that small reward was far from enough for him, so he directly made a request to the angel. He demanded that the angel give him an additional reward. Everyone nearby was in disbelief, because he actually dared to demand something from an angel and acted like it had to agree. The angel wanted to crush him on the spot, but its special privilege could only be used once per day. In the next moment, the angel revealed an eerie smile and said his performance did deserve a better reward. It then quietly said, "I think the two of us should have a proper private talk." The angel thought it finally had a chance to punish Ryu Min, never realizing this was exactly what he wanted. Just as the angel was about to kill Ryu Min suddenly struck first and punched it head-on. This completely shattered the angel's plan, and it could no longer figure out what Ryu Min was trying to do. What shocked it even more was being hit by a human. Enraged, the angel prepared to kill Ryu Min on the spot. But when it turned around, Ryu Min had already vanished from where he stood. A chill ran down its spine, because Ryu Min had appeared right behind it. Then he grabbed the angel's wing. The intense pain filled the angel with fear, making it wonder what kind of monster this human really was. Ryu Min calmly told it not to panic, because he only wanted to make it behave. The angel glared at Ryu Min with pure hatred. Ryu Min knew it must have countless questions for him. He also knew it planned to kill him with the dagger hidden beneath its wing. But there was no point denying it, because Ryu Min could read its thoughts completely. Then Ryu Min pulled out his dagger and drove it straight through the angel's heart. Everything he did was to complete a hidden achievement, information he only discovered after 99 regressions. By obtaining the Rune of Slaughter, his stats would double whenever he fought holy-type enemies. More importantly, only someone who killed an angel would be qualified to take part in the Reaper class advancement. For Ryu Min, the most important thing right now was to keep leveling up. Meanwhile, the other players barely managed to survive the brutal trial. But the mission had been devastating, leaving only a little over 5,000 people alive. Before long, everyone who cleared the first round woke up back in reality. At first, they all thought it had only been a nightmare. But when they saw the dead bodies beside them, they finally realized it was no dream at all. Remembering the angel's words, Ryu Min tried to summon his status window, and it actually appeared in the real world. Then he picked up a stone from the ground. This proved that the stats from the game had carried over into reality as well. Looking at the stone crushed into powder in his hand, Ryu Min felt just how incredible power truly was. Soon, major news outlets began reporting the emergence of people with supernatural abilities, and every part of this situation unfolded exactly as Ryu Min expected. Humans who gained power would inevitably become arrogant. Once players reached a certain level, no one in the real world would be able to control them. That was why Ryu Min had to obtain the strongest power possible. Power strong enough to suppress everything and force everyone to submit. However, now was not the time to make his real move. The first thing Ryu Min needed to do was go home. Looking at his sleeping younger brother, Ryu Min knew this was his only weakness. Their parents had died in a car accident when they were young, leaving only the two brothers to rely on each other. And when Ryu Min saw the wounds on his brother's hand, he swore he would never let anyone hurt him again. The next morning, Ryu Min took his brother to that shop and told him everything. His brother was confused, wondering why they had to go there so early. Ryu Min just looked at his brother's injured hand. He knew the people who hurt him were inside that shop. Later, Ryu Min brought his younger brother to that dance studio. He stared at the person in front of him and coldly asked, "You're the one who bullied my brother, right?" The blonde punk looked completely unfazed and even mocked his brother for daring to tell his older brother. In the next moment, the punk raised his fist and swung at Ryu Min. But Ryu Min only tilted his head slightly and dodged with ease. He calmly said that this time he would give him a simple lesson first. Then, Ryu Min threw a punch, sending the punk flying backward in an instant. Furious and humiliated, the punk screamed that he would kill Ryu Min. But what answered him was an even heavier strike from Ryu Min. Ryu Min coldly warned him that if he ever touched his brother again, his punishment would be 100 times worse than today. Then he forced the punk to answer out loud and prove he understood. Before long, Ryu Min left the dance studio with his younger brother. After today's lesson, that guy should behave for a while, and Ryu Min now had something more important to handle. Shortly after, as his brother watched in shock, Ryu Min spent their last 100,000 won on lottery tickets. After all, the previous game had involved 1.8 billion players, and half of them had already died in the first round. The surviving players would gradually realize how important the equipment was, and huge amounts of cash would soon flow into equipment trading. That was why these lottery tickets would become the brothers' safety net, because Ryu Min had already memorized the winning numbers from his previous life. Soon after, the second round officially began. Just as expected, all the players descended into that world once more. And just as Ryu-min predicted, the overwhelming strength he showed in the first round had already made everyone fear him. At that moment, an angel descended again. Everyone looked at it in confusion, wondering if this was a new angel. But none of them knew that the original angel had already been killed by Ryu-min. Because Ryu-min knew very well that the second round did not require them to fight goblins directly. All they had to do was choose one area representative within 3 hours. The players were confused, wondering if choosing a representative was really enough to clear the mission. The angel immediately confirmed that it was, but it also added that the area representative would gain powerful authority and could order anyone to do anything. And those orders had to be obeyed absolutely. Then the 3-hour countdown officially began. Just as everyone felt relieved that they would not have to fight this time, the angel revealed a meaningful smile. At that moment, everyone began discussing who should be chosen as the area representative. But Ryu-min knew that this was not the most important issue right now. Every round had a main mission and side missions. So to gather more resources, he needed to level up quickly during the double EXP period. That meant he had to hunt goblins as fast as possible and reach level 10. Looking at the goblins before him, Ryu-min coldly said, "Come on, become my experience points, and help me complete my class advancement faster." Provoked by his words, the goblins immediately roared and charged at him. In that very instant, the goblin collapsed at Ryu-min's feet. To keep leveling up, Ryu-min had to head deeper into the forest and continue hunting. Since this round was meant to protect the humans, the angel had not summoned goblins near the outer area. When Ryu-min reached the depths of the forest, everything was just as he expected, with far more goblins gathered there. From that moment on, it became his hunting ground, and before long, the ground was covered with goblin corpses. Ryu-min became so absorbed in the slaughter that he lost track of time, only realizing he had been hunting for half an hour. Looking at his status window, he saw that he was only a little short of reaching level 10. Without the slightest hesitation, Ryu-min put all his points into agility. As his agility increased, his movement speed, attack speed, and even his chance to dodge all improved. Just as Ryu-min was about to continue, he sensed movement behind him. He turned around and coldly said, "I don't know what you're after, but come out." A blonde woman then appeared in front of him, saying she meant no harm. The man behind her also quickly apologized. Looking at the man in front of him, Ryu-min suddenly remembered something. This man's player name was Heavenly Demon, one of the 5 players Ryu-min had considered as a candidate. At the same time, Ryu-min also needed that powerful priest to join his team. And the woman before him was most likely that powerful priest. Ryu-min asked, "Why were you following me?" The woman said she had simply seen how strong he was and thought following a strong person might increase her chances of survival. She wanted to form a party with him and was willing to agree to any of his terms. Ryu-min said he had no problem teaming up, but only if they could actually be useful to him. Clearly, the two of them had not met his standards yet. Watching Ryu-min walk away, the man muttered that his attitude was far too arrogant. But only after Ryu-min left did the woman finally relax, collapsing weakly to the ground, because she knew there was a reason for Ryu-min's strength, and the aura around him was enough to make her instinctively afraid. Meanwhile, Ryu-min was still slaughtering goblins non-stop deep inside the forest. As goblins fell, one after another, higher-level werewolves were drawn over by the scent of blood. But Ryu-min showed no fear at all. Instead, excitement appeared on his face. One werewolf after another collapsed before him, and when the last one fell, Ryu-min finally reached level 10. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him. Since he had already completed the prerequisite mission, he was now able to advance his class. Meanwhile, the other players were completely lost, because they had no idea how class changes worked. But Ryu-min had already prepared everything needed for the Reaper class advancement. The moment he crushed the Angel Heart, the system asked whether he wanted to unlock the unique class known as the Reaper. Ryu-min pressed confirm without hesitation. In the next second, waves of rune power began circling around him. The system announced that he had received the Reaper rune, greatly increasing his abilities. He also obtained the unique weapon, the Reaper's Scythe. And he unlocked the Reaper exclusive skill, Eyes of the Reaper. Since he was the first player to complete a class advancement, he also received a tracking skill. By entering a player's name, he could learn their appearance and location. When Ryu-min entered Huang Yongmin's name, the system showed that the target was only 190 meters away. Ryu-min did not expect Huang Yongmin to be nearby, even after he had gone this deep into the forest. Since the ground marker could lead him straight to the target, he decided it was worth checking out. At that moment, Huang Yongmin was about to attack two people. The man could not understand and asked why he was being targeted when they had never had any conflict. Huang Yongmin said he was not targeting the man at all. From the beginning, his real target had been the woman behind him, because she looked a lot like the famous celebrity So Ariam. The man immediately hesitated, thinking that if he had known this earlier, he would have secretly abandoned the woman. After all, he was the eldest son of a top-tier conglomerate, and dying for a woman was simply not worth it. Just then, one of Huang Yongmin's lackeys finally noticed Ryu Min. None of them knew when Ryu Min had started standing there. Ryu Min did not like getting involved in troublesome situations, but these two people still had some value to him, so he told Huang Yongmin to get lost. Looking at Ryu Min, the group remembered his performance in the first round and still felt afraid. But Huang Yongmin quickly thought of how he could now shatter a 10-meter thick wall with a single punch. In reality, maybe Ryu Min was no match for him now. Huang Yongmin's confidence surged and he sneered, "Ryu Min, don't you think your tone is a little too arrogant?" After saying that, he prepared to attack. But Ryu Min actually put his weapon away. Huang Yongmin immediately looked confused. Ryu Min coldly said he would crush Huang Yongmin with the very strength he was so proud of, just to show him how fragile his confidence really was. Hearing this, Huang Yongmin thought it was ridiculous and assumed Ryu Min had to be joking. Then he raised his fist and charged straight at Ryu Min. But before he realized what had happened, Ryu Min was already beside him and struck him in an instant. Huang Yongmin could not believe it. He had not even lasted a single move against Ryu Min. Ryu Min walked up to him and grabbed him. What followed was a brutal series of relentless attacks. Seeing this, one of Huang Yongmin's lackeys tried to launch a sneak attack. But Ryu Min had already seen it coming, and the man did not even get the chance to shoot. Moving at terrifying speed, Ryu Min appeared right in front of him. Then he summoned the Reaper's Scythe. In an instant, the man's arm was sent flying. He could not believe the gap between him and Ryu Min was this overwhelming. Ryu Min coldly said, "Don't worry, you won't be lonely. I'll make sure your teammates die with you." Then Ryu Min seemed to notice something and calmly said, "Are you trying to play hide-and-seek with me?" He turned to the side and said that no matter how well he hid, it was useless. In the next second, Ryu Min slashed out, and a piercing scream echoed through the area. This was what Huang Yongmin owed him. Ryu Min remembered everything from his previous life. His former close friend had gained power and joined others in tormenting him. So now, Ryu Min would return every bit of pain Huang Yongmin had caused him. After the fight ended, Ryu Min looked at the two people before him and told them they could relax. In their current state, those men could do nothing except vote. The two sincerely thanked Ryu Min because they knew he had no obligation to save them. They even said they could pay him a large reward once they returned to reality. But Ryu Min simply said he had something more important to do, then turned and left as they watched. Meanwhile, the other players were still arguing over who should become the area representative, each one claiming they would treat everyone fairly if they were chosen. At that moment, a green-haired player stepped forward, and the moment he spoke, everyone around him fell silent. The green-haired player secretly rejoiced, realizing that his persuasion rune was working extremely well. But just then, a man suddenly said in a cold voice, "You're really annoying." The green-haired player tried to use his persuasion rune again to make the man acknowledge him. But instead of being persuaded, the man in front of him only became more irritated. Only then did the green-haired player realize in shock that his rune had no effect on this man. The man then threatened everyone, saying they all had to vote for him or they would suffer the consequences. In the next second, the man suddenly killed the green-haired player without warning. The sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. Someone shouted in terror that the man had killed someone and that this was a crime. But the man's expression darkened as he coldly asked, "Does anyone have a problem with that?" There were no prisons here, and there were no police, so everyone had to obey him. Once he became the area representative, he would be the king of this world. At the same time, Ryu Min was looking at his status window. While most players were still around level 5 or 6, he had already reached the terrifying level of 16. After completing his class advancement, Ryu Min also received the teleportation call. When Ryu Min opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was a field covered in corpses. The man responsible was named Zhou Jung-sik, a well-known lunatic. When Jo Jung-sik turned his head and saw Ryu Min, he immediately walked over with an arrogant stride, saying he had been waiting for Ryu Min to appear. Ryu Min calmly replied that he would love to hear why Jo Jung-sik had been waiting for him. Jo Jung-sik told him to join his faction and submit, because Ryu Min had no right to refuse. Ryu Min looked at the man with amusement and asked if he had ever heard the saying that trash belongs in the trash. Seeing Ryu Min's proud and contemptuous expression, Jo Jung-sik's rage instantly exploded, and she roared that she would kill him. But Ryu Min did not even bother responding. He simply opened his palm and the Reaper's scythe appeared in his hand. A terrifying blood-red aura wrapped around the scythe. Jo Jung-sik froze in shock, unable to believe that a weapon had appeared out of thin air. Ryu Min slowly warned him to watch his mouth, or he would have to pay the price. At this point, Jo Jung-sik's face was already covered in cold sweat. But his pride would not allow him to back down, so he forced himself to shout that Ryu Min should come at him if he had the guts. Ryu Min looked at the man in front of him and smiled helplessly. His legs were already shaking, yet he was still trying to act tough. If Ryu Min did not still need him for the third round, he would have killed him without hesitation, right then and there. At that moment, the angel descended before everyone. It announced that the 3 hours were over, and it was time for everyone to vote. Jo Jung-sik glared furiously at Ryu Min. Then, he shouted at the surrounding players saying he would kill anyone who dared not vote for him. He had to become the area representative because he wanted to kill Ryu Min with his own hands. In the next moment, a voting window appeared in front of every player. Most of the players looked at Jo Jung-sik in fear, and Jo Jung-sik kept shouting, ordering everyone to vote for him. Soon, the voting period ended, and the angel said it was time to reveal the final result. Then the angel lightly clapped its hands. The result of the area representative vote appeared on a massive window. As expected, Jo Jung-sik had received the highest number of votes. But he was still furious, because even after threatening everyone like that, almost half of them had still voted for Black Scythe. At that moment, the angel announced that the next area representative would be Jo Jung-sik. Jo Jung-sik revealed a smug smile, because the first thing he planned to do with his authority was kill Black Scythe. Then, the angel began granting the area representatives power of domination. But in the next second, Jo Jung-sik's expression turned to pure terror. Because the area representative's power could only be used 10 times in total, could only control one person at a time, and could not control players who had already advanced their class. The angel smiled and said it was now time to hand out the rewards. It turned out this round had a hidden mission. A system window then appeared before everyone, explaining that any player who accepted a class advancement quest before the vote and successfully advanced their class would receive an extra reward. That system window would appear once they reached level 10, but these foolish players had wasted 3 precious hours instead. Everyone was instantly filled with regret. The angel told them not to blame themselves too much, because out of 800 million players, only 80,000 had successfully advanced their class, and their area happened to have one of them. Everyone became confused, so the angel told them to look at who it was. Among 800 million players, Black Scythe was actually the very first person to complete a class advancement, and his class was none other than Reaper. Everyone turned to look at Ryu Min, thinking they had known since the first round that this man was terrifying. The one who felt the worst was Jo Jung-sik. He had planned to use the area representative's authority to kill Ryu Min, only to learn that the mission ranking depended on completion time, and Black Scythe had not only advanced his class, but had also been the first player in every area to do so. Even the angel is curious now. It said Black Scythe's name matched the Reaper class far too perfectly, asking if he had known in advance that he would become a Reaper. Ryu Min calmly said it was all just a coincidence, and even he had not expected a class so perfectly suited to his name. Ryu Min was secretly relieved, because the angel only knew that his class was hidden. It had no idea that he had used a dead angel's heart to complete the class advancement. The angel also congratulated Ryu Min for becoming the only person in the area who could not be controlled by the area representative's authority. Everyone in the area looked confused, wondering what that was supposed to mean. So the angel directly revealed the area representative's skill effect. If they did not want to be controlled, they had to reach level 10 and complete a class advancement as soon as possible. Then the angel added that this was Ryu Min's reward. The reward was a rare equipment exchange scroll. Without hesitation, Ryu Min chose the leather armor that suited him best. As for the special reward for ranking first in the area, Ryu Min also chose an EXP bonus, which would take effect in the third round. In the next moment, light appeared, and it was finally time for everyone to return to reality. After returning, Ryu-min did not rest. Instead, he immediately opened his tracking skill and began tracking An Sang-chul. Just as expected, he should be inside that building at this time. Soon after, An Sang-chul left his home, seemingly on his way to report the situation. Before that, Ryu-min followed An Sang-chul all the way to the front of a large building. At that moment, An Sang-chul was meeting with Ma Chunrock. An Sang-chul said Mr. Ma was truly a powerful player. He had seen on the Angels ranking list that Ma Chunrock was the second person to advance his class, becoming a Dark Knight. Ma Chunrock knew very well that if An Sang-chul was flattering him this much, he must want something. Sure enough, An Sang-chul soon asked him for advice on how to successfully advance his class. But Ma Chunrock dodged the question, claiming that he had simply killed a few goblins and obtained a class advancement certificate. Only he knew the truth. Every player who entered the game had one chance to randomly obtain a rune, and he had only succeeded in advancing his class because of the rune he received. But even to a close business partner, he would never reveal such a secret. Downstairs, Ryu-min silently sighed that Ma Chunrock was truly foolish. Choosing to become a Dark Knight was a terrible decision. The Dark Knight was indeed an extremely powerful class. But it also had a fatal weakness. It could not use normal mana. And Dark-type mana was extremely difficult to obtain inside the game. That was why Dark Knight became a class that was powerful, but painfully impractical. The next morning, Ryu-min went to the lottery shop. But this time, he was there to apologize to the shop owner. Using his memories from his previous life, Ryu-min had won tens of billions in prize money. Because of what he did, the lottery shop had been ordered by the government to stop operating for the time being. So Ryu-min wanted to compensate the owner with money. After saying that, he turned and left. Then the shop owner's daughter hurried after him. In truth, Ryu-min's real goal was not the lottery shop, but to create a connection with the girl in front of him. Because this girl was an extremely rare blessing-type mage. In his previous life, Ryu-min had saved her during a battle against monsters, and her sincerity had once made Ryu-min's heart waver. Looking at Juri before him, Ryu-min realized she might be another weakness hidden deep in his heart. Then, Ryu-min jokingly said they should find somewhere to go on a date. Juri was instantly flustered, clearly not expecting Ryu-min to be so direct. But, to Ryu-min's surprise, Juri actually agreed and told him not to stand her up. Just as Ryu-min was about to leave, Juri quickly stood up and asked if he really did not remember her. It turned out that Juri had once been Ryu-min's deskmate. She still vaguely remembered how Ryu-min was bullied by his classmates. Back then, she had secretly gathered the courage to call the police. She had even quietly watched until Ryu-min made it home safely. No matter what kind of hardship he faced, Ryu-min always smiled, and that smile had quietly healed Juri. Even Juri herself did not know when she had started paying attention to him. But she had been far too timid, and even on graduation day, she never found the courage to say hello. So this time, Juri refused to stay weak and silent again. The next morning, both of them arrived early at the place they had agreed on. Looking at Ryu-min in front of her, Juri could hardly believe this dreamlike scene was real. Then Juri suddenly said she had something for him. She reached into her pocket and took out a crystal glowing with purple light. She said she had obtained it from hunting monsters in the other world and told Ryu-min he could not refuse it. Before long, the two parted ways. As Ryu-min walked down the street, he could not hide his surprise. Looking at the system window before him, he could not help but sigh. He never expected to obtain this item so early in this life. To most people, it might look like nothing more than an ordinary, low-grade purple crystal. But only Ryu-min knew that once a player reached level 20, they would unlock combination skills. This function allowed magic and weapons to fuse together, adding extra special effects. Crystals were divided into 7 colors. Red increased damage, while orange strengthened defense. Blue represented mana attributes, and green increased agility. Cyan and yellow represented luck and damage reduction. Only purple was considered the most useless crystal by everyone, and its drop rate was absurdly low. But only Ryu-min knew that purple crystals were embedded differently from all the others. They carried the properties of every crystal, making them true myth-grade items. Later, Ryu-min lay on his bed, staring at the system shop window. The shop sold most basic grade items. For beginners, buying the right items would make the early stages much easier. But at that moment, Ryu-min was repeatedly pressing the refresh button. because the shop had a small chance to randomly refresh high-grade items, though the odds were extremely low. However, Ryu Min knew that today, the shop would refresh the only epic grade item available. Looking at the price of 4,600 gold, Ryu Min was glad he had already earned over 10,000 gold from the first 2 rounds. Of course, he could also use the reward he had received from completing his class advancement mission. In the end, Ryu Min spent only 2,300 gold to obtain his first epic grade item. Looking at the 10,000 plus gold he still had left, Ryu Min considered buying more equipment. But after thinking it over, he gave up on the idea because with just 6,000 more gold, he could buy a brand new skill. Before long, the bell rang again, and everyone was pulled back into the Angels game. The summoned players looked around at their unfamiliar surroundings. The towering walls around them made everyone feel much safer. They assumed this mission would be easy as well. But only Ryu Min knew that this round would be a true disaster for them. Most of the players would die here. At that moment, Jo Jung-sik heard a voice and turned around. He saw Hwang Yongmin shouting that he wanted to be his subordinate. Facing Jo Jung-sik's confused gaze, Hwang Yongmin quickly said he wanted to join his faction. From now on, he would follow Jo Jung-sik's orders completely. Even Jo Jung-sik himself was shocked by Hwang Yongmin's attitude. Still, taking in a subordinate did not seem like a bad thing for Jo Jung-sik. Seeing this, the other players all felt that Hwang Yongmin was unbelievably good at flattering people. Meanwhile, Ryu Min watched from the side with a mocking smile. Just as the crowd continued arguing, the angel descended as everyone watched. It said that this mission would also be very simple. Then, a mission window appeared in front of every player. It showed that 4,900 people were participating, and all they had to do was protect the central holy stone for 3 hours. At that moment, one player shouted in fear that the mission had to be wrong and that the system must have made a mistake. But the angels seemed to enjoy the human's fear and said there was nothing wrong with the mission. This round, 75% of the players would be erased. After all, the rule was that half of the players had to be eliminated every round. Since everyone had survived the previous round, only 1/4 of them were allowed to survive this one. The relaxed atmosphere instantly turned tense. Goblins would pour in through the town's 4 gates, and their target was the central holy stone. Everyone had to work together and protect the holy stone for 3 hours. If the holy stone was destroyed, they would receive a severe punishment. Also, whether they succeeded or failed, rewards would be given based on the number of monsters killed, and every round would spawn twice as many monsters as humans. At that moment, Jo Jung-sik looked pleased, because with the area representative's authority, he could kill even more monsters. But suddenly, Jo Jung-sik heard the angel call his name. The angel said there was one more thing everyone needed to know. If the area representative was killed by monsters or died naturally, the position would become vacant. But if the area representative was killed by another player, the player who killed him would become the new area representative. In the next instant, countless eyes locked onto Jo Jung-sik. Jo Jung-sik immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He cursed the angel out loud, because he had clearly become the target of most of the players. Jo Jung-sik tried to scare everyone away, but the players already knew the limits of his skill, so they were no longer as afraid of him. Just as everyone was about to make a move, Ryu Min stepped forward. Jo Jung-sik knew very well that if Ryu Min attacked him, he would have no way to fight back. But Ryu Min simply said they could make a deal. Jo Jung-sik was confused and wondered what kind of deal Ryu Min wanted. Ryu Min said that as long as Jo Jung-sik accepted his condition, he would protect him during this round. Jo Jung-sik was stunned when he heard this. Even the surrounding players looked completely shocked. After all, none of them had any confidence in facing Ryu Min head-on. Jo Jung-sik could only ask what Ryu Min's condition was. Ryu Min said the condition was simple: obedience. Absolute obedience to his commands. Jo Jung-sik could not understand why Ryu Min was willing to protect him, or what Ryu Min wanted to order him to do. He did not want to obey Ryu Min, but everyone around him was watching like predators, and his pride would not let him lower his head. Ryu Min finally asked, "So, tell me your decision." In truth, Ryu Min already knew the answer, because Jo Jung-sik's pride would never allow him to submit so easily. As expected, Jo Jung-sik refused, actually choosing his pride over his own chance to survive. Ryu Min calmly said that, in that case, Jo Jung-sik's life and death no longer had anything to do with him. After saying that, Ryu Min turned and walked away. Seeing Ryu Min walk away, the surrounding players immediately became eager to make their move. At that moment, the system notification rang out, announcing that the first wave of monsters had arrived. The players quickly scattered and began fighting around the central holy stone. But during the battle, Jo Jung-sik soon realized he had no real advantage. Just as he was about to act on his own, he turned and saw Ryu Min standing alone. So Jo Jung-sik quietly followed behind him. He realized Ryu Min was heading toward the eastern monster entrance and wondered if he planned to face an entire swarm by himself. In the next moment, Jo Jung-sik's face filled with fear, because the number of goblins behind the gate was far greater than he had imagined. Jo Jung-sik immediately turned and ran back. When he reached the rooftop of the tallest building, he happened to see Ryu Min standing in front of the eastern gate. Countless goblins rushed forward one after another, and the sight alone was enough to terrify anyone. But Ryu Min simply swung his scythe lightly. Hundreds of goblins were instantly sent flying. Jo Jung-sik could not believe what he was seeing, because this was not defense at all. It was a one-sided slaughter by Ryu Min. Jo Jung-sik realized he could not keep hiding here, and he also needed to kill goblins and secretly level up. He then cut down a goblin with ease. A goblin that tried to ambush him from behind was also killed with a single punch. Jo Jung-sik secretly felt relieved that his rune was a detection type ability. But just then, something sliced through the air right past his ear. He barely dodged the attack. When he looked back, he realized it was an arrow. Only then did Jo Jung-sik realize those bastards were still watching him from the shadows. Suddenly, someone behind him charged forward with a spear. Jo Jung-sik was furious and grabbed the spear tightly. Then, he killed the attacker with a single strike. But at that moment, another hidden arrow shot toward him. Jo Jung-sik turned his head and finally spotted the ambusher. Then he threw the spear straight at him. The hidden archer was killed on the spot. At this point, Jo Jung-sik was already starting to regret becoming the area representative. He looked around, deciding he had to find a strong player to control. In panic, he quickly scanned the area. Finally, he locked onto the player, currently ranked 3rd in the area. In the next moment, the domination authority above Jo Jung-sik's head flashed as he ordered that player to serve him. Meanwhile, Ryu Min's attack speed became more terrifying by the second. When he opened his system window, he saw that he had earned 2,000 gold from monsters in just half an hour. At this rate, he would be able to buy a new skill by the end of the second wave. And his level was also about to reach 20. Just then, a goblin slowly approached from behind, trying to ambush him. But on a battlefield, Ryu Min would never let his guard down for even a second. With one sweeping strike, every monster within several meters of him was instantly cut down. The surrounding goblins began to tremble in fear. But Ryu Min had no intention of sparing these walking piles of EXP and gold. Before long, the system announced that the first wave had been successfully defended, with only 3,933 players remaining. Looking at the bodies scattered everywhere, Ryu Min noticed that Jo Jung-sik was still alive and found him surprisingly stubborn. At this point, Jo Jung-sik was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. He had to watch out for monster attacks at all times, while also guarding against ambushes from other players. Fortunately, he had used his domination authority to control a player and force him to keep protecting him. Thanks to that, he barely managed to survive the first wave. Although Jo Jung-sik had not used his authority on Hong Yong-min was still desperately protecting him. At that moment, another system notification rang out. The second wave of monsters had arrived, with a total of 7,866 enemies. And Ryu Min was still guarding the eastern gate all by himself. He continued slaughtering goblins almost mechanically. Before long, his level finally rose to 20. At the same time, he obtained a Reaper exclusive skill called Knight of Death. When combined with the Reaper rune, Knight of Death became even more powerful. Looking at the goblins charging toward him again, Ryu Min decided they were perfect targets for testing his new skill. The moment Knight of Death activated, every goblin became as helpless as if they had gone blind. And Ryu Min truly became the Reaper, mercilessly slaughtering goblins in the darkness. Clearly, Ryu Min was extremely satisfied with the result. After that, Ryu Min opened the system shop and bought the common skill, Detection. Once the skill activated, Ryu Min clearly sensed that there was no one within 300 meters. Time continued to pass, and before long the battle had reached its final wave. At this point, Jo Jung-sik had already used up all 10 charges of his domination authority, and just then, everyone fell into fear because the final wave had 4 times as many monsters as the number of survivors. What made it even more hopeless was that at least 1,225 players had to survive for the mission to end. Because of that, the players became even more desperate to kill Zhou Zhengxik. If they could take his domination authority during this wave, it would almost guarantee their survival. As the number of controlled pieces around Zhou Zhengxik kept shrinking, he could only seize the chance and run for his life. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhengxik ran toward the eastern gate, deeply regretting that he had not accepted Ryu Min's offer earlier. Before long, he rushed in front of Ryu Min. Zhou Zhengxik shouted that he would accept Ryu Min's condition, no matter what demand he made. But Ryu Min calmly said he had already told him that Zhou Zhengxik's life and death had nothing to do with him anymore. Zhou Zhengxik fell into despair, unable to understand why Ryu Min would reject him when he was already willing to become his subordinate. Ryu Min's next words completely broke him, because without his domination authority, Zhou Zhengxik was no longer useful to him. At that moment, someone sneered that Zhou Zhengxik had brought this on himself, and that he had been worried Ryu Min might actually save him. Driven into a corner, Zhou Zhengxik shouted that whoever came at him would die with him. Just then, Huang Yongmin stepped out from the crowd. Seeing him, Zhou Zhengxik was overjoyed and quickly shouted for him to help. But Huang Yongmin caught him off guard and punched him directly. Looking at Zhou Zhengxik on the ground, Huang Yongmin finally dropped his disguise. Then he grabbed Zhou Zhengxik and dragged him up. Punch after punch slammed into Zhou Zhengxik's face. In the end, Huang Yongmin beat Zhou Zhengxik to death with his bare fists. The next moment, the system window announced that Huang Yongmin had become the new area representative. After obtaining the area representative position, Huang Yongmin immediately began fantasizing about his new power. He even wanted to control Xiao Ariang freely and make her serve his every command. At that moment, everyone's eyes locked onto Huang Yongmin. They looked as if they wanted to kill him in the very next second. But there was not a trace of fear on Huang Yongmin's face. As everyone watched, he ran straight to the side. Then, Huang Yongmin came before Ryu Min and said that since he had become the area representative, he was now useful to him and wanted to become his subordinate. But Ryu Min said it did not really matter to him whether Huang Yongmin became his subordinate or not. Since Huang Yongmin was the one begging, he had to kneel first. Only then would Ryu Min consider accepting his request. Huang Yongmin knew very well that if he refused, the players behind him would kill him without hesitation. In the next moment, Huang Yongmin finally made up his mind and knelt down, begging Ryu Min to let him become his subordinate. Looking at the man who had once humiliated him, Ryu Min finally made him pay back everything he owed. But the sight only made Ryu Min feel even more disgusted. So he said he would protect Huang Yongmin as long as he obeyed him. Ryu Min slowly stepped forward and coldly warned the others to leave if they did not want to die by his hand. With Ryu Min protecting him, they had no way to kill Huang Yongmin. Seeing this, the players had no choice but to back away. Huang Yongmin was shocked, realizing that Ryu Min could terrify everyone with just a single sentence. Meanwhile, Ryu Min looked around and estimated their current progress. This round should be cleared easily, but ending it like this would be far too wasteful. So Ryu Min turned to Huang Yongmin and told him to use his domination authority to control 10 players and destroy the Holy Stone. Huang Yongmin had originally wanted to save one use of the authority for Xiao Ariang, so he tried to negotiate with Ryu Min, asking if he could keep one final use for himself. But Ryu Min coldly said Huang Yongmin had no right to bargain with him, then directly listed 10 names. Huang Yongmin was stunned when he heard them, because those 10 people included every one of his friends. Huang Yongmin could only mutter an apology. In the next moment, all 10 players were controlled by the authority. Then they rushed forward together and began attacking the central Holy Stone. The surrounding players shouted in panic, asking if they had gone insane. The moment the Holy Stone shattered, the system announced that the main mission had failed. Then another system notification rang out, making everyone even more terrified. The agent of divine punishment was about to descend. But Ryu Min's face showed only excitement, because he knew this was the hidden mission of the third round. What no one expected was that whoever broke the Holy Stone would lose 50% of all stats. Only then did they realize this was the reason Ryu Min refused to do it himself. But when everyone saw the mission reward, they suddenly felt it was all worth it, thinking they only needed to hold out for 30 minutes. However, the agent of divine punishment was far more terrifying than they imagined. In Ryu Min's previous life, only a little over 300 people survived this round. Even Ryu Min did not have absolute confidence. So the first thing he needed to do now was buy equipment. Then he had to enhance all of it with extra crystal attributes. In the next moment, violent winds swept through the entire town, making it look like the end of the world. Everyone began doubting themselves, wondering if this was really something they could defeat at their current stage. But Ryu Min only muttered quietly, "So it's finally here." In the next second, a massive rift tore open across the sky. Ryu Min remembered that he was the first person to ever kill an angel. Because of that, his skills dealt 100% increased damage against angel-type enemies. Then the sky shattered completely, and an overwhelmingly holy figure appeared before everyone. Everyone had expected a massive wave of monsters, so when they saw only one enemy, they thought they might actually survive. Because of that, the players relaxed once again. The agent of divine punishment slowly moved forward. Then it raised the angelic staff in its hand and lightly tapped the ground. As everyone watched, a pale purple barrier instantly spread in every direction. The blinding light made it impossible for the players to open their eyes. In the next moment, the entire town was completely sealed inside the barrier. The agent of divine punishment had activated God's domain, reducing every player's stats by 50%. Only then did everyone realize there was no way to escape the town. Ryu Min looked regretfully at the 300+ people trapped inside the domain, because even he had no way to rush in and save them. The agent of divine punishment raised its staff, and countless glowing swords shot toward the players inside the domain. The skill covered a 300-meter area with no blind spots, slaughtering everyone caught within it, while the players inside the domain were still struggling to defend themselves. Ryu Min had already begun moving outside the barrier, because when a hunter is focused on hunting, they often forget to watch their own back. The moment the last player inside the domain fell, God's domain faded away. And that was exactly the moment Ryu Min had been waiting for. He leaped into the air, while the agent of divine punishment still had no idea danger was coming. In the next second, the mark of the Reaper appeared above the agent's head, adding 120% bonus damage. The attack landed perfectly on the agent of divine punishment, though Ryu Min was also knocked back several meters by its holy aura. The instant he landed, Ryu Min did not hesitate and immediately dashed to the side. That strike shaved off 40% of the agent's health and destroyed one of its eyes. Ryu Min knew the agent would now try to use its domain to restrict his movements. But the moment God's domain activated again, it failed to catch Ryu Min at all. Instead, Ryu Min seized the opening created when the domain ended, and exploded forward with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the agent of divine punishment. But this time, Ryu Min's goal was not to launch a heavy attack. It was to take the agent's other eye. Just as Ryu Min was about to land, the system notification rang in his ears, saying God's domain had activated and his stats had dropped. But there was not a trace of panic on Ryu Min's face, because he knew the agent of divine punishment was now no different from a blind man forced to blindly fire glowing swords in every direction. All Ryu Min had to do was stand in the blind spot where the attack first began. He also did not need to worry about being sensed, because the agent of divine punishment had no ears. Now, the real hunt would begin, and this next strike had to finish the agent completely. At that moment, Ryu Min launched a sneak attack from behind. The Reaper's scythe slashed out with incredible speed. Ryu Min could only weaken the agent of divine punishment, little by little. The agent felt the pain tearing through its back. It immediately swung its staff backward with holy power. But every move it made was exactly as Ryu Min expected. Ryu Min unleashed another slash in midair. The agent's wings, the only parts it had left to sense enemies, were completely severed by Ryu Min. Immediately after that, Ryu Min retreated at full speed without the slightest hesitation. While retreating, Ryu Min checked the agent of divine punishment's health and saw that it had already dropped to 10%. The agent trembled violently, unable to accept that a mere human had dared to attack it. In the next moment, it gripped its staff tightly and began chanting, causing endless light to burst from the staff. Ryu Min was extremely glad he had destroyed its eyes and wings in advance. With its senses gone, the agent of divine punishment could only swing its staff blindly, sealing the entire 300-meter area and unleashing full-range dimensional attacks. Looking at the divine lightning striking the ground, Ryu Min knew that even one hit would mean instant death. The staff continued summoning lightning non-stop, and the swirling airflow around the agent's feet meant it had triggered radiant power, entering a 30-second invincible state. Ryu Min stared at the agent of divine punishment and calmly calculated how much invincibility time remained. The moment the countdown reached 0, a system notification announced that the invincibility skill had ended. A confident smile appeared on Ryu-min's face. He seized the opening and rushed toward the agent at terrifying speed, because only Ryu-min knew that after this skill ended, the agent would enter a 3-second weakened state. Blood-red Reaper energy instantly wrapped around the Reaper's scythe. With a sharp swoosh, Ryu-min sliced off the agent of divine punishment's head. Countless level-up notifications rang in his ears. Then an important announcement echoed across the entire world. The agent of God had been slain. The system announced that Ryu-min had obtained the title, Adversary of God. This title reduced damage from holy attacks by 80%, and the biggest reason Ryu-min killed the agent of divine punishment was its God's heart. The God's heart could greatly strengthen the power of the Reaper. Besides that, there was another item that made killing the agent absolutely necessary. It was divinity, something only gods possessed, and also a material used to craft god-grade items. The God's heart became a radiance rune, which could greatly enhance Ryu-min's Reaper power. This series of rewards was even more satisfying than Ryu-min had expected. Once the players recovered from the shock, they burst into waves of cheers. They could not believe Ryu-min had killed a god all by himself, and his overwhelming strength made them fear him even more. At that moment, the angel's voice echoed across the sky. It muttered in disbelief, wondering if he was truly human, because this was the first time a human had ever slain an agent of God. But Ryu-min barely paid it any attention. Seeing this, the angel awkwardly flew in front of Ryu-min and quietly asked how he had even thought of killing the agent of divine punishment. Ryu-min sighed softly, thinking it was an incredibly stupid question. Then, he calmly said he simply did not want to be killed by it. The angel replied that with Ryu-min's strength, he could have easily avoided it for 30 minutes, so there was no need to go so far and kill it. Ryu-min said that although he was cold-blooded, he still could not stand watching it slaughter humans right in front of him. Only then did the angel seem to understand. The players nearby were also stunned, never expecting the cold and ruthless-looking Ryu-min to have such a kind side. At that moment, the angel officially announced that the mission was complete. But its next words threw everyone back into terror. Since the agent of divine punishment had been killed, the number of survivors still had not reached the required amount, so the system would erase players based on overall ranking. In the next moment, the ranking board appeared before everyone. As expected, Ryu-min still held first place, without question. He then received the exclusive reward for ranking first, and was allowed to choose one ring. Without hesitation, Ryu-min chose the Ring of Resistance, because no matter how high his stats became, being repeatedly controlled by abnormal status effects would still be dangerous. Looking at the reward window before him, Ryu-min saw that, as expected, there was no triple EXP reward this time. What he needed more right now was gold, to buy more skills. Just then, the angel's low voice rang out again, asking if everyone had checked their ranking. Every human ranked below 1,225 would be erased. The players instantly fell into panic and desperately tried to escape. But the angel seemed to enjoy this massacre, and the smile on its face grew even more twisted. In the next moment, the bodies of every player who failed to meet the requirement slowly began to disappear. Finally, a clear system notification rang out, announcing that the survivor count had reached 1,225. Everyone's vision went dark, and their consciousness slowly returned to reality. At that moment, So Ah-young suddenly woke up, feeling deeply relieved that she had survived. During the third round, she had obtained the hidden class, Summoner. Looking at the summoned beast that appeared before her, So Ah-ryong was filled with joy. If not for this little creature, she would have died in the third round. Then she checked the rewards in her inventory, and could hardly believe she had taken third place. This was the reward she had earned, and she wondered if Ryu-min would like it if she gave it to him. Meanwhile, Kwon Young-min was furious. Ryu-min had not only used him, but had also caused his stats to drop by 50%. Hwang Young-min secretly swore that he would kill Ryu-min one day. The next morning, An Sang-chul arrived at the building early to report the situation to Ma Chan-rok. Ma Chan-rok said he could not believe Ryu-min had ranked first again in this round. An Sang-chul said he had come to report information about Ryu-min, and also to report that So Ah-ryong had completed her class advancement. Her class was unusual because she had become a summoner. Even An Sang-chul had not expected So Ah-ryong to advance to a summoner. Ma Chan-rok was delighted when he heard this, realizing So Ah-ryong would be very useful in the future. He then ordered An Sang-chul to stay close to So Ah-young, even if that meant developing a romantic relationship with her, because he needed An Sang-chul to help him keep So Aryang firmly under control. Although An Sang-chul did not know Ma Chenrock's true intentions, he still said they would remain loyal to him forever. Then, An Sang-chul added that there was another urgent matter to report. This one was also related to Ryu Min. Ryu Min had killed the agent of divine punishment all by himself, and it looked as if he already knew exactly how to defeat it. After hearing this, Ma Chenrock fell into deep thought, then said they should continue observing the mysterious Ryu Min and try to recruit him if possible. An Sang-chul said he had already tried to approach Ryu Min, but Ryu Min was far too powerful and did not need anyone's help. Ma Chenrock remained silent for a moment, then said that in that case, they should avoid offending him for now. Then he changed the subject and asked what the other matter was. An Sang-chul said that a mysterious investor had recently bought a massive amount of the group's stock. The amount was already large enough to influence the group's decisions. Ma Chenrock could not understand it. It was only a newly established virtual world company, and all the young people in the world had been dragged into the Angel game. He had originally planned to use the situation to make some money, but he never expected someone to invest over 200 billion won. Ma Chenrock then ordered someone to arrange a call with the investor. He was very curious what kind of person would be willing to spend that much money on an investment. Meanwhile, after returning home, Ryu Min looked at his phone and muttered that the call should be coming soon. Just then, his younger brother suddenly ran in and loudly asked what level Ryu Min had reached in the Angel game. It turned out that the older brother of one of his classmates had already reached level 11 and even completed a class advancement. That classmate had mocked his brother, and Ryu Min knew that telling the truth would only create unnecessary trouble. So he simply reassured his brother, saying he had reached level 12 and had also completed his class advancement. His younger brother immediately thought that, as expected, his own brother was still stronger. But no matter how much his brother asked, Ryu Min refused to reveal his class. Seeing this, his younger brother had no choice but to leave. At that moment, the phone rang. Just as Ryu Min expected, the call had finally come. The person on the other end said that since Ryu Min had become a shareholder of their group, he felt he should personally greet him. And if there was a chance, he would like to meet Ryu Min in person. Ryu Min glanced at his phone and casually set the meeting for next Saturday. The reason he chose Saturday was because Friday was the day he would obtain the Rune of Inner Thoughts. With that rune, he would be able to see Ma Chenrock's true thoughts completely. So what Ryu Min needed to do now was complete the rune's prerequisite conditions. After his regression, one of Ryu Min's first moves was to visit an abandoned warehouse, because he knew this place held a crucial chance to obtain the rune. Runes played an extremely important role in the Angel game. Everyone knew that runes could be obtained during specific game rounds. They could also drop from bosses. Even ordinary monsters had a tiny chance of dropping runes. But what no one knew was that runes could also be obtained in the real world. In his previous life, Ryu Min's younger brother had once been kidnapped, and the kidnapper's goal was to force Ryu Min to reveal every piece of information he knew. At first, Ryu Min did not understand how the man knew about any of that. Finally learned that the man possessed the Rune of Inner Thoughts, and even knew Ryu Min was a so-called regressor. That was why the man wanted every piece of information Ryu Min had about the Angel game. When Ryu Min discovered the truth, he was deeply shocked. In the end, it took Ryu Min dozens of regressions to successfully save his brother, and during that time, he also learned how to obtain the rune. This time, Ryu Min would take the rune before that man ever got the chance. Just then, Ryu Min's expression sharpened. He saw the man slowly walking toward the warehouse. Then the man threw the woman he had captured onto the ground. The woman was so terrified that she could not move, completely unable to understand when she had ever offended him. The only thing she could do now was beg for mercy. But the man had no intention of letting her go, coldly saying this was the price for looking down on him. It turned out that this man had obtained the Rune of Radiance in the Angel game. After gaining the rune, he began using its power to commit crimes. He searched everywhere for young women to target. Then he used the Rune of Radiance to temporarily blind his victims. After that, he used this ability to commit a series of disgusting crimes. One day, the man entered a coffee shop. When he saw the female employee in front of him, a strange smile appeared on his face. He said he was a regular at the shop, yet this was his first time seeing her. The woman explained that she had only just started working there because the younger employees had all quit because of the Angel game. After all, no one wanted to keep working when they could die at any moment. The more the man looked at her, the more satisfied he became. Then he invited her to go to a bar with him and have some fun. The woman was stunned and looked visibly uncomfortable, but that expression completely enraged the man because he believed she was looking down on him. So he decided to make her pay for insulting him. On her way home after work, the man abducted her. He snarled that he hated the disgusted way she looked at him. Then he forced her to the ground. Just as he was about to continue, Ryu Min appeared nearby. Ryu Min slowly said, "Take one more step, and you die right now." The sudden voice startled the man. He was about to start cursing, but the moment he saw Ryu Min's appearance, he froze. A black scythe? The man's first thought was that this had to be one of Ryu Min's obsessive fans. So he mocked him, asking if he was using a prop to imitate Ryu Min. Ryu Min calmly asked, "You think this is a prop?" In the next second, he casually swung the side, releasing a terrifying aura that made the man struggle to breathe. Only then did the man realize the person before him was a player, and might actually be Ryu Min himself. But Ryu Min did not answer. He simply told the woman to leave. Naturally, the man was not willing to let his prey go so easily. Seeing this, Ryu Min vanished from where he stood and rushed toward the man at incredible speed. But instead of cutting him down, Ryu Min struck him hard with the other end of the scythe. The man was caught completely off guard and staggered backward in pain. Ryu Min looked back at the woman and coldly asked, "Why are you still here?" The woman finally snapped out of it and immediately fled the scene. Now that only the two of them remained, Ryu Min could finally settle the score with this man. The man reacted quickly as well, pulling out a short blade and lunging straight at Ryu Min. But in Ryu Min's eyes, the man's speed was painfully slow. Looking at the short blade in the man's hand, Ryu Min calmly said he had actually brought a goblin dagger into reality. But even with that weapon, he was still far too slow. So Ryu Min casually swung his scythe upward. The man could not believe it. In Ryu Min's hands, he was as helpless as a baby. Ryu Min coldly asked, "Does it hurt?" "This is only the beginning." The man glared at Ryu Min with hatred, but to his shock, Ryu Min had already become nothing more than an afterimage. As the man looked around for him, an incredibly fast palm strike slammed into him. Now, only fear remained on the man's face, because he realized he would truly die if this continued. He had to use the Rune of Radiance. As long as Ryu Min was affected by the skill, he might have one chance to escape. Then a brilliant light was about to burst forth. But in the next instant, the Rune of Radiance completely failed. The man finally panicked. His only trump card had vanished, and he could not understand why. Ryu Min coldly asked, "Are you wondering why your rune isn't working?" Before entering the warehouse, Ryu Min had already activated Night of Death, and within its range, no light was allowed to exist. Then Ryu Min attacked again without the slightest hesitation. Watching Ryu Min rush toward him, the man's body could not react at all. Ryu Min looked down at him and asked if the man wanted to know why he was killing him. At that moment, Ryu Min looked like a demon in the man's eyes, and the man desperately wanted to know the reason. But Ryu Min clearly had no intention of telling him so easily. He raised the Reaper's scythe and began tormenting the man, piece by piece. In truth, all of this was part of the prerequisite condition for obtaining the rune. But in the man's eyes, Ryu Min was simply enjoying the process, making him a demon through and through. Before long, the man collapsed completely onto the ground. He screamed and sobbed, asking why Ryu Min was doing this to him, what he had done wrong, and begging to be allowed to die. But Ryu Min calmly said there was no way he would let him die that easily. Then, Ryu Min continued without showing any sign of stopping. At this moment, Jang Suk-hong had completely given up and only wanted to die. He broke down and begged Ryu Min to kill him already. But Ryu Min calmly asked if he still did not know why he was doing this to him. Right now, the two of them were complete strangers. But to Ryu Min, he had known Jang Suk-hong for a long time. Jang Suk-hong was shocked when he heard this, and asked if Ryu Min knew him because of the woman from earlier. Ryu Min said this had nothing to do with that woman. The real reason was that Jang Suk-hong had once kidnapped Ryu Min's younger brother and threatened him into revealing every piece of information he knew about the Angel game. Of course, that was something the future Jang Suk-hong had done. But the bigger reason Ryu Min came to kill him now was that if he did not, Jang Suk-hong would obtain the Rune of Inner Thoughts. A rare rune was hidden inside this warehouse, and its appearance condition was to hear someone's truest inner thought. It had to be the most sincere and genuine thought from the bottom of that person's heart. And Jang Suk-hong's desire to die right now was the most honest and desperate thought he had. In other words, even without the rune of inner thoughts, Ryu Min would still have killed him, because he already had more than 20 crimes to his name. Jang Suk-hong screamed that if he deserved to die so badly, then Ryu Min should just kill him already. He did not want to suffer anymore. But Ryu Min had no intention of killing him immediately, leaving Jang Suk-hong unable to understand why. Because Ryu Min still had an experiment to perform. Jang Suk-hong thought desperately. Ryu Min wanted the rune, and needed to hear his truest inner thoughts. So why wouldn't he let him speak? But Ryu Min said he had already obtained the rune, back when Jang Suk-hong sincerely begged him to kill him. The rune had reacted to Jang Suk-hong's true feelings, which meant Ryu Min had already acquired it. The rune had also activated automatically, allowing Ryu Min to read the thoughts of anyone within 30 meters, just as Ryu Min expected. Jang Suk-hong's mind was now filled with nothing but the desire to die. Before long, Jang Suk-hong died from blood loss. Ryu Min then used the erasure skill to wipe away all the blood and traces around the area. He had obtained the rune he wanted. So tomorrow, it would be time to meet Ma Chenrock. Ryu Min began preparing for his meeting with Ma Chenrock. When his younger brother saw this, he looked surprised and asked if Ryu Min was going on a date. Ryu Min checked the time and said he simply had a very important meeting today, one that would affect the direction of the future. Seeing the worry on his brother's face, Ryu Min reassured him, saying he was a player now, and there were not many people in the world who could hurt him. His brother's concern was not baseless. Ever since players returned from the Angel game, more and more ability users had begun losing control. That was why his brother was so worried that Ryu Min might get hurt. But Ryu Min's expression remained calm, because he already knew how everything would unfold. As the game continued, the surviving players would only grow stronger, and eventually, some ability users would begin enslaving ordinary people. What Ryu Min needed to do was gain overwhelming fame and absolute power before the world fell into complete panic. Power strong enough to make every other ability user submit. Before long, Ryu Min arrived in front of the Weil building. Ryu Min knew this building was Ma Chenrock's secret base. At the moment, aside from himself, only Ma Chenrock's closest confidants should know that secret. So Ryu Min had to act innocent and naive, completely deceiving Ma Chenrock before walking toward the front desk. The staff member said the chairman had personally given instructions, and that Ryu Min could wait there because the chairman would arrive soon. Ryu Min then pretended to be shy and thanked the staff member. He even looked around awkwardly, acting like someone who had never seen such a place before. All of this was an act for Ma Chenrock, who was secretly watching from the side. Soon after, An Sang-chul came up to Ryu Min. He said he found it hard to believe, because Ryu Min looked like he was only in his early 20s. He never expected Ryu Min to be the person who had invested 280 billion won, and said he truly admired his courage. Ryu Min immediately understood that Ma Chenrock had sent An Sang-chul to test him. So, Ryu Min continued acting like a clueless beginner, successfully easing An Sang-chul's suspicions. An Sang-chul then reported back to Ma Chenrock saying Ryu Min seems like a very innocent young man and was not worth fearing. This was exactly the result Ryu Min wanted, because the rune of inner thoughts had already let him read what both of them were thinking. At that moment, Ma Chenrock appeared before Ryu Min and said he was very pleased to meet him. Ryu Min deliberately acted flustered and unsure of himself. Ma Chenrock politely apologized for making him wait. To make up for it, he had specially invited a 6-star chef to prepare a full table of food, saying they could eat while they talked. Ryu Min did not hold back at all and began devouring the food like he was starving. Ma Chenrock thought to himself that Ryu Min was far too young to be the real investor, and wondered who was backing him. No matter who that person was, Ma Chenrock was determined to uncover them. Then, Ma Chenrock began probing, saying Ryu Min looked extremely young, probably only around 20 years old. He was curious why Ryu Min would spend so much money investing in their company, and asked if he was perhaps a young and successful heir from a wealthy family. Ryu Min quickly denied it, saying he had only been a student before, and Ma Chenrock could confirm from the news that he had simply gotten lucky with the lottery. The news had reported that a student won 15 massive jackpots overnight and became a billionaire instantly. Because of that, Ryu Min said he had believed strongly in his luck ever since. But Ma Chenrock still found it hard to believe, because the news had only mentioned winnings of 60 billion won. So, how had Ryu Min managed to invest a full 280 billion won into their company? Ryu Min had already expected Ma Chenrock to ask this, so he said he had later gotten involved in betting, which allowed him to multiply his money even further. Ma Chenrock said it was truly unbelievable, because if it were him, he would never have the courage to gamble with 60 billion won. An Sung-chul also said Ryu Min must be an incredibly lucky person. But Ryu Min suddenly became serious and said this was not the result of luck, because he was a prophet, someone who could see what would happen 3 days in the future. Ma Chenrock was not willing to believe it so easily, because the idea of a prophet was far too shocking. Facing Ma Chenrock's doubt, Ryu Min said he had no reason to lie. It was precisely because he could see the future that he had been able to gain such a massive amount of money. Ma Chenrock said he wanted to believe him, but asked Ryu Min to prove it by predicting something he would do in the future. Ryu Min refused, saying the rune was not something he could control at will because it activated passively. Ma Chenrock had expected Ryu Min to refuse, since a rune that powerful would naturally come with strict activation conditions. Suddenly, Ma Chenrock, who had seemed calm until now, became visibly shaken. He realized, did Ryu Min invest in their company because he had seen the future? Ryu Min confirmed it, saying Chunma Company would grow at an incredible speed, become the largest company in the country within half a year, and also become the guild with the most players nationwide. Ma Chenrock could not help feeling excited, because everything he had done was to earn his father's recognition. But Ryu Min's next words made Ma Chenrock's expression stiffen. If they wanted to achieve even greater success, they had to change the company's current direction. An Sung-chul immediately stood up and asked in shock if Ryu Min was serious about changing the company's business direction. But Ryu Min said it was not just the business direction. Even the company's name had to be changed. Both of them were players, so they should know that casually revealing one's rune would bring severe punishment. Since Ryu Min had taken the risk of revealing his rune, he clearly had not come here just to share a meal with them. As their business partner, he now had to take part in managing the company. Ma Chenrock fell into thought, while An Sung-chul clearly disagreed with Ryu Min's decision. Ryu Min said in a low voice that if he had no confidence, why would he have invested in their company in the first place? Besides, they were clearly doubting whether he really possessed a future rune. Then, did they know why Ryu Min had moved into the apartment below An Sang-chul's? An Sang-chul's expression changed in shock, wondering if Ryu Min had already been preparing since then. Ma Chenrock looked confused, so An Sung-chul explained that Ryu Min had moved downstairs from him several months ago. After learning this, Ma Chenrock became convinced that Ryu Min had started planning months in advance, meaning this man truly knew how the future would unfold. Seeing Ma Chenrock's expression, Ryu Min knew he had started to believe him. But if he wanted Ma Chenrock to trust him completely, this alone was still not enough. So Ryu Min slowly revealed that this building was Ma Chenrock's hidden base, and that as the eldest son of the five-star family, he had only founded the company to gain his father's approval. Before Ma Chenrock could react, An Sung-chul shouted and demanded to know who Ryu Min really was, because that information was supposed to be top secret. Ma Chenrock stared at Ryu Min in silence. After a moment, he honestly said that he was starting to suspect Ryu Min and said, because this matter was not exactly a secret within his family, he suspected Ryu Min might have been sent by one of his brothers. Since Ryu Min could not prove he had not been sent by his brothers, Ma Chenrock could not agree to his proposal. After all, he could not make a decision without certainty. Ryu Min knew he had to gain Ma Chenrock's support, so he could only play his final card. If Ma Chenrock doubted his identity, then Ryu Min could tell him intel on the 4th round of the Angel game. Ma Chenrock instantly stood up and asked if Ryu Min truly knew intel on the Angel game. Ryu Min calmly said of course, and that this should be enough to prove his identity. Before long, Ryu Min left the building. This time, they should completely believe who he was. At that moment, Seo Arion found Ryu Min. She took out a purple crystal and said it was her reward from the 3rd round, and as she wanted to give it to him as thanks for helping her. Ryu Min accepted the purple crystal without hesitation, silently thinking that if Seo Arion knew its true value, she probably would never have given it to him. Seo Arion then asked Ryu Min again if he needed protection, since she had now advanced to a summoner. Ryu Min refused her offer, because at this point, there was no one who could truly threaten him. After that, Seo Arion said goodbye and left. Meanwhile, Ryu Min had already set his sights on Hwang Young Min, because only Ryu Min knew that this round's hidden mission revolved around the area representative. At that moment, Hwang Young Min was also looking around, then immediately went to Ryu Min and asked if he still remembered his promise from the previous round to protect him. But Ryu Min asked what Hwang Young Min had that was worth protecting now. He could stop other players from targeting him, but in exchange, Hwang Yong-min had to offer something valuable. Ryu Min said So Aryong had just given him a purple gemstone as thanks. If Hwang Yong-min had a similar stone, Ryu Min could protect him during this round as well. Hwang Yong-min hurriedly opened his inventory and said he did not have a purple stone, but he did have a black stone, and asked if that could buy him protection for this round. Ryu Min confirmed that it could, then said that anyone who attacked Hwang Yong-min would become his enemy. At that moment, the angel descended once again. With an excited expression on its face, it began announcing the rules for this game. The rules this time were extremely simple. Players had to kill each other. Only players ranked within the top 521 would survive. In other words, there were no restrictions in this round. All they had to do was kill one another. The players instantly fell into fear, because this meant everyone around them had become an enemy. And the angel maliciously added that it was the top 521 ranks. Only Ryu Min understood the difference between 521 survivors and ranking within the top 521. And only Ryu Min knew that the so-called angels were nothing more than controlled puppets. In the next moment, the angel officially announced the start of the game. Most players were still confused, unable to process that they were already expected to kill each other. Meanwhile, Hwang Yong-min smiled proudly, feeling relieved that he had secured Ryu Min's protection in advance, because with his current abilities, there was no way he could protect himself in this battle. In the next moment, Ryu Min suddenly appeared beside Hwang Yong-min. Hwang Yong-min flinched in shock. Unable to understand why Ryu Min had come to him now, Ryu Min calmly said that he had promised to stop Hwang Yong-min from becoming someone else's target. So he had come now to keep that promise. Then, Ryu Min summoned the Reaper's Scythe. In the next instant, Hwang Yong-min was killed on the spot. At the same time, a system notification rang out, announcing that a hidden mission had been activated. By killing the area representative, Ryu Min had obtained the right to draw magic stones, and he had already completed the mission. He then received the item, Magic Card, which allowed him to randomly draw 1 to 5 magic stones. Looking at the series of notifications, Ryu Min knew this was exactly what he needed right now. But seeing Ryu Min kill Hwang Yong-min made the surrounding players accuse him of being a murderer. However, a system notification immediately shut everyone up. Ryu Min had become the new area representative. The players who had just been condemning him instantly wanted to stay as far away as possible, afraid he would use his domination authority on them. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Ryu Min's name had turned red. But Ryu Min did not panic at all, because in a killing round like this, the more players someone killed, the darker their name became. Looking at Ryu Min, the players finally decided to join forces and kill him, because in their eyes, Ryu Min was nothing but a dangerous murderer. But just then, Hwang Yong-min, who had just died, suddenly came back to life. No one could understand what was happening. Before long, the players finally realized that those who died in this round could revive. What determined their ranking was not survival, but kill points. In the next moment, the players who had been standing together moments ago began slaughtering one another. Seeing this, Ryu Min no longer hesitated. With a casual strike, he instantly cleared out the area around him. The players exchanged glances. Since they could revive after death, they could attack Ryu Min without holding back. Before long, the number of players nearby had dropped by 70 to 80%, while Ryu Min had already farmed thousands of points in a short time. At that moment, one player caught Ryu Min's attention. It was the man known as the Fire Dragon Warrior, who possessed the Absorption Rune. The Absorption Rune increased his stats every time he killed an enemy. In other words, this game was practically tailor-made for him. Thanks to the Absorption Rune, the man's stats were rising rapidly. And the higher the level of the player he killed, the greater the stat boost he received. The man even began imagining how massive his gains would be if he killed Ryu Min. But he quickly erased that thought, because his instincts warned him never to provoke Ryu Min. Meanwhile, Ryu Min continued killing players without stopping. But he did not attack the Fire Dragon Warrior right away. Instead, he stood in place and observed coldly. Before long, the Fire Dragon Warrior had already killed nearly 100 players, and every player around them had fallen into complete despair. At that moment, Ryu Min slowly walked toward the Fire Dragon Warrior, making the man instantly become extremely cautious. But Ryu Min only swung once, casually. In a single instant, the Fire Dragon Warrior was completely crushed, unable to believe he had been overwhelmed so easily. Facing a chaotic battle involving thousands of players, Ryu Min slaughtered thousands all by himself. and in the end, he forcefully claimed first place in the regional rankings. Meanwhile, the fourth round player war had fully erupted, and every battle had reached its peak. Seo Arion was also forced to fight other players while trapped in fear. When An Sung Chol tried to comfort her, So Arion forced herself to say she was fine. An Sang Chul understood very well that someone like So Ah-young, who had lived under a celebrity spotlight, would struggle with a massacre mission like this. Suddenly, An Sung Chol's expression sharpened. A player had grabbed Seo Arion. As the short blade stabbed downward, An Sung Chol dashed forward and blocked it. Then he raised his long sword and completely disabled the attacker. After that, he turned to look at So Arion. An Sung Chol said that if she wanted to survive, she had to kill with her own hands. Seo Arion knew she had to overcome this. After a fierce inner struggle, she gritted her teeth and killed the man in front of her. If not for Ma Chen-rock's orders, An Sang Chul would have abandoned So Arion without hesitation. He told her that her summoned beast should have already helped her kill more than 50 players, so she could rest for now. But deep down, An Sung Chul looked down on So Arion, seeing her as a fragile flower who knew nothing. And since taking care of her had likely left his own score too low, he immediately charged into the crowd. As Ryu Min cut down the enemy before him, the system notification for the countdown rang out. But Ryu Min still showed no sign of stopping. He continued searching for different enemies to kill, because Ryu Min clearly understood how the ranking system worked. The rankings were calculated by the number of unique individuals killed, not the total number of kills. In other words, even if a player killed the same person 100 times, the system would still only count it as one unique kill. So what Ryu Min needed was not blind slaughter, but players he had not killed yet. Meanwhile, Hwang Yong-min was killing weaker players over and over again. He counted his kills, thinking that with hundreds of kills, he would definitely secure a high ranking this time. By his own calculation, his total kills were even higher than Ryu Min's. As dark energy swirled around Ryu Min, he unleashed the final slash of his scythe, and the system notification ending the game rang out at the same time. To ensure accurate calculation, angelic barriers instantly surrounded every player. The exhaustion Ryu Min had built up vanished in an instant. The angel beside them then said it was time to check their battle data. In the next moment, every dead player revived instantly. One man stared at his revived body with rage. Then he screamed at Hwang Yong-min, because during this game, he had died more than 40 times at Hwang Yong-min's hands. But Hwang Yong-min was extremely smug, and even began mocking Ryu Min. At that moment, the angel felt its authority had been challenged, and coldly warned them that if they kept making noise, it would erase them right away. Hearing this, everyone instantly fell silent. Before revealing the rankings, the angel said they would first look at this round's hidden mission. Then the mission window appeared, showing that the hidden mission objective was to kill the area representative within the time limit. Everyone stared at the task in shock, unable to believe this hidden mission had been so simple. Someone immediately realized that Black Scythe's first kill had been the area representative, wondering if he had received a hint in advance. Hwang Yong-min heard the discussion and finally understood what had happened. The area representative skill had already disappeared from his skill list. Remembering that Ryu Min had promised to stop him from becoming someone else's target, Hwang Yong-min finally realized Ryu Min had made him the target from the very beginning. While everyone was still shocked, the angel revealed the ranking rules for this round. The moment the players learned the rules, many of them fell into despair. But the angel did not care how hopeless they felt. It simply snapped its fingers. And the number one player in the overall regional ranking was Ryu Min once again. Even the angel was filled with doubt, unable to understand why he always managed to take first place in every game. The way the surrounding players looked at Ryu Min became even more fearful. The first thing Ryu Min did was claim his mission reward. The angel found this strange, because Ryu Min acted as if he had already known he would rank first. But Ryu Min ignored it completely and focused on choosing his reward. For Ryu Min, equipment that could increase 3 types of attack speed was clearly more useful right now. But the next choice was the truly important one, because the hidden mission in the next round would be extremely difficult, and he needed to be fully prepared. Looking at the reward window, Ryu Min chose the 50% stat bonus without hesitation. Seeing that Ryu Min had no intention of responding to it, the angel could only announce everyone's rankings on its own. Anyone ranked below 521 would be erased. In the next moment, the bodies of the lower-ranked players began to fade away. Countless screams and cries echoed throughout the entire area. Hwang Yong-min frantically looked around then broke into a crazed smile, because his rank had landed exactly at 521. Screams and wails filled the area, and even Ryu-min had no way to save these people. He could only swear silently that he would destroy the Angel Game and save humanity's future. Then the system announced that only 521 players remained in the area, and everyone's souls would soon return to their bodies. Back in reality, An Sang-chul hurried to Ma Chen-rok's room. Ma Chen-rok asked in confusion, saying he did not remember calling him over. An Sang-chul apologized for his rudeness, explaining that the fourth round had been far too difficult. Although it was called a game, the madness inside was enough to leave anyone shaken. Ma Chen-rok understood as well. That round had been exhausting, even for him as a Dark Knight. But the question Ma Chen-rok cared about most was what kind of person Black Scythe truly was. Even though he had known the contents of the game in advance, he still could not match Ryu-min's kill count. Someone like that could never be allowed to become an enemy. After thinking it over, Ma Chen-rok decided he needed to consult Ryu-min again. When Ryu-min had told him about the fourth round, he had not believed it at all. But reality proved that everything had happened exactly as Ryu-min predicted. So Ma Chen-rok ordered An Sang-chul to arrange another meeting with Ryu-min. Ryu-min might be young, but they must never underestimate him because of his age. An Sang-chul also understood very well that a prophet like Ryu-min was far too valuable. Later, Ryu-min was already waiting outside a supermarket. Juri was surprised when she saw him, because even after such an intense battle, Ryu-min still looked completely refreshed. Ryu-min jokingly said he was actually mentally exhausted, because he had spent the whole dream thinking about her. Juri clearly had not expected Ryu-min to be this playful, and felt he was completely different from the boy she used to know. Juri then thanked Ryu-min, saying she had survived the fourth round safely because of the game information he gave her. But Ryu-min knew that even if he had done nothing, Juri would still have survived the fourth round. After that, the two went to a 5-star restaurant for a meal. However, Juri clearly had no appetite. The scenes from the fourth round kept replaying in her mind. It was the first time she had ever killed someone, and her entire body was still trembling. Ryu-min told her that everything she did was for survival. Juri understood that, but her heart still could not fully accept it. Ryu-min had no choice but to remind her firmly that she was too kind, and asked if she really wanted to give up on herself and make her family suffer. She needed to think about whether her father could truly endure losing her. Juri knew very well that if she died, her father might lose the will to live too. So she quietly thanked him and said she would live stronger for the people she loved and the people who loved her. After that, the two finally relaxed a little and began enjoying their afternoon tea. Before long, Ryu-min slowly said that the reason for this meeting was to tell her about the fifth round. Juri was shocked, realizing he could already predict information about the fifth round. Ryu-min said the fifth round would be harder than every round before it, and that the divided areas would merge into one. Juri became excited when she heard this, because it meant she would finally be able to meet Ryu-min inside the game. Ryu-min said they would meet in the next round, or more precisely, in the fifth round. But the next game would be extremely dangerous, so Juri had to follow his instructions if she wanted to win. When the fifth round began, she needed to find a player whose in-game name was Black Scythe. Ryu-min told her that Black Scythe was his friend, and that he would help her survive the next round safely. After hearing from Ryu-min how difficult the fifth round would be, Juri realized that even she might struggle to survive it. The news left her deeply shocked, but Ryu-min told her not to worry, because in the future he had seen his friend Black Scythe would help her. Judy found it hard to believe, since in her eyes, Black Scythe was mysterious, powerful, and always ranked first overall. She quietly muttered that someone that strong probably would not need her. Ryu-min reassured her that she had blessing abilities, and Black Scythe would desperately want to work with her. Then Juri gently held Ryu-min's hand, and streams of green energy flowed into his palm. Ryu-min's luck was raised to its maximum. Later, Ryu-min returned home. He immediately took out the magic card. It was the lowest grade magic card, and everyone believed it could only produce the lowest grade magic stones. But only Ryu-min knew that when his luck was pushed to the limit, there was a tiny chance of drawing top grade magic stones. Then he crushed the card in his hand. Along with the system notification, 5 god grade magic stones appeared before Ryu-min at the same time. Even Ryu-min had never seen something like this before. He muttered in shock, wondering if this was the luck of his 100th regression. Then, Ryu-min opened the synthesis page and combined the God-grade magic stones into Saint-grade magic stones. In his previous life, even with God-grade magic stones covering his entire body, he still failed. So in this life, he had to enhance himself to the absolute limit. Then, Ryu Min embedded the Saint-grade magic stones into his equipment. After every piece of equipment had been embedded with stones, Ryu Min was extremely satisfied because his power had increased by more than 50%. The next morning, Ryu Min received an invitation to a banquet for Ma Chunrock, and he had already finished preparing. Just as Ryu Min was about to leave, An Sanchul was already waiting outside his door. Before long, they arrived at Ma Chunrock's private hotel. Ma Chunrock warmly greeted Ryu Min and suggested they head inside to talk properly. At that moment, So Ah-ryong walked over. It turned out Ma Chunrock wanted to use So Ah-ryong to win Ryu Min over. After all, even if Ryu Min was a prophet, he was still a man. But after everyone sat down at the dining table, the atmosphere became painfully quiet. Ma Chunrock had never expected this, and he especially did not expect So Ah-ryong to be this bad at reading the room. So he told So Ah-ryong to come outside with him, saying he had something to tell her. So Ah-ryong quietly followed behind Ma Chunrock. After a short while, So Ah-ryong stopped and happily said that today's food was delicious. But to Ma Chunrock, those words sounded like mockery, making him even more irritated. He coldly asked if she really thought he had brought her here just to eat. What he needed was for her to liven up the mood. Did she really lack even that much awareness, or was she doing this on purpose? Had An Sanchul not told her who Ryu Min was? This man was a prophet who knew all kinds of information about the angel game. That was why Ma Chunrock needed So Ah-ryong to give everything she had, even if it meant sacrificing herself to capture Ryu Min's interest. He wanted to keep the prophet firmly under his control so he could become the strongest. And So Ah-ryong's job was to make Ryu Min fall completely in love with her. Ma Chunrock also warned her not to even think about refusing, because the debt she owed could never be repaid in her lifetime. What she needed to do now was capture Ryu Min's heart, and Ma Chunrock said he was looking forward to her performance. With that, Ma Chunrock and So Ah-ryong ended their conversation, and the final result was that So Ah-ryong had to find a way to make Ryu Min fall for her. When the meal ended and Ryu Min was about to leave, Ma Chunrock immediately gave So Ah-ryong a look, signaling her to stop them. But at that moment, Ryu Min's younger brother suddenly said he was a fan of So Ah-ryong and wanted to take a photo with her. Seeing this, Ma Chunrock quickly took out his phone and sent So Ah-ryong instructions. But when So Ah-ryong saw the message, her expression instantly changed. Because Ma Chunrock believed Ryu Min's younger brother looked much easier to win over. As long as they won over the younger brother, he believed Ryu Min would eventually serve him too. To help So Ah-ryong get closer to Ryu Min's younger brother, Ma Chunrock led everyone to the hotel's most luxurious room. He said they could sing and enjoy themselves freely in the private room, and all drinks and fruit would be free. He even said that if they had any other special requests, An Sanchul could arrange them. Ryu Min thanked him, then made a request, saying his younger brother was So Ah-ryong's fan, and hoped the two of them could step out and take a photo together. Before long, So Ah-ryong and Ryu Min's younger brother walked outside together. Watching them leave, Ryu Min finally spoke in a low voice, asking Ma Chunrock if he took him for an idiot. Ma Chunrock's expression instantly became awkward, realizing even his small tricks had been exposed. Ryu Min coldly warned him not to play clever games in front of him, and reminded him not to forget that he was a prophet. He warned Ma Chunrock not to target his younger brother, and from now on, he was not allowed to hide anything from him. Ma Chunrock's expression became complicated because he finally realized he had no secrets in front of Ryu Min. He hurriedly explained that he only wanted Ryu Min's help. Ryu Min said he could help him, but he would never allow something like today to happen again. And Ma Chunrock quickly promised it would never happen in the future. Then, Ryu Min began discussing information about the 5th round with Ma Chunrock. Ma Chunrock knew very well that information about the angel game was top secret. So he had An Sanchul take everyone else to another room and wait there. Ryu Min said he would tell Ma Chunrock future information about the game. But in exchange, Ma Chunrock had to trust him completely when it came to company decisions. He would help the company become one of the world's top player guilds in the shortest time possible. He could even help Ma Chunrock become the strongest player in the world, but only if every company decision followed his instructions. Naturally, Ma Chunrock had no reason to refuse such conditions, because there was no downside for him. But Ryu Min's next words filled him with fear, because without Ryu Min's help, he would die in the 5th round. The 5th round would be the hardest one so far, but as long as Ma Chunrock followed Ryu Min's plan, surviving as a Dark Knight would not be difficult. The mission given by the Angel would be to kill 300 orcs, and most importantly, the 5th round would involve area mergers. Ma Chunrock immediately looked excited when he heard this, because it meant he might finally meet Black Scythe. But Ryu Min shook his head and said that although areas would merge, Ma Chunrock would not be merged into the same area as Black Scythe. Ma Chunrock looked disappointed, then asked if Ryu Min knew who Black Scythe really was. Ryu Min said he did not know Black Scythe's true identity, but according to his prophecy, the two of them would meet soon. Then, Ryu Min suddenly changed the subject and asked if Ma Chunrock was still investigating Huang Yongmin. Ma Chunrock was shocked. Unable to believe Ryu Min even knew he had been looking into Huang Yongmin. He explained that Huang Yongmin had once tried to murder An Sangchul and So Arion, which was why he had been investigating him. But Ryu Min told him to stop looking into it. Ma Chunrock looked confused. Ryu Min did not explain the reason. He simply warned that if Ma Chunrock kept investigating, he would suffer for it. After thinking for a moment, Ma Chunrock chose to believe him, because Ryu Min's words always made him trust him without realizing it. And Ryu Min had his own reason for keeping Huang Yongmin alive, because Huang Yongmin would become extremely useful in later rounds. Their conversation lasted for several hours. After learning how difficult the 5th round would be, Ma Chunrock realized he needed to recover his dark mana as soon as possible. Elsewhere, a man was running for his life through a rainy night. Behind him, Ma Chunrock stared at him coldly. The man begged desperately, saying he had already paid for his mistakes and asking why Ma Chunrock refused to let him go. But there was no hesitation in Ma Chunrock's eyes as he raised his Dark Knight sword. In the next moment, streams of dark mana began swirling around his body. Even the sword in his hand grew brighter. It turned out that Ma Chunrock had to regularly kill criminals in order to replenish the dark mana required by his Dark Knight class. And the sins carried by those criminals were the best source of dark mana. Meanwhile, Ryu Min was staring at his phone in deep thought. Countless news reports were saying that the world had begun to change ever since players appeared. The Angel game had caused the global population to drop sharply, throwing society into massive chaos. Players who gained power began committing random crimes. Some even formed anti-government alliances online. And the first thing Ryu Min needed to do now was enter one of those alliances interviews, because only then could he obtain a new rune. Just then, a fat man pushed open the door to the interview room. He instinctively looked around, confirming that this seemed to be the right place. Seeing him, Ryu Min stood up and asked if he had also come for the player interview. After the fat man confirmed it, Ryu Min asked what his in-game name was. The fat man said his name was Black Fire Dragon, while the interviewer introduced Ryu Min's current identity as Little Turkey, another player here for the interview. The fat man looked at Ryu Min and thought he seemed far too skinny and weak to be a real player. He even wanted to kill both of them right away so his ability could grow stronger. It turned out the fat man possessed the absorption rune, which granted him random stat increases after reaching certain kill counts. That was exactly why he had desperately killed players during the 4th round. So the first thing he did, after returning to reality, was kill every classmate in his class. However, their levels were too low, giving him almost no stat gains. After investigating further, he eventually discovered that players had formed an alliance. If he hunted players inside that alliance, his power would continue to grow. The fat man then asked if only the two of them were here for the interview, and whether they could begin. The interviewer said one more player still had not arrived. Before long, a man in a black suit appeared in front of them. The interviewer immediately asked if he had also come for the player interview, and asked for his in-game name. In the next moment, the interviewer's face filled with excitement and worship, because the man claimed to be Black Scythe. He quickly invited the man to sit down, and said the other two were also here for the interview. The fat man instantly became restless, realizing this person was Black Scythe, the same Ryu Min who had killed him 5 times during the 4th round. The man arrogantly declared that he was Black Scythe. Ryu Min continued pretending to be Little Turkey and greeted him, saying he was happy to take the interview together. The fat man trembled as he introduced himself as Black Fire Dragon, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. But the fat man soon noticed that Black Scythe showed no reaction at all, as if he did not recognize him. Had being killed 5 times still not been enough to make Black Scythe remember him? But the real Ryu Min knew very well that he was not that arrogant. He was simply disguising himself as another player. The man pretending to be Black Scythe was the real fraud. His true username was Oreo, and he made money by running scams. Right now, Oreo was still weak, but in the future he would obtain the clone rune and use it to commit all kinds of crimes. This time, Ryu Min had encountered him according to plan, and intended to take the clone rune that should have belonged to him. Once everyone had arrived, the interviewer said he needed their detailed information. Under the identity of Little Turkey, Ryu Min said his name was Kim Sang-hyun, that he was 20 years old, had just graduated, and was currently unemployed. He also said he was a level 13 assassin, and everything Ryu Min said was true, except for the username Little Turkey. Little Turkey was a real person, and Ryu Min was simply impersonating him for now. The reason was that the clone rune required someone to hide their identity and kill someone at the place where the rune was hidden. In other words, future Oreo had impersonated Ryu Min, committed murder, and obtained the clone rune that way. After registering everyone's information, the interviewer said there was one final task they had to complete with their own hands. The man revealed a sinister smile and said they only needed to kill one person to pass. Ryu Min pretended not to understand and asked why they had to do this. The interviewer said they must have seen the news. The government had already begun fearing players and the power they possessed. Players would soon rule this world, so they had to prove that players were the true masters, standing above national law. Now, everyone should understand why this was necessary. Of course, they could still choose to leave, but anyone who left would receive no help from the Alliance in the future. Ryu Min knew exactly what they were doing. They were using crime to bind every player to the group. Once a player committed a crime, they could no longer easily leave the Alliance. Since no one walked away, the interviewer began the final test. The man pretended to leave the room. Then he called over the shop owner and asked her for a favor. He told her to bring the car from the parking lot to the entrance. When the car reached the entrance, the man suddenly grabbed the woman by the throat. Before long, she passed out. Then the man took everyone to a warehouse, the final location of the interview. He threw the woman onto the ground. Then he asked who wanted to begin first, before looking at the fake Black Scythe and saying his name was famous in every region, so perhaps he should go first. But at that moment, Ryu Min suddenly asked if he could start first. The interviewer was surprised, not expecting Little Turkey to volunteer. He had thought Little Turkey would be scared, yet he actually wanted to be the first one to complete the task. Ryu Min slowly walked past the fake Black Scythe and whispered, "I'll be taking the clone rune." Oreo had no idea what he meant, only feeling that something about it was strange. But in the next second, Ryu Min had already grabbed his head with both hands. With the sound of bones cracking, Oreo's neck was instantly twisted and broken. That single move startled the interviewer beside him. He could not believe Little Turkey had suddenly killed Black Scythe. Ryu Min's expression turned cold as he said the man was being too noisy. The interviewer froze, because the aura coming from Little Turkey was completely different from before. At that moment, a system notification echoed from the void, saying that impersonating another person and committing murder had satisfied the activation condition. A hidden rune had been discovered at the current location, and the clone rune had automatically merged into the player's body. The interviewer kept demanding to know why he had killed Black Scythe. Ryu Min calmly picked up the mask from his clothes and answered that Oreo had dared to impersonate him. The interviewer did not understand what he meant by impersonating him. But Ryu Min said nothing and slowly walked toward the woman. Then he picked up a bag nearby, because he could not let the woman see what he was about to do when she woke up. The interviewer panicked and demanded to know what Ryu Min was doing, saying he still had not answered his question. In the next moment, he summoned a long blade, but the pressure from Ryu Min was overwhelmingly terrifying. Ryu Min simply pointed his finger downward and whispered a command. A Crimson Reaper's scythe instantly appeared in his hand. The interviewer stared at the scythe and felt like he could barely breathe, unable to understand what kind of weapon it was. Black Fire Dragon had also never seen a player use such a massive scythe as their main weapon. Suddenly, the interviewer seemed to remember something and screamed in terror, "The black, ominous scythe." Then, he remembered what Ryu Min had said about Oreo impersonating him. Looking at the Ryu Min before him, the interviewer lost every last thought of resistance. He finally realized that this man had never been Little Turkey. He was the real Black Scythe. The interviewer's voice was filled with fear as he trembled and kept bowing his head. He could only beg Ryu Min to spare him. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt his body become weightless. Ryu Min had no intention of sparing him, because if this man lived, more innocent people would die in the future. Black Fire Dragon stared at the giant scythe and finally confirmed it was the same weapon from the 4th round. This man was the real Black Scythe. That aura sent chills through his body, and Black Fire Dragon knew there was no way he could ever be a match for him. Black Fire Dragon had not even been able to see Ryu Min's scythe swing clearly. Now, only the two of them remained inside the warehouse. Ryu Min looked at the fat man and said he should know what was coming. Black Fire Dragon did not beg for mercy and only asked if they had met before. He truly wanted to know what grudge Ryu Min had against him. Ryu Min calmly asked if the man wanted to know why he had killed him 5 times in the 4th round. Black Fire Dragon nodded because he could not understand why Ryu Min had targeted him. Ryu Min said the reason was simple. During the 4th round, Black Fire Dragon had been one of the most skilled players there, and Ryu Min always eliminated any player who could become a threat to him. Black Fire Dragon asked why Ryu Min still wanted to kill him now when he was no longer a threat. Ryu Min coldly answered that Black Fire Dragon was also a murderer, and he had come here intending to take part in killing that woman. Black Fire Dragon quickly argued that he had not done anything yet, and had only been a bystander. Since he was only a bystander, he had not actually committed that crime yet. After hearing this, Ryu Min decided to give him a chance to live. The condition was that he had to hand over all his equipment and items. In the next moment, all kinds of items and gemstones appeared before Ryu Min. Ryu Min checked them carefully and found they were only worth about 2,000 gold in total. Black Fire Dragon hurriedly said this was everything he had, and he was willing to give it all up. Ryu Min decided only the gemstones were somewhat useful, so he kept them and returned everything else. Black Fire Dragon carefully asked if Ryu Min would let him live now that he had kept his side of the deal. Ryu Min calmly said that, of course, he would not attack him first. Black Fire Dragon bowed repeatedly, relieved that he had managed to survive. After that, Ryu Min began cleaning up the scene. Black Fire Dragon wanted to help, but Ryu Min had no need for him to do anything. Staring at Ryu Min's back, Black Fire Dragon felt grateful that he had somehow escaped death. But then he thought again. He had not done anything, so why was he being treated like a villain? Why had he handed over the items he worked so hard to obtain? And right now, Ryu Min was completely unguarded, with his back fully exposed. Black Fire Dragon thought that with just one instant, he could kill him. If he killed Black Scythe, his stats would increase massively. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In the next moment, a long axe appeared in Black Fire Dragon's hand. He bent down and crept forward, silently telling himself to get just a little closer. Just a little closer, and it would be enough. Suddenly, he raised the axe and smashed it toward the back of Ryu Min's head. The strike landed cleanly on Ryu Min. Black Fire Dragon was instantly overjoyed, believing he had truly killed Black Scythe. Then a crazed smile spread across his face, thinking Black Scythe had died by his hand. He mocked Ryu Min, saying his high level meant nothing if he was still this stupid. In the end, he had still died by Black Fire Dragon's hands. But soon, Black Fire Dragon realized he had not received any stat increase notification, and panic set in. Unless Black Scythe was not actually dead, Ryu Min's voice slowly rang out, asking why he thought there had been no stat increase notification. Black Fire Dragon hurriedly looked back, and the fear on his face could no longer be hidden. Ryu Min was standing behind him, completely unharmed. Black Fire Dragon could not believe it, asking how Ryu Min had survived when he had clearly hit him. But when he looked at the corpse on the ground, he froze in shock. The body gave off a blue glow, then slowly disappeared. Ryu Min calmly explained that what he had struck was only his clone, created by the clone rune as an identical copy. The clone rune could perfectly copy him for 10 seconds. Although the clone had no combat power, it could still be extremely useful in certain situations. Now Black Fire Dragon should understand what had happened. In the next moment, an incredibly fast attack pierced straight through Black Fire Dragon's body. Ryu Min then burned the bodies completely, leaving no trace behind. Now the scene had been cleaned up perfectly. Ryu Min then spoke, asking the woman how long she planned to keep pretending to sleep, because she could not fool a player with mind-reading abilities. The woman quickly said she had seen nothing and knew nothing. Ryu Min asked if she remembered what they looked like, and the woman said she had only seen the face of a man around 40 years old. As for the others, she had no idea what they looked like. With the rune of inner thoughts, Ryu Min knew the woman was not lying. So Ryu Min said he would leave, and told her to count down 60 seconds before taking off the hood. Once the countdown ended, the woman hurriedly removed the hood. Looking at the abandoned warehouse around her, she had no idea what had just happened. After a long and busy day, Ryu Min returned to his room, having finally obtained the clone rune. Judging by the time, the 5th round of the Angel game should be starting soon. The moment his phone reached midnight, everyone was transported into the Angel game once again, and the 5th round finally began. This round was extremely important to Ryu Min because after the previous round, only a little over 500 players remained, and their numbers were shrinking fast. At that moment, an angel descended beneath the sky once again. It smiled and said they met again, congratulating them for reaching the 5th round. There had been over 500 players left after the last round, yet now only a little over 400 remained. It seemed that even after returning to reality, they had continued killing one another. This round only had 443 players left, and with so many players gone, the game was becoming far less entertaining. So, for this round, the angel had prepared a surprise for them and told them to enjoy it. As the angel spoke, the 5th round of the angel game would begin with an area merger. The surrounding players looked confused, unable to understand what merging all areas meant. The angel spoke with disdain, saying it meant exactly what it sounded like. Players from other areas would be merged with them. Their country alone had 985 areas, and if other countries were included, the number would be unimaginable. The angel added that compared to other countries, their country actually had relatively few areas. Someone immediately realized that if every area had an angel, then this game must have been created by tens of millions of angels working together. Facing that question, the angel only smiled faintly and asked what he thought. The man said he did not believe tens of millions of angels would join forces just to create a survival game. The moment he finished speaking, the angel appeared right in front of him. It coldly warned him that this was not a question he was allowed to ask, and that digging into it would get him killed. The man immediately apologized, saying he should never have asked such a foolish question. The angel said that lowly humans only needed to follow the rules of the game and complete their tasks. From a distance, Ryu Min quietly watched everything, knowing that angel regulations forbade them from mentioning the creator. These angels might look powerful and holy, but in the creator's eyes, they were nothing more than insects. At that moment, the angel calmly announced that the area merger would now begin. The ground began to shake, and waves of golden light rose from all around. Countless areas began shifting and connecting, merging into one. The light walls that had separated them started expanding, and as the glow faded, figures began appearing in front of everyone. The players realized these must be people from other areas, and the angel's voice announced that the area merger was complete. Looking at the shocked expressions on those players' faces, the group felt as if they were watching clowns. Although everyone had already prepared themselves mentally, seeing dozens of angels gathered in one place still left them deeply shaken. Before they could recover from the shock, the angel explained that since the number of players in each area had decreased, the areas had been merged. Every 10 areas would merge into one new area, and this new area now had around 5,000 players. The merged area would now be named Area 7. Only Ryu Min understood that after area mergers began, the real battles between the strongest players in the Angel game would finally start. Each time, only the top 500 players in an area would remain. Once the number dropped below 500, another area merger would begin. Before long, the entire country would have fewer than 500 of its strongest players left. And when that time came, they would begin fighting players from other countries. Before announcing the main mission of the 5th round, the Angel said they would hold a small celebration for the area merger. Each of the 10 merged areas originally had its own area representative. But now that the areas had merged, they needed to choose a new area representative. The rules were very simple. The 10 area representatives would fight each other, and the last one standing would become the new area representative. Hearing this, the faces of the area representatives turned pale, because being a representative had become nothing but a dangerous burden. But only Ryu Min understood that before the 5th round, an area representative had been almost useless. From this round onward, however, the role would completely change. The Angel told them not to worry, because after the game ended, they would revive and would not truly die in reality. And starting from this round, the area representative would be granted ruler status. Ruler status allowed them to forcibly control players whose levels were lower than their own. No matter what class the target had, as long as their level was lower, they could be dominated. Of course, this control could only be used 10 times, but it allowed them to command players to do anything, even turn them into playthings. Most of the players revealed twisted smiles, clearly realizing just how tempting this power was. Seeing this, the Angel said it seemed everyone was ready, and the game would begin soon. Since the area merger was complete, the 10 angels also needed to choose a new area representative among themselves. However, for the angels, becoming an area representative was not a pleasant job. So naturally, none of them wanted to take the role. Since no one wanted it, they decided to choose through a more entertaining method. Since the players would fight to decide their area representative, those players would also represent their respective angels. All the angels raised their hands and agreed to this decision. At that moment, the angel from Ryumin's area made a suggestion. The angel whose human area representative survived until the end would become queen and gain the authority to command the other angels. Another angel asked in confusion if that meant the queen could control the other angels. For a moment, all the angels agreed that this was a very interesting wager. The angel from Depra's area said it seemed the angel from Ryumin's area was quite confident in its area representative. It added that its own area's area representative was also very strong and had always ranked first in his area. The angel from Ryumin's area gave a meaningful smile and asked if it was that confident, whether she wanted to join the wager. Hearing this, all the surrounding angels wanted to join, because it was such an entertaining bet. Then, all the area representatives were gathered together. The angel announced that the battle would now begin and told them to dance on the stage. In the next moment, the ground began to shake, releasing a blinding light. When everyone came back to their senses, they were already inside an arena. For a moment, panic spread among the players. The angel told them not to panic, saying this was the arena prepared for them. If they left the arena and died, then they would truly die. Hearing this, everyone immediately became alert and looked around. They summoned their weapons, guarding against the enemies in front of them, Avery, while watching for sneak attacks from behind. At that moment, one man was looking around the arena. Anyone who became an area representative clearly had excellent combat ability. Even so, the man believed no one here was stronger than him, because what he possessed was the disintegration rune. As long as his attack landed, the rune would automatically break down his opponent. Thanks to that rune, he had taken first place in his own area 4 times. The man began to move, wanting everyone around him to witness his strength. Once they feared him, they would no longer dare to see him as prey. Then the man smiled proudly and declared that the position of area representative was his. Hearing this, Ryumin slowly walked forward. He had no time to play around with them, especially when their levels were not even above 20. The man became excited instead, thinking the first fool had finally stepped forward to help him show off his strength. However, it was also his first time seeing someone use a scythe as their main weapon. He mocked Ryumin, asking if someone with such a small frame could really handle such a huge scythe. But when the man saw the name Black Scythe, his face instantly filled with fear as he asked in disbelief if Ryumin was really Black Scythe. His body began trembling uncontrollably because the man in front of him truly was Black Scythe. This was Ryumin, the player who had ranked first overall 4 times in a row and had already surpassed level 30. The man clearly understood that he had no chance of winning. Outside the arena, the angels also noticed something was wrong and wondered why the man had suddenly lowered his weapon. One angel asked Depra if that was its area representative. Depra was just as confused, unable to understand what that foolish human was doing. Why was he standing there, trembling in place? The angel from Black Scythe's area could not help but let out a soft laugh. Depra irritably asked what was so funny. The other angel said it had already known the result of the battle, but it had not expected it to be this entertaining. It asked Depra if it knew why the man was acting like that. It was because he had seen its area representative. Depra looked down and saw that the man holding the scythe was the other angel's area representative, but it still did not believe its own area representative would be afraid. The angel from Black Scythe's area slowly asked if Depra knew what the man was truly afraid of. Depra did not know what he feared, because its area representative had taken first place in his own area 4 times. But the other angel calmly said Depra's area representative was only first in his own area, while its area representative was first across all areas. Hearing this, the other angels finally focused their attention on Ryumin. They realized this man was Black Scythe, the player they had seen at the top of the rankings every single time. Depra instantly understood the difference between being first in one area and being first overall. Then, Ryumin ended the man with a simple strike. The man had completely lost his will to fight and could not even bring himself to attack. The other area representatives noticed what had happened and shouted in panic, saying they were only level 13 and had no way to win. Every step Ryumin took made them feel like they were suffocating, as if death itself was approaching. They hurriedly said they had no intention of becoming his enemy. One man desperately explained that he truly had no intention of attacking. Some even put away their weapons and declared that they surrendered, that all of them surrendered. Even the angels had never seen anything like this before, with so many area representatives surrendering at once. The angels did not want to lose in such a pathetic way, so they coldly threatened that anyone who surrendered would be erased. The area representatives fell into despair because no matter what they chose, it seemed like death awaited them. But if they died by Ryu Min's hands, they could still revive. They did not want to be erased by the angels, so they forced themselves to face Ryu Min because even if they failed, at least they would keep living. Ryu Min calmly said they had made the right choice, but even together, they were still nothing more than insects. Facing the charging area representatives, Ryu Min calmly drew his dark scythe. A scorching aura slowly wrapped around the entire blade. In the next moment, Ryu Min vanished from where he stood, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of them. Before they could even swing their weapons, Ryu Min's slash had already ended. Confused voices rang out as some asked what had happened, wondering why they had not taken any damage. But in the next moment, every one of them felt their consciousness fade as their bodies collapsed. Even the angels looked stunned, unable to speak for a moment. They had known the battle would end quickly, but they never expected Black Scythe to end it in such a dominating way. According to the rules, Black Scythe was now the new area representative of this area, and the angel from his area would become queen. Deborah bitterly asked if the other angel had known from the beginning that it would win. The angel from Black Scythe's area calmly said it had only proposed the wager because it was confident. Deborah had thought there was no doubt it would become queen, but it had ended up losing. Since the match was already over, the angels had no choice but to follow the rules. After all, they were angels, and they should not look foolish in front of humans. Then the angel officially announced the result. Black Scythe would become the sole area representative of this area. He obtained the temporary skill Ruler, which allowed him to command players to do anything, though it would not work on players with higher levels than him. As expected, Ryu Min became the new area representative, and the other area representatives who died should now revive. Deborah could only announce unwillingly that from now on, the area representative was Black Scythe. Next, the 5th round officially began. The 5th round mission had been made more difficult. Players had to kill 300 orcs within 10 hours. In most players' minds, orcs were not especially powerful monsters. However, the angel said they had increased the difficulty slightly this time. The players began whispering among themselves, thinking that killing orcs should be easy enough. Deborah did not bother explaining and simply said they would understand soon. Then, another player asked why the submission was to collect balance stones, while the reward was listed as unknown. The angel said all submission rewards in this round were hidden, and they would only be revealed once someone completed the mission. But Ryu Min remembered clearly. The reward for this round's submission was the balance rune, and the difficulty of the submission was even higher than the main mission. Even completing the submission would not necessarily satisfy the true requirements for obtaining the balance rune. From the angel's words, Ryu Min also learned that there were only 4 balance stones in the entire area. In other words, only one person in the whole area could complete the submission. Even if someone attempted it, there was no guarantee all 4 stones would end up in the same person's hands. Of course, players could also kill other players and steal their balance stones. Then the angel announced that the official game time had begun. From this point on, death would no longer lead to revival, and it disappeared into the sky. The first thing Ryu Min needed to do was complete the main mission of killing 300 orcs. The players behind him decided to follow him, since the angel had said this mission's difficulty had increased. Someone questioned them, asking if they wanted to become his slaves now that he had just become the area representative. But the others knew exactly how strong Black Scythe was. He would complete the mission quickly. If they copied his approach, they could avoid a lot of danger. Soon after, the players followed behind Ryu Min. Soon, they arrived at an orc village. The orcs in the village clearly noticed Ryu Min and charged toward him. But in a single instant, the first orc was cut down. There were not that many orcs in this village. Ryu Min estimated to himself that there were only around 50 or 60 of them. Seeing strangers suddenly appear, the orcs quickly stood up. One of them raised a huge stone axe and swung it down at Ryu Min. But in another instant, 3 orcs were cut down. Ryu Min then began slaughtering the village without hesitation. He did not spare a single orc dwelling. Seeing how easily Ryu Min defeated every orc, the players following behind him began to think the orcs did not look that strong, and that they should be able to complete the mission easily too. So they decided to search for an orc village together and clear the main mission as quickly as possible. Before long, they discovered a large village. One player said this village looked about 3 times bigger than the one Ryu Min had just cleared. But at the same time, the orcs also noticed the players, and a massive horn sounded through the village. The orcs inside immediately swarmed out. Before long, they had surrounded the players completely. Only then did the players feel something was wrong. These orcs seemed dangerous, and their numbers were absurd. Someone quickly told everyone not to panic, saying there were probably just a few more of them than expected. Looking at the charging orcs, one player rushed forward without hesitation, believing they had to be weak. In the next moment, the sound of weapons clashing rang out. As expected, the orcs' attack rhythm looked heavy and slow. The players' eyes gradually filled with excitement because the orcs really did move slowly. Then the player stabbed his weapon straight into an orc without hesitation. The man smiled in relief, thinking that defeating orcs was easy after all. But in the next moment, his face filled with terror because his weapon would not come out of the orc's body. Before he could react, a brutal strike came crashing toward him. The other players nearby soon realized the same thing was happening to them. Screams filled the entire tribe. Meanwhile, Ryu Min was moving quickly and muttered that the people who had been following him were no longer there. With 20 or 30 players trailing him, there was no way Ryu Min would not notice them. If they had attacked small or medium-sized villages like he did, they would not have been in much danger. But large villages with horns were extremely dangerous. A large village like that usually had around 300 orcs gathered together. And the orcs in the 5th round had a completely different body structure from the monsters they had faced before. So the fastest way to kill them was to aim for their necks. That would help complete the mission faster and avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. As Ryu Min's final strike fell, the main mission of killing 300 orcs was complete. It had taken him only 1 hour to finish it. Nearly 5,000 players were participating in this round, yet Ryu Min was still the first player to complete the mission. Now that the main mission was done, it was time for Ryu Min to go help her. Not far away, a random party was struggling to hunt orcs. They kept complaining that the orcs this time were stronger than any monsters they had faced before. Even after fighting with everything they had, the party had only killed 50 in an hour. The leader fell into deep thought, realizing they would never complete the mission at this pace. But they had to complete it, because if they failed, they would all die. Although he wanted to act safely, they now had no choice but to search for a larger orc tribe. The problem was that if they faced more than 3 orcs at once, they would start losing ground. One teammate could not help suggesting that they should keep clearing small tribes slowly. The leader said that idea was not wrong, but at this pace, they would definitely fail. They had no other choice. They had to take the risk and try attacking a larger tribe. After that, one teammate led the group to the location of a large tribe. They had discovered this tribe by accident. But because there were guards nearby, they had left the area instead of approaching it back then. This time, the leader decided they needed to sneak in carefully. However, the party members soon felt that something was strange. Why was such a large tribe completely empty on the outside? Someone guessed that maybe the orcs were all inside their huts. The leader thought for a moment. If each hut had 5 orcs, they could probably clear one in about 5 minutes. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of a hut, waiting for the signal to rush inside together. As the teammate beside him pushed the door open with force, everyone instantly charged into the hut. But the sight before them made the entire party panic. Inside the small hut, there were actually 9 orcs packed together. And at that moment, every single orc was staring straight at them. They could not fight 9 orcs at once. But if they left the hut, they would wake even more orcs. With no other choice, the group forced themselves to attack. The giant axe swung toward them with a heavy swoosh, and one party member hurriedly blocked it, while the leader seized the chance to rush near the orc's abdomen. But instead of attacking the abdomen, the leader chose to strike the orc's ankle. The orc lost its balance and could no longer stand properly. A third teammate used that opening to move in and easily finish off one orc. But before they even had time to feel happy, that move completely enraged the orcs beside them. One of the orcs gave off a much stronger aura than the ones they had fought before. The pressure was so intense that it was hard to breathe. Before the teammate could react, the orc's heavy strike smashed into him. The leader reacted quickly and seized the chance to stab his sword into the orc's neck. Seeing their companion killed by human insects, all the surrounding orcs flew into a range. The party was already outnumbered, and now one of their teammates was injured. The leader immediately decided they had to retreat, because they could not fight that many orcs at once. Without any hesitation, everyone quickly ran outside. The orcs chased after them immediately, clearly unwilling to let them escape. But the teammate running at the front suddenly stopped, his face filled with despair. Outside the door, dozens of orcs had already surrounded them. Despair rose in everyone's hearts as they wondered if they were truly going to die here. Fear spread across their faces. With nearly 20 orcs around them, they were already close to giving up. But at that moment, the leader suddenly told everyone to fight. One teammate said desperately that there was no point fighting because against this many orcs, they had no chance of winning. The leader knew they could not win, but he told them to look at the orcs around them. The orcs' faces were filled with mocking expressions. The reason they had not attacked yet was because they were treating the players like toys. The leader said they could die in battle, but they could not let themselves be played with like rats. At the very least, they would not die in humiliation. They would die like warriors. Hearing this, everyone found their courage again, gripped their weapons, and prepared to fight to the death. But at that moment, the orcs seemed to sense some kind of signal. The orcs that had been surrounding them suddenly ran backward. The players could not understand why the orcs had left, or what had happened outside. When they came back to their senses, only the 7 orcs from the hut remained. The leader immediately said they still had a chance to survive, and told everyone to give it everything they had. Under the leader's command, the party charged at the orcs again. After an intense battle, everyone was injured to different degrees, but they had survived. One teammate said that if not for the leader, they would all have died there. But the leader said it was not his achievement alone. It was the result of everyone fighting together. Although one teammate was still in pain, he could not help wondering where the orcs had gone. The leader said he would go outside to check, while the others stayed behind to protect the injured. Then the leader walked in the direction the orcs had run. He looked around, but could not find a single orc nearby. But the moment he turned his head, disbelief appeared on his face. Countless orc corpses were scattered across the ground. He had no idea what had happened. At a rough glance, there were at least hundreds of orc bodies. Then, at the end of the field of corpses, he saw a figure and a black scythe. Ryu Min turned to look at him, not expecting anyone else to still be in this tribe. Looking at the leader in front of him, Ryu Min recognized him as Zhou Yongho. Was this not the mercenary king from his previous life? Mercenary was a special class. Like warriors, they were close-range fighters who charged at the front of battle. But unlike warriors, mercenaries had to form mercenary contracts with others in order to gain greater power, and a contract with the mercenary king allowed that power to be brought out to its fullest. At that moment, Ryu Min looked at Zhou Yongho in front of him and confirmed that this was the mercenary king from his previous life. Zhou Yongho forced out an awkward smile and greeted Black Scythe. Ryu Min was slightly surprised and asked if he knew him. Zhou Yongho said everyone knew the player ranked first, but deep down he was actually excited, wondering if shaking Black Scythe's hand might annoy the top player. With the rune of inner thoughts, Ryu Min saw through his thoughts completely. Zhou Yongho did not seem like the kind of person who would betray his teammates, and Ryu Min understood that this might be why he had become the mercenary king in his previous life. Then, Zhou Yongho could not help asking if Ryu Min had killed all the orcs here by himself. After Ryu Min confirmed it, Zhou Yongho was still shocked. Even though he had already guessed the answer, he immediately thanked Ryu Min for saving him, but Ryu Min said he had not even known Zhou Yongho was here. Zhou Yongho said seriously that even if Ryu Min had not saved them on purpose, the fact remained that they survived because of him. So he would remember this debt. Ryu Min said he could do whatever he wanted, since all the orcs in this tribe had already been cleared and they no longer needed to worry. Zhou Yongho became confused and asked why Ryu Min had said, "You all," and how he knew Zhou Yongho had come with a team. Ryu Min simply gestured behind him, and when Zhou Yongho looked back, he hurriedly said he had told them to wait while he checked the area first. His teammates replied that they could not let him handle something that dangerous alone. Hearing this, Ryu Min's expression softened slightly. So this was what mercenaries contracted with Zhou Yongho were like. He really was a leader with teamwork and trustworthiness. When the group came closer, they finally realized the man before them was Black Scythe. Ryu Min told them not to be too nervous and said he had only come here for some fun. Then he warned them to leave quickly because all the orcs in this tribe were dead and the boss would spawn soon. Staying here would be dangerous. The group quickly obeyed, saying they all greatly admired Black Scythe. Zhou Yongho thanked Ryu Min again and prepared to leave with his team. But then someone suddenly heard a strange sound, a low growl that sent chills down their spine. Ryu Min's expression turned serious, and he told them to leave quickly because the boss had appeared. The group looked ahead in shock, wondering if this was the orc chieftain. a red moon suddenly appeared, and under its dark crimson light, a roaring orc chieftain emerged before them. The players could not help wondering if this thing was really still an orc, because just looking at it made their hair stand on end. A single roar alone was enough to make their ears ring. Ryu Min looked at the orc chieftain and knew it had appeared after all. As long as he killed this monster, he would obtain a balance stone. And once he killed the other 3 tribe bosses and gathered all 4 balance stones, he could complete the submission and obtain the balance rune. At that moment, the orc chieftain's steps grew faster and faster, as if it could no longer wait to tear the human intruders apart. For the first time, Zhou Yonho felt fear deep in his bones at such close range, and even his voice began to tremble. His mouth had nearly gone numb, and his entire body was being controlled by terror. The orc chieftain let out another deafening roar. Then it raised its weapon and swung it fiercely toward Ryu Min. Seeing the attack filled with the aura of death, Zhou Yongho kept shouting in his mind, to move right now. With just one strike, the entire ground shattered. Only at the last moment did Zhou Yongho finally overcome his fear and barely manage to move. Despair filled his heart. Was this really a boss they could fight? They were going to die here. But Ryu Min paid no attention to what Zhou Yongho was thinking. In an instant, he threw Zhou Yongho out of the combat zone. Ryu Min coldly asked if he was still planning to stand there in a daze, then said he would handle the rest. They needed to leave the center of the battlefield, because staying there would be extremely dangerous. Zhou Yongho understood immediately. If they stayed, they would only get in Black Scythe's way. Watching the orc chieftain approach step by step, Ryu Min did not hesitate. The Reaper's scythe in his hand cut through the night sky as he attacked, but this time, his target was not the neck. It was the chieftain's ankle. In a single instant, hundreds of slashes landed on its ankle. The orc chieftain could not tolerate being mocked by a human insect, and slammed its blazing blade down viciously. Ryu Min simply jumped back and dodged, while judging that although this monster was huge, it was more agile than he had expected. If even one hit landed, it would be troublesome even for him. But no matter how high its damage was, it meant nothing if it could not hit him. Ryu Min's figure kept flashing around the battlefield. In the next moment, he moved so fast, he blurred and vanished from where he stood. When Ryu Min appeared again, he was already at the orc chieftain's side. The Reaper's scythe, wrapped in a dark crimson glow, pierced through the chieftain's arm. But the orc chieftain barely managed to defend, using its long blade to block most of the damage. Otherwise, its entire arm would have been severed. Seeing that the attack had not killed it, Ryu Min gathered his power again the moment he landed and struck from behind. No matter how strong the chieftain was, Ryu Min's combat technique was far more refined. Soon, a terrifying blood mark appeared across the orc chieftain's shoulder. This completely enraged the chieftain, and it tried to kill Ryu Min the instant he landed. But Ryu Min's movements were extremely flexible. The moment he touched the ground, he moved away again, dodging constantly and giving the chieftain no chance at all. At that point, Ryu Min realized this could not continue because his 2 attacks had not caused any truly decisive damage. When the orc chieftain tried to strike Ryu Min again, Ryu Min seized the opening and rushed forward. The Reaper's scythe suddenly aimed for the chieftain's neck, and because its shoulders had been injured twice, its weapon swings had clearly slowed down. Power began gathering in the Reaper's scythe in Ryu Min's hand. Then he stepped onto the orc chieftain's body and used it as a foothold to launch himself upward. Ryu Min growled and activated Reaper's Waltz. In an instant, it was as if countless scythes were spinning and slicing around the chieftain's neck. As blood-red light flashed relentlessly, with a crisp, cracking sound, the orc chieftain's head slowly fell. Its massive body collapsed to the ground. Under the glow of the red moon, Ryu Min looked even more like a reaper descending beneath the night sky. Then, a series of clear system notifications rang out, announcing that he had defeated an orc warrior, gained experience, and obtained a ring pommel sword and an orc heart. As expected, the rewards from a boss monster were especially rich. Ryu Min opened his inventory and checked the epic grade ring pommel sword, which increased attack speed by 5% with each hit, stacking up to 10 times. As for the orc heart, most people would throw away such a disgusting item the moment they saw it. Most players would assume it was just an ordinary heart, but Ryu Min knew its hidden use. It could be used as material to enhance the Reaper's scythe. At that moment, Zhou Yongho's party rushed over and thanked Ryu Min for killing the chieftain. Ryu Min said it had been his target from the beginning, then prepared to leave. But Zhou Yongho knew that even if Black Scythe had not meant to save them, the fact remained that they were alive because of him. The others also said they would become strong like Black Scythe one day. But then, one teammate behind them suddenly panicked, because the heavily injured teammate finally could not hold on anymore and collapsed. Zhou Yongho was shocked, asking why this was happening when he had looked fine earlier. The injured teammate weakly said he had only been pretending so the others would not worry, but now he could no longer endure it. Zhou Yongho told him to hold on, saying he would recover as long as he lasted until the game ended. But the teammate shook his head and said there was no need to comfort him, because even if he survived until the end, he would not be able to complete the mission requirement. Zhou Yongho still refused to give up, saying there had to be a way, and that they would help him finish the mission. The noise behind him caught Ryu Min's attention. Ryu Min was surprised. He had not expected the cold and iron-blooded mercenary king from his previous life to have such a fragile side. Their bond seemed even stronger than he had imagined. Ryu Min could not help thinking of the life he had shared with his younger brother. So he understood how they felt and spoke up, saying they seemed to need help. Zhou Yongho quickly explained that his teammate had suffered a fatal injury in the earlier battle and asked if Ryu Min had any way to save him. Ryu Min said the wound was indeed serious, but he could heal him. Then, Ryu Min activated a healing skill, and pure energy began repairing the teammate's body. Before long, the teammate had fully recovered. Everyone was in disbelief and could not help asking how Ryu Min had done it. Ryu Min said it was only the basic healing spell, Heal, which anyone could buy from the shop. Someone said they had seen that skill too, and that it cost 20,000 gold. But they had never expected it to be this miraculous. Ryu Min realized they had misunderstood something. Ordinary Heal was nowhere near this powerful. Normally, it could only repair minor injuries. Heal belonged to the Blessing and Holy type skill category. The reason Ryu Min could achieve this level of effect was because he possessed the Radiance Rune. The man shouted excitedly, unable to believe his injury had truly recovered. Ryu Min warned him that although the wound was healed, his arm was like new again, so he should avoid using it too intensely. Of course, killing orcs normally would be fine. Everyone was deeply grateful to Ryu Min. In just 1 hour, he had already saved them 3 times, and they told him to call on them whenever he needed help. Then they took out their items to thank Black Scythe. Seeing this, the others also brought out their most valuable possessions, hoping Ryu Min would accept their gratitude. But Ryu Min did not want to gain anything from them. The group insisted that if he refused to accept anything, they would feel uneasy. Ryu Min was a little speechless. Although these items were not especially precious, they still had decent value. But to Ryu Min, he had already gained something better than items, and that was a favor from the Mercenary King. Since the Mercenary King now owed him, Ryu Min would surely receive repayment in the future. Besides, he had needed to come here and kill the orc chieftain anyway, so he had simply gained their favor along the way. After that, Ryu Min left the orc tribe. Meanwhile, a young woman was standing in place. Feeling restless, she had already stayed here for an entire hour. Was it really okay for her not to work on the mission? Looking at the mission countdown while her progress remained at 0, she became even more anxious. She blamed herself, thinking it was all because her fear had made her lose track of Black Scythe. Ryu Min had told Juri to find the player Black Scythe during the 5th round. He had also told her that Black Scythe was his friend and would help her survive the 5th round. Since Black Scythe had become the area representative in the 5th round, Juri should have been able to find him easily. But the sight of Black Scythe killing the other area representatives had filled Juri with fear. His performance on the stage had completely exceeded her understanding. In Juri's eyes, Black Scythe looked like death itself. Even watching from below the stage, she could feel that sullen, suffocating, killing intent. After Ryu Min finished the area representative selection battle, Juri should have gone to find Black Scythe, but she kept repeating to herself that he would not hurt her, desperately trying to gather her courage. A few minutes later, she finally managed to calm down, but by the time Juri came back to her senses, Black Scythe had already disappeared. Just like that, Juri missed her chance to meet Black Scythe, and panic began rising inside her. She remembered what Ryu Min had told her. If she could not find Black Scythe, she should wait 1 hour before taking action. But now an hour had already passed, and she still had no idea when she would see Black Scythe. Their next meeting might not happen until the round ended. Juri finally made up her mind. She could not keep waiting for Black Scythe here. She had to search for him somewhere else. Meanwhile, Juri decided to take action and search for Black Scythe herself. Before long, she found an orc tribe, but this tribe was much larger than she had expected. She knew that the closer she got to places filled with orcs, the more likely she was to find Black Scythe. But in the next moment, she gave up on entering because it was far too dangerous for her. However, she never expected that an orc had already appeared behind her. Juri was shocked. She was already far from the tribe, so why had she still been discovered? She did not want to fight an orc, but in this situation, there was no way to avoid it. Juri immediately activated her blessing power, increasing all her stats by 50%. Looking at the orc charging toward her, Juri felt relieved that there was only one. She also knew the orc's weakness, but she was not good at fighting. She was not sure whether her attack could accurately hit the target. But she had no time to think. She could only charge at the orc, because if she pierced its neck, she could defeat it. However, the orc quickly noticed Juri's intention. It used its arm to block her attack. Only then did Juri realize that the 5th round orcs really had become stronger, just as the angel had said. Fortunately, her weapon had not stabbed too deeply, so she was still able to pull it out. The enraged orc immediately unleashed a storm of attacks on Juri. Each time, Juri could only barely dodge, but she knew she could not keep running. She had to attack if she wanted to survive. So she found another opening and aimed for the orc's neck again. After its weakness was struck, the orc began to panic. It desperately protected its neck. Juri seized that chance, and in that split second of panic, pierced straight through the orc's neck. She had finally killed the orc. This was the first time she had killed an orc alone in a one-on-one fight. A look of joy appeared on Juri's face, but at that moment, footsteps sounded behind her. When Juri turned around, she saw Black Scythe standing there. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, wondering if she was hallucinating. But when she opened her eyes again, it really was Black Scythe. She had been unable to find him all this time, so had he come to find her instead? However, Ryu Min simply walked past Juri, and she immediately realized she could not miss this chance to team up with Black Scythe. So she turned around and shouted for Black Scythe to wait. Ryu Min looked at Juri, who was so nervous she could barely speak, and secretly felt amused. Still, he pretended not to know her and asked what she wanted. Juri finally gathered her courage and said she wanted to team up with Black Scythe, hoping he would help her. Ryu Min asked why he should help Juri and what benefit she could offer him. Juri quickly answered that she was a blessing-type class and could give him powerful buffs. Then she prepared to demonstrate, slightly opening her palm and quietly chanting a blessing. In the next moment, waves of light spread over Ryu Min's body, and his stats rose dramatically. Juri explained that this was her blessing skill, which could increase all stats by 50% for 3 hours. Ryu Min opened his status window and confirmed that his stats had indeed increased by 50%. Juri looked at him happily and said her blessing ability would definitely be useful, so she asked him to let her join his party. Ryu Min asked if that meant he had to let her join the party if he wanted the buff. Had she forgotten that he was the area representative, and that he could use his authority to control her by force? Juri was startled, because Black Scythe really could do that. Seeing Juri's nervous expression, Ryu Min said he would allow her to join as long as she did not betray him. Juri wondered if the condition was really that simple, then immediately said she would never betray him. Ryu Min introduced himself as Black Scythe, a level 32 Reaper. Juri introduced herself as Juri, a level 13 Blessing Mage. Unexpectedly, Ryu Min praised her, saying the way she killed that orc earlier was not bad. Juri awkwardly admitted that it had actually been the first orc she had ever killed. Ryu Min turned to leave, reminding her that they did not have much time and needed to complete the mission quickly. Then he led Juri deeper in and told her to stay close, because that was the only way he could protect her. Hearing this, Juri quietly thought that Black Scythe did not seem as cold as he looked. At that moment, 3 orcs suddenly appeared ahead. Juri was shocked, not expecting 3 to show up at once. Ryu Min told Juri to wait for a moment. In the next second, he charged straight toward the orcs. The orcs instantly became terrified, because Black Scythe's aura was far too overwhelming. He could have killed them with a single strike, but instead, he only incapacitated them. He kept swinging the Reaper's scythe, making it look as if he were torturing the orcs. Juri was shocked by Black Scythe's strength, but she could not understand why he was doing this. Black Scythe spoke coldly, telling Juri to come over and kill them herself, because only then would they count toward her mission progress. In just half an hour, Juri had already completed 1/3 of her mission. That speed was something Juri had never even dared to imagine. For other players, this pace would already be terrifying, but for Black Scythe, it was still too slow. After all, Large tribes were far too dangerous for Juri. If more than 50 orcs surrounded them at once, even Ryu Min could not guarantee he could protect her perfectly. So he decided to search for an orc shaman instead. Juri said excitedly that at this rate, she could complete the mission in 3 hours. But Ryu Min calmly said he would help her finish it within 1 hour. Juri was shocked and asked if he was serious. Ryu Min said they only needed to find one orc shaman. Shamans could summon orcs, and Ryu Min happened to know where one was hiding. Juri was curious and asked how Black Scythe knew the shaman's location. Ryu Min said he had once come here alone, and that this place was very dangerous, so she had to stay close to him when the time came. Hearing this, Juri froze for a moment. Black Scythe was not as cold as she had imagined. He was actually gentle toward her and easier to get along with than expected. Before long, the two arrived at a small village. Juri asked if there really would be an orc shaman in such a small tribe. Only Ryu Min knew that this village was actually a trap set by the shaman. The shaman would hide the players it killed, creating the illusion that this was a weak tribe. Once a player entered the shaman's room and triggered the trap, they would immediately be surrounded and killed by a group of orcs. In truth, the only real orc in the entire tribe was the orc shaman inside that room. Each time, the shaman would summon 8 to 12 orcs to fight, and as long as Juri followed Ryu Min's instructions, she could complete the mission very easily. Then, Ryu Min explained how to deal with the shaman. Juri said she would definitely do it. Black Scythe had been protecting her the whole time, so this time she wanted to handle it on her own. Ryu Min thought this was just a very simple task anyway, so he left it to her. He said he would wait outside the door, and that the shaman was inside this house. Juri then pushed open the door in front of her. What appeared before her was a long corridor. Feeling nervous, she slowly walked forward. In the next moment, her expression became tense. This must be the trap Black Scythe had mentioned, so she had to stay fully alert. All she needed to do was walk to the edge of the red carpet, then quickly step back outside. Although it sounded simple, Juri was still extremely nervous. Then she stepped carefully toward the red carpet. In the next moment, an orc shaman had appeared on the seat ahead without her noticing. Juri did not dare let her guard down and immediately ran back outside. Only after getting out did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then she told Ryu Min that she had done exactly as he instructed. But she still wondered if the shaman would really send orcs out to scout. The moment she finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. Dozens of orcs rushed out at once. But what greeted them was Black Scythe's attack. In a single exchange, every one of those orcs was instantly incapacitated. Ryu Min looked at Juri, who had moved far away, and told her she could come finish them off. After Juri ended the orcs' lives, Black Scythe told her to go back in and repeat the same process. Juri was confused and asked if the shaman would really fall for it again. Black Scythe smiled and said that although the shaman was cunning, its memory was like a fish's and only lasted 7 seconds. After learning this, Juri happily continued. Just like that, under Black Scythe's guidance, Juri successfully completed the mission of killing 300 orcs. Juri could hardly believe it. She had truly finished the mission in less than an hour, and her level had even reached 19. Ryu Min said that once she reached level 20, she would gain a new skill, and her existing skills would also be strengthened, so he would continue helping her level up. Juri froze for a moment, thinking that Black Scythe was actually a very considerate person. She then started to ask if she could keep teaming up with him in the future, but before she could finish, noise from behind interrupted her. The two turned toward the sound. A random party was staring at the ground full of orc corpses, then at Black Scythe, shocked that all of this had been done by him. One of the party members quickly apologized. They said they had only come here to hunt orcs and had not known someone was already here. But the other party members still could not believe it. There were hundreds of orc corpses on the ground. Had these two really killed them all? And how could such a small tribe hold hundreds of orcs? Also, who was this woman? Was she Black Scythe's teammate? The fat man was shocked that Black Scythe was hunting orcs in a party, while the skinny man beside him had already started looking at Juri with a sleazy gaze. He looked Judy up and down, thinking her figure was incredible. In the next moment, with a heavy boom, Ryu Min spoke coldly and said they were not welcome here. He gave them 1 minute to leave. Everyone had the right to think whatever they wanted, but their gazes and thoughts had already crossed Ryu Min's line. Seeing this, the skinny man shouted that this was their first time meeting, so what right did Black Scythe have to make them leave? Juri was shocked, unable to believe someone dared to talk back to Black Scythe. Ryu Min showed no mercy and swung his scythe in a clean sweep. The hair accessory on the skinny man's head was split in half, and Ryu-min coldly reminded them that they had 20 seconds left. After snapping back to their senses, the group immediately fled. Someone cursed under his breath, asking if they were really going to leave just like that, and calling Black Scythe damn annoying. With the rune of inner thoughts, Ryu-min knew exactly what they were thinking, but he did not care about insects like them. Then he simply said they should continue leveling up. Meanwhile, the fleeing party kept looking back and realized Black Scythe did not seem to be chasing them. One of them immediately said he wanted to go back and secretly watch what they were doing. He was curious where so many orcs were coming from, since that tiny tribe could not possibly hold that many. As long as they hid far away, Black Scythe should not be able to notice them. At that moment, several orcs appeared again, and after looking around, they spotted Black Scythe in front of them. They immediately wanted to tear him apart, but Ryu-min only clenched his fist and slammed it into an orc. The orc was instantly sent flying. It crashed straight into its companions behind it. Even the orcs behind it were blown away by that single punch, before the orcs could even hit the ground. Ryu-min's rapid slash had already reached them. In the next moment, several orcs were completely incapacitated. The party watching from the shadows could not help marveling at the strength of Black Scythe, the #1 player, but they could not understand why someone that powerful was not killing the orcs himself. Under their gaze, Juri walked over to the orcs and finished them off. Only then did they understand that Black Scythe was protecting this woman and helping her level up safely. The party members felt both envy and jealousy, realizing she alone was enjoying all the orc experience. Then Juri entered the door again. Before long, she came back out. Seeing this, the group finally noticed the pattern. Every time the woman entered the room, several orcs would follow her out. In just the short time they had been watching, Black Scythe had already disabled more than 50 orcs. Such a small house could not possibly contain that many orcs, unless something inside was endlessly generating them. They only needed to wait until Black Scythe was done, then repeat his method. At that moment, Juri smiled happily, because her level had finally reached 20. She had also learned a new ability, and her blessing effect had increased to 60%. Juri said she wanted to try using the enhanced blessing on Ryu-min, and Ryu-min was happy to test it. Then, Juri activated her new skill, and gentle blessing power glowed from her palm. Black Scythe immediately felt his stats rise significantly. A system notification rang out, announcing that all stats had increased by 60%. This was the enhanced blessing power, and then Juri's newly acquired ability, Breath of Wind, wrapped around her body. In the next moment, Black Scythe's body was also wrapped in wind elemental energy, and he felt his body become lighter. A clear system notification rang out, announcing that attack speed and movement speed had increased by 60% for 30 minutes. After checking his status window, Ryu-min was pleasantly surprised. With an all-stat boost plus a 60% attack speed increase, his power would reach its peak if he activated Night Hunt. Now it was time to deal with the little insects hiding nearby and watching them. Juri quietly laughed, saying those people seemed to think they had not been noticed. Ryu-min said he would enter the room and lure the orcs out, just to see how those people would respond. Then, Black Scythe entered the room. Before long, cracking sounds came from the doorway. Ryu-min rushed out from inside, and behind him, more than 10 orcs were chasing after him. Juri became worried. Could Ryu-min really handle that many orcs at once? The party hiding outside was also confused. How could Black Scythe be chased around by orcs? At that moment, an orc priest chased out from inside the room. They did not know what Black Scythe had done, but he had clearly enraged it. The orc priest chanted in a low voice and swung its staff, sending a burst of energy from behind that landed right in front of Ryu-min. Ryu-min now seemed to have nowhere to escape and was completely surrounded. The hidden party immediately noticed the masked orc and wondered what it was. It looked completely different from the other orcs, more like the leader of this place. They quickly understood that the masked orc had summoned the others, meaning this boss could endlessly call in reinforcements. Juri was shocked. Black Scythe was surrounded, and she thought she should find a way to help him. But in the next moment, confusion appeared on her face. Even though he was surrounded by a large number of orcs, there was not a trace of panic on Black Scythe's face. Then the orc priest continued summoning more orcs, trying to kill Black Scythe with sheer numbers. But no matter how the orcs attacked, Black Scythe handled them with effortless ease. He was even watching the movements of the party outside while fighting. The hidden party thought this boss looked fragile, like a mage-type summoner monster. Since Black Scythe was currently tied down by the other orcs, they could secretly kill the boss. And if Black Scythe noticed them, they could simply use helping him fight as an excuse. Besides, even Black Scythe would need some time to deal with that many orcs. The party members secretly circled around from behind, trying to reach the side of the orc boss. Ju-Ri saw everything from where she stood. She immediately realized they were trying to steal Black Scythe's prey. She thought she had to find a way to stop them. She could not let anyone else take this boss. Earlier, Ju-Ri had felt guilty because Black Scythe had practically handed all the orcs over for her to kill. But Ryu Min had said his own mission was already complete, so she did not need to feel guilty. Besides, his current target was the orc boss, because he had already obtained one balance stone. From now on, his targets would be the bosses, so Ju-Ri could not let these people steal one from him. Just as the party members were about to make their move, a low voice suddenly rang out. Night of Death. Fear instantly flooded their hearts, and they had no idea what was happening. Inside the range of Night of Death, they lost most of their vision. All the random party could do now was stay as quiet as possible and avoid being detected by the priest. But they were already too terrified to even speak. It turned out the orc priest had discovered them long ago. Magic runes had already begun glowing on the staff in its hand. In the next moment, dozens of orcs instantly surrounded them. With their vision gone, the party members had no idea where the orcs would attack from. In only a few minutes, the entire party was killed. At that point, Black Scythe had also finished killing the orcs around him. Ryu Min had not expected them to try stealing the boss right under his nose. They had simply overestimated their own combat ability. Now it was finally time for his battle with the priest. The orc priest summoned more orcs and sent them toward Ryu Min. But this time, Black Scythe had no intention of wasting more time, and he killed them all in a single breath. Right now, Ryu Min had both swiftness and the all-stat blessing active at the same time. On top of that, with his Reaper exclusive rune, his attack power doubled when he used the Reaper's Scythe. If he activated Night of Death, his attack speed would increase by another 50%. With all of those buffs stacked together, his speed and attack power had reached a terrifying level. In the blink of an eye, the Reaper's Scythe was already pressed against the priest's neck. The next instant, the orc priest's head was cut off. Just like that, Ryu Min killed one of the orc shamans. A series of clear system notifications rang out, announcing that he had killed an orc shaman and gained experience. He obtained a large amount of gold and the equipment Moment of Eternal Sleep. He also obtained a mysterious totem and a balance stone. Looking at Moment of Eternal Sleep, Ryu Min was very satisfied with the equipment. Although the necklace had no basic stat bonuses, it had a special effect. Every monster killed would increase 1 stat point. As a cost, the necklace's durability would decrease by 1 point. Its effect was similar to Black Fire Dragon's absorption rune. However, once the necklace's durability reached 0, it would completely lose its effect. But Ryu Min knew he could obtain the durability rune during the 8th round of the Angel game, and once he found a blacksmith to restore the necklace's durability, he would be able to use it to increase his stats without limit. Not far away, Ju-Ri was searching for Ryu Min, but because of Night of Death, she had lost her senses. Before deactivating Night of Death, Ryu Min decided to clean up the corpses first. He quietly activated Erasure, and the bodies were instantly burned away by dark green flames. After that, Ryu Min deactivated Night of Death. Once Ju-Ri's senses returned, she looked confused, unable to understand why everything had gone black one moment, and her vision had returned the next. She immediately looked around. After finding Ryu Min, Ju-Ri could not help asking what had happened and whether he had seen anyone else. Ryu Min had seen that someone tried to secretly kill the shaman, but he did not want Ju-Ri to know about something so cruel, so he said he did not know what had happened either. Ju-Ri was still confused because she clearly remembered hearing screams. Ryu Min did not want Ju-Ri to see those corpses. In this life, he only wanted to protect her properly, so he changed the subject and told her not to think about this place anymore. They should go deal with the next boss together. Before long, another orc tribe had been cleared. At that moment, Ryu Min was fighting a new orc boss. As expected, Ryu Min killed the boss with overwhelming close-range speed. The reward system notification rang out again, announcing increased experience and gold. He obtained Orc Archer's boots and a rusty arrowhead. He also obtained a balance stone, bringing his balance stone progress to 3. Ryu Min then checked the new items in his inventory. The agility stat on the boots suited his class very well, and the equipment he was currently wearing was still low grade. He happened to have some stat gemstones left in his inventory. If he attached them to the boots, he could gain a decent bonus. At this point, Ryu Min had already killed the 3 easiest bosses. Only the strongest one remained, and the final boss battle had a time limit. The faster he killed the boss, the better the reward would be. In his previous lives, his fastest record had only been 43 seconds, so this time, he was determined to surpass himself. Then, Ryu Min told Juri to keep leveling with him. For the rest of the time, Ryu Min began slaughtering orcs at a frantic pace. When the final large tribe was cleared, a system notification rang out, announcing that only 30 minutes remained before the game ended. Ryu Min's level had reached 39, but there was no longer enough time to push himself to level 40. The durability of Moment of Eternal Sleep was also almost at 0, which meant he had already gained 900 stat points from it. Next, Ryu Min had to hunt the final boss, so he and Juri needed to split up for a while. He could not bring her with him this time. From what Ryu Min told her, Juri also understood that the final boss was extremely powerful, and if she followed him, she would only become a burden. Juri said that although she could not go with him, she could still buff him first. With her buffs active, she believed they would help him in the fight against the boss. Then Juri said Ryu Min had helped her so much, but she had nothing proper to give him in return. So all she could offer him was this gemstone. Ryu Min told her she could keep it for herself. But Juri said this round had been extremely difficult for her, and without Ryu Min's help, she might have died here. Besides, she had 2 gemstones, and she wanted to keep the other one for her boyfriend. Hearing this, Ryu Min no longer refused, and accepted Juri's gemstone. Knowing Juri was always thinking about him made Ryu Min happy, so he smiled and said he would go first, and that they would meet again next time. Juri felt reluctant to part with him, and silently wondered when that next meeting would be. After that, Ryu Min activated his tracking ability and moved quickly through the forest, following the signal from his tracking necklace. The boss was still 1,121 meters away, and since he could still track its location, that meant the final boss had not been killed yet. Compared to the final boss, the previous 3 bosses were only mid-level threats. For ordinary players to defeat it, they would need at least 300 players above level 20 working together. Across his 100 regressions, Ryu Min had also been killed by it 4 times, which was why he had accumulated so much experience and created a fastest kill record of 43 seconds. Before long, Black Scythe arrived at the target location, but the scene before him left even Ryu Min in disbelief. He had never expected a group of players in the level 10 range to actually team up and challenge the final boss. This was no different from suicide. A random party was fighting the final boss, though calling it a fight would be generous. They were being crushed one-sidedly. Several hours earlier, to complete the mission more safely, some players had formed a temporary party. At first, they had only teamed up because of the mission. But through repeated battles against orcs, their teamwork gradually improved. Each party member took on their own role, and their levels rose rapidly through battle. Before long, their levels reached 20, and they successfully completed the main mission to kill the orcs. After reaching level 20, the party gained stronger skills, and the orcs that had once been difficult to fight now seemed fragile in their hands. But as they grew stronger, they also became more arrogant, even suggesting they should challenge an even stronger tribe. At that moment, the orc boss appeared in their line of sight. It was the first time they had ever seen such a massive monster. So they decided to challenge the boss together, even laughing as they agreed to randomly split the reward items after killing it. But the moment they approached, the boss sensed their hostility and let out a roar behind it. Their bodies, instinctively, filled with fear. They had thought they had become stronger, but the instant they saw the boss, they realized they had simply been too arrogant. In a single breath, the boss had already dashed right in front of them. Before they could even react, one teammate had already been killed. The boss continued attacking as if it were crushing ants. In the blink of an eye, 2 players in the party were already dead. The archer beside them was so terrified that he could not even move, and he was quickly killed by the boss as well. The man fell into despair. This was not a monster they could fight. The boss lifted the 4th player into the air, then smashed him into the ground, creating a pit several meters deep. When the boss turned its gaze toward the man, he could not believe he was about to die here. He broke down and screamed that he was going to die, just as the orc boss raised its arm to kill him. Ryu Min leapt up from behind. An incredibly fast slash came crashing down. The once overwhelming orc boss instantly collapsed. The man had not even processed what happened. Unable to believe such a terrifying orc had died just like that, he could not help muttering, asking if that was Black Scythe. Even Ryu Min had not expected this ambush to kill the boss in a single strike. A system notification rang out, announcing that he had killed a high orc, gained a level, and reached level 40. His rank title rose from common to expert, and the negotiation function was unlocked. Death Seal rose to 100%, and the range of Knight of Death increased to 1,000 yards. He also unlocked a new skill, Moonlight Destruction. Moonlight Destruction was a Reaper-exclusive skill that dealt a 1,200% boosted strike to enemies within range, combining both physical and magical damage. The next time he was surrounded by a large number of monsters, this single skill would be enough. Then, another series of system notifications rang out. He obtained high orc gauntlets and an orc tooth. He obtained a balance stone, bringing his balance stone progress to 4, and completed the balance stone side mission. In the next moment, the balance rune appeared in Black Scythe's hand and automatically merged into his body. The balance rune's effect was that when the gap between his stat values did not exceed 10 points, the overall effect could be doubled. Ryu Min had actually been preparing for this day for a long time. That was why he had always kept the stat points gained from leveling within a gap of 10 points. Now it was time to see what kind of surprise the balance rune would bring him. But in the next moment, Ryu Min was stunned. He knew his stats would increase a lot, but he had never expected his bonus points to double by this much. Ryu Min was left in shock, unable to believe how many points he had gained. Of course, his high luck had also played a role. Then, another system notification rang out, saying he had killed a high orc within 1 second and met the challenge kill condition. Congratulations! For killing the orc within 10 seconds, he received 100,000 gold. In his previous life, Ryu Min had taken 43 seconds to kill it, and had only received a little over 20,000 gold. But this time, he had broken the record. His result would be permanently recorded, and as a reward, he would receive a one-of-a-kind item. This was the first time since his regression that Ryu Min had encountered a result different from his previous lives. It was also the first time across his 100 regressions that he had received a reward for breaking a record. The system notification said he could choose one unique item. With nervous anticipation, Ryu Min opened the reward item list. He could choose one item from the options, and surprisingly, he really could choose special equipment. However, he did not need a special weapon. That was because he had already gathered all the materials needed to upgrade the Reaper's Scythe. So, this time, what he needed to choose was a helmet. Ryu Min was still absorbed in the excitement of choosing his reward. Meanwhile, the surviving man beside him was staring in pure shock. He could not believe Black Scythe had killed that orc boss in a single strike. Before the man could even speak, Ryu Min had already turned and walked into the distance. At that moment, the angel spoke to the players, asking if everyone had completed their missions. Looking at the number of people left, it seemed many players had died during these short 10 hours. Although the orcs had been strengthened, the players could still win easily enough if they worked together. Next, the angel announced that it was time to check the results of this round. The number 1 player in this area was Black Scythe, and the number 1 player overall was still Black Scythe. Everyone was shocked, because Black Scythe had already reached level 40 and had killed 300 orcs in just 1 hour. But right now, Ryu Min only cared about his rewards. A system notification rang out, announcing that he had earned first place in the area and first place overall. The area first place reward was an epic grade necklace selection box, while the overall first place reward was a special reward box. At the same time, because Ryu Min had participated in 5 rounds and taken first place in every one of them, he completed a special achievement and gained the unique title, Above All Others. This was exactly the reward Ryu Min had wanted. After taking first place for 5 consecutive rounds, he gained a permanent 50% experience bonus. As for the epic grade necklace selection box from the area reward, there were 3 types to choose from, and most people would probably just pick one at random. But Ryu Min knew exactly what each of the 3 necklaces could do, so he chose the Pearl Necklace without hesitation. Although the Pearl Necklace's basic stat bonus was almost negligible, it increased magic resistance by 35%, and in future battles, magic resistance would become extremely important. Accessories with this kind of resistance would be sold for sky-high prices later. Then, as the area's first-place player, Ryu Min could choose another reward. For Ryu Min, the most useful option was naturally the experience bonus. At that moment, the angel interrupted the ranking announcement and said everyone should have finished checking their results. Only 1,585 players had completed the mission this round, and everyone else would be erased. Screams immediately echoed from every direction. But in the angel's eyes, they were nothing more than insects begging for mercy. Seeing this, Ryu-min could not help sneering. These so-called angels were also just insects being controlled by someone else. The angel smiled and said they had not even completed the side mission. But the moment it said that, it realized the side mission had already been completed by Black Scythe. The mission had still been incomplete just over 10 minutes ago, so how had Black Scythe done it? The angel did not bother thinking too deeply about it and simply announced that the survivors could return to reality. After returning to reality, Ryu-min stretched lazily. Now, he could finally begin upgrading his weapon. He used the Reaper's Scythe as the main material, then added the Orc Heart and the Mysterious Totem. After that, he added the Rusty Arrowhead and the Orc Tooth as upgrade materials. Once upgraded, the Reaper's Scythe would become even more powerful. Then, Ryu-min pressed the upgrade button. A pitch-black scythe, with a faint golden glow, appeared before him. The Reaper's Scythe had been upgraded to a unique grade weapon and gained bonus damage, becoming even stronger when used with the Reaper class. Ryu-min could not help laughing, because in this life, he had already become stronger than he had been in his previous one. He had earned 100,000 gold from killing the orcs, so now he would use it to learn practical common skills. Area search would allow him to investigate his surroundings. Enhanced dynamic vision would help him track his prey's movements more quickly. And resistance training increased all types of resistance by 15%. Ryu-min still had 14,000 gold left, which he planned to save for a rare item that would refresh in a few days. Then he activated his tracking skill to locate Huan Yongmin. Since the tracking skill still worked, that meant Huan Yongmin was still alive. In the next round, Ryu-min would still need Huan Yongmin as one of his pawns, though it would also be the last time he used him. The day after the round ended, Ryu-min invited Ju-ri to meet him. Ju-ri's heart fluttered as she wondered why Ryu-min wanted to see her so urgently. Her mind could not help imagining all kinds of possibilities. Then she quickly shook her head, reminding herself not to let her thoughts run wild in broad daylight. At that moment, Ryu-min also arrived at the meeting place. Seeing Ju-ri's nervous, fluttering expression, Ryu-min could not help teasing her, asking if she had been that eager to see him. When Ju-ri's face instantly turned red, Ryu-min could not stop smiling. Then he asked how her results in the 5th round had been. Ju-ri said that thanks to Ryu-min, she had taken 2nd place and even obtained an excellent necklace. Ryu-min glanced at it and said the necklace suited her well. But Ju-ri believed she had only been able to team up with Black Scythe because of Ryu-min's help, so she wanted to give the necklace to him. Ryu-min quickly refused, saying his class was fortune teller. The necklace increased agility, which did not suit his class. Besides, he was currently only level 19, so he did not even meet the requirement to equip it. Ju-ri thought about it and agreed, since a fortune teller was not a combat class. But then she became curious and asked how a fortune teller fought in the first place. Ryu-min awkwardly said fortune tellers only had a few simple little skills, and they were too embarrassing to explain. Since he refused the necklace, Ju-ri took out something else and said he could not refuse this one either. It was a gemstone she had obtained while leveling, and it could increase stats. Looking at the cute girl in front of him, who always thought of him whenever she got something good, Ryu-min did not refuse this time and accepted the gemstone. He smiled and said he was happy that she was always thinking of him, then added that he also had something to give her. Hearing this, Ju-ri's face turned bright red, and she wondered if it was the thing she had just been imagining. But in the next moment, when she heard that what Ryu-min wanted to give her was information about the 6th round, she completely froze. She could only force an awkward smile and say that information about the 6th round was wonderful. After learning about the 6th round, Ju-ri asked if she should continue teaming up with Black Scythe next round. Ryu-min said Black Scythe would not refuse her, because she had shown powerful buffing abilities during the 5th round. Then, Ryu-min asked if Black Scythe had treated her poorly in the game. Ju-ri said he had treated her very well, but he was different from what she had imagined, since he was the #1 player overall. She had always thought Black Scythe would be extremely arrogant and full of himself, but in reality, he was powerful and gentle, and she also felt as if Black Scythe could somehow read people's thoughts. Ryu-min knew that was because he possessed the rune of inner thoughts, but he also knew he was not as perfect as Ju-ri made him sound. After all, he had failed the angel game 99 times before finally reaching this point, and this life was his final chance. Then, Ju-ri's voice pulled Ryu-min back to reality as she asked what he was thinking about. With a worried tone, she asked if he was concerned about the 6th round. if they could be merged into the same area next round, then Ju-ri would be able to help him. Ju-ri was truly too gentle, and Ryu-min was already smiling inside. Ju-ri said she would work hard to become stronger so that during the next area merger, she could actually help Ryu-min. When they met in the game, she would be the one to protect him. Ryu-min could not help wondering what kind of expression Ju-ri would make if she ever found out that he was Black Scythe. Later that evening, Ryu-min arrived at Ma Chun-rock's building. When Ma Chun-rock saw him, he said he had been waiting for a long time, and that thanks to Ryu-min's information, he had completed the 5th round easily. Ryu-min said he had come to discuss 2 things. Ma Chun-rock immediately guessed that it must be information about the 6th round. After the 5th round, Ma Chun-rock now trusted Ryu-min completely. Ryu-min said that aside from information about the 6th round, there was something even more important. They needed to hold a shareholders meeting. In Ryu-min's prophecy, Ma Chun-rock needed to change the company's name and business direction in order to succeed. Ma Chun-rock asked what he needed to do and said he would fully cooperate by bringing it up at the shareholders meeting. Ryu-min said Ma Chun-rock only needed to agree with his proposal during the meeting. If the other shareholders disagreed, Ma Chun-rock would be responsible for persuading them. As the Angel game continued, more and more skilled players would appear. That was why they needed to build a pure player community. Before the full truth was revealed, Ryu-min needed Ma Chun-rock to establish a trading website. Ma Chun-rock did not understand. Was it really necessary to change the company's direction into a player trading website? Would players with power truly still need money? Ryu-min said they absolutely would, because in his prophecy, future players would need massive amounts of gold. Even players who reached level 40 would still use gold for transactions, and once players reached level 40, the trading function would unlock. All they needed was to create a safe and reliable trading platform. While guaranteeing secure player transactions, they could also collect transaction fees. This was indeed the perfect time to start building the website. But Ma Chun-rock was still worried. Once the website was created, would players really use it? Ryu-min explained that items obtained in the game could not be sold to shops, and after 5 rounds of accumulation, everyone would have many items they wanted to sell. Players who had reached level 20 must have already started exploring the deeper uses of game items. Once everyone reached level 40, the number of players meeting material trades would rise exponentially. After thinking it over, Ma Chun-rock also realized this was an excellent opportunity. He even thought that an auction function might appear in the future, which showed that he now fully believed what Ryu-min was saying. For Ryu-min, this was also a perfect opportunity because he could monopolize items whose uses others did not know yet, then use them to create unique grade, legendary grade, or even myth grade equipment. Since they had decided to create a trading website, as the company's largest shareholder, Ryu-min would naturally decide the name. Ryu-min said that since it was a platform for players, it should be renamed Players World, and it would be best to complete this before the 6th round ended. Speaking of the 6th round, Ma Chun-rock then asked Ryu-min to explain what it would be like. Before long, Ma Chun-rock fell into thought and realized that teamwork would still be necessary in the 6th round. Then he sincerely thanked Ryu-min for telling him information about the 6th round. As expected, becoming friends with Ryu-min brought him enormous benefits. Ma Chun-rock also said he would move forward with the shareholders meeting as soon as possible, and that Ryu-min would need to explain things personally when the time came. Ryu-min said there would be no problem. A few days later, Ryu-min kept checking the time on his phone. The moment it reached midnight, he immediately opened the refreshed shop. A ragged piece of clothing appeared in the shop, yet it cost a full 20,000 gold. Only a madman would spend that much on it. But Ryu-min bought it without the slightest hesitation, because only he knew that this seemingly worthless piece of clothing had a hidden use. Only those who obtained crafting blueprints could truly understand what different items were used for. By buying the required materials in advance, he could easily craft high-grade equipment. Ryu-min also needed to use these special items to earn a massive amount of money. But for now, the most important thing was persuading everyone at tomorrow's shareholders meeting. The next day, all the shareholders gathered at the meeting. When Ryu-min brought up the topic of transforming the company into a player trading website, everyone objected, believing that humans who became players and gained power would no longer need money. But after Ryu-min answered every concern one by one, all issues were resolved, and the proposal was eventually approved. Ma Chun-rock could not help saying that Ryu-min's performance had exceeded his expectations. From that point on, the work of establishing the website would be left to Ma Chun-rock. Of course, Ryu Min still had other things to do next, and right now, the only thing he needed to do was continue using Hwang Yongmin. At that moment, a secret PCW meeting was being held somewhere. PCW was an anti-government alliance made up of players. Ryu Min had once approached this organization under a hidden identity in order to obtain the clone rune. This meeting had been held a few days earlier than usual, leaving the members wondering what had happened. A man spoke with a grave expression, saying the team responsible for recruiting players had gone missing. Now that the 5th round had already ended, there was still no news from them. In other words, they were most likely dead. Just then, a system notification sounded, and the Alliance chairman entered the room. The chairman looked around and noticed that far fewer people had attended today's meeting. He said he was glad they were still alive, then announced that the Alliance's player recruitment team had gone missing. Every player who had applied to join the Alliance was dead, and currently, only Black Scythe was still alive. He had seen the 5th round results, but what confused him was why Black Scythe had applied to join them, only to leave afterward. After investigating, he discovered that someone had impersonated Black Scythe last time, and that person had also died under mysterious circumstances. In other words, someone had once pretended to be Black Scythe. Another manager suddenly spoke up, saying someone must have impersonated him. Otherwise, there was no way Black Scythe would join an organization like theirs. The chairman immediately asked coldly what he meant by an organization like theirs. Only then did the man realize he had said the wrong thing. He quickly explained that he simply meant Black Scythe was ranked first, so he had to be arrogant. But the chairman refused to hear more excuses. He said the man was clearly dissatisfied with the Alliance, and from today onward, he would be stripped of all his positions in the Alliance. The chairman could not tolerate any behavior that insulted the Alliance. In the next moment, the man was kicked out of the meeting channel. The chairman calmly said this was only a small interruption and told everyone to continue the meeting. Although everyone had their own dissatisfaction with the Alliance, none of them dared to say it out loud. At that moment, one man suddenly cried out that someone using Black Scythe's name had added him. Everyone was shocked, because this time, the person claimed he really was Black Scythe. However, the website showed that his real name was Hwang Yongmin. The chairman decided to allow him into the Alliance. They could not be sure whether he was truly Black Scythe, so they at least needed to meet him in person. If this was nothing but a prank, the chairman would kill him himself. At that moment, Ryu Min was sitting in front of his computer. Since someone had brought up Black Scythe's name again, PCW would definitely not ignore it. They would surely summon someone to Hwang Yongmin's home to verify the situation. Now, it was time for Ryu Min to act. PCW's methods were completely wrong. To join them, a player had to kill a civilian, and that would only worsen the conflict between players and ordinary people. Eventually, it would cause society to collapse. So Ryu Min had to eliminate the Alliance's leadership, take control of the organization himself, replace PCW's chairman, and keep the Alliance under his command. Meanwhile, inside a convenience store somewhere, a man was robbing the owner, threatening the old man to hand over all the money if he did not want to die. He warned that he was not joking, and gave the old man 1 minute. The old man trembled as he took out all the money. The man said he did not want to kill anyone, so the old man had better not think about calling the police. If he reported this, the man would never let him go. After that, the man ran outside. He looked around, then removed his mask, revealing himself to be Hwang Yongmin. Hwang Yongmin thought this was a huge haul, and that he would not have to worry about money for a month. Now that he had become a player, he could live however he wanted in the real world. But then he wondered if he could really keep surviving in the Angel game. That damned Black Scythe had lowered his stats by a huge amount and made him lose all his friends. If he ever met Black Scythe in reality, he would kill him with his own hands. A short while later, Hwang Yongmin finally returned home. But when he turned his head, he found someone standing in front of his house. Hwang Yongmin immediately became cautious and demanded to know who the man was and why he was at his home. The man asked if he was Hwang Yongmin, and Hwang instantly grew nervous, asking who he was and whether he was a police officer. The man implicitly laughed and asked why he was so tense, wondering if Hwang had been using his player status to commit crimes. Then the man introduced himself as an executive of the PCW Player Alliance, saying they had received Hwang Yongmin's application to join that morning. Hwang Yongmin looked confused and said he knew nothing about any application. The man froze for a moment, realizing that Hwang Yongmin was not Black Scythe, so he prepared to leave, saying it seemed he had made a mistake. But Hwang shouted at him to at least explain what had happened. The man explained that someone had used Hwang Yongmin's name to pretend to be Black Scythe and submit an application to them. Hwang Yongmin shouted angrily, asking who dared to impersonate him. But before he could finish, A quiet voice sounded beside him, revealing that he was the one behind it. Hwang Young-min demanded to know why Ryu-min had impersonated him, and whether they knew each other. Ryu-min calmly said, of course he knew Hwang Young-min, and that they were actually well acquainted. Then he summoned the Reaper Scythe, and asked if this was enough for Hwang to recognize his identity. The PCW executive stared at the massive scythe, thinking this was the first time he had seen a player use a scythe as a weapon in reality. He wondered if this man was really Black Scythe, though he did not look especially muscular. However, Hwang Young-min beside him was already too terrified to move. It was a fear carved into his bones. Hwang knew clearly that this man was Black Scythe. But why had he come looking for him? The PCW executive looked at Hwang Young-min and realized he was terrified. But this was his first time meeting Black Scythe, so he could not understand that fear. Since he had no conflict with Black Scythe, the man assumed Black Scythe would not attack him. Ryu-min looked at the man and confirmed that he was one of PCW's higher-ups. Then, Ryu-min told the people hiding behind him to come out, because the man had not come alone. The man was shocked, unable to understand how Ryu-min knew he had brought other players. The players upstairs raised their hands and came down, also wondering how Black Scythe had known they were hiding above. Ryu-min coldly told them to stay where they were, and that if they took even one more step, he would kill them. One of them questioned him, saying he looked only about 1.75 meters tall, so how could he be Black Scythe? He added that Ryu-min looked too slim, asking if he was really Black Scythe. Ryu-min said they should understand after seeing the scythe. The others admitted they had heard Black Scythe used a scythe as his weapon, but had never seen it in person. Ryu-min asked why they were still questioning whether he was Black Scythe, then told them directly that he was Black Scythe. In the next moment, shock appeared on the man's face, because his rune of truth showed that Ryu-min was telling the truth. His rune of truth told him that everything Ryu-min said was true. In other words, the person before them was the real Black Scythe, the strongest player ranked first overall. The man who had questioned him earlier finally began to feel fear. He quickly explained that he had not meant to offend Ryu-min and had only thought someone was impersonating Black Scythe again. But Ryu-min calmly exposed him, saying he had only wanted to confirm his identity before deciding whether to kill him. The man's face grew even more terrified, and he wondered how Ryu-min knew his thoughts. Then, trembling, he apologized sincerely to Black Scythe. Ryu-min calmly said they no longer needed to confirm his identity. The PCW executive quickly said he had already confirmed Ryu-min's identity. Ryu-min sneered. Since the man had the rune of truth and had confirmed that everything he said was real, then to make up for their offense, they only needed to withstand one attack from him, and he would forgive them. The man hurriedly said that if Ryu-min was willing to forgive him, he would accept one attack. But before he could finish speaking, Ryu-min killed the man in front of him with a single strike. The faces of everyone nearby grew even more terrified. They had no idea what had just happened, and had not even seen Ryu-min swing his scythe. This was the man ranked first overall. Even at such close range, they could not sense his attack at all. The PCW executive forced down his fear and shouted, asking what Black Scythe was doing. They had originally planned to invite Black Scythe to join PCW. But now it was clear that Black Scythe was on a completely different level from them, and the idea of inviting him was nothing but a joke. At that moment, another man used a telepathy rune to speak with the PCW executive, saying Black Scythe could not become their ally and had to be killed. But Black Scythe was level 40, so they had no chance in a direct fight. Their best option was to pretend to surrender, then attack him by surprise. With the rune of inner thoughts, Ryu-min smiled and directly asked if they were planning to pretend to surrender before launching a sneak attack. The man panicked and quickly said there was no way they would do something like that. But Ryu-min said he was 100% certain that they intended to surrender on the surface, then stab him in the back. Then, Ryu-min asked if they knew why he had used Hwang Young-min's identity. It was because he wanted to meet them through Hwang's name, then kill every single one of them. The man clearly had not expected Black Scythe to be so direct. He had come here from the start to kill them, so the man desperately tried to think of a way to calm him down. But in the next moment, the man's face collapsed into pure terror. In the blink of an eye, the PCW executives had already fallen to the ground, all of them killed. The remaining men could not understand why Black Scythe had lured them here, when they had never had any connection to him. One of them broke down and asked why he was killing them when this was their first meeting. Ryu-min coldly said that while this might be their first meeting, he knew very well what PCW had done. They required any player who wanted to join the alliance to kill a civilian, and to become executives at their level, They had taken the lives of dozens of civilians. That was why Ryu Min was killing them. The man weakly argued that they were players, and ordinary civilians showed them no respect at all. Should the weak not bow their heads before the strong? The weak were meant to obey powerful people like them. Ryu Min coldly said that people like them would only intensify the conflict between ordinary citizens and players, eventually becoming the trigger that would cause society to collapse. That meant their existence no longer had any value. In the next moment, Ryu Min swung the scythe in his hand without hesitation. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he thought they truly were a self-centered trash alliance. Then, Ryu Min turned to look at Huang Yongmin. Seeing this, Huang Yongmin trembled uncontrollably, with only one thought left in his mind. Was he about to die too? Ryu Min whispered slowly, telling Huang Yongmin not to be afraid, because he would soon send him to meet his friends. Then, Ryu Min removed the mask from his face. That single action instantly shocked Huang Yongmin, because the person beneath the mask was someone Huang could never have imagined. So this was the real Black Scythe himself. At that moment, Huang Yongmin could not believe what he was seeing. The man he had once trampled on at school was actually Black Scythe. Remembering his first encounter with Black Scythe, Huang finally realized that this might be why Black Scythe had always targeted him in the game. Ryu Min calmly said he knew Huang still found it hard to accept, but he truly was Black Scythe himself. Huang broke down and asked why Ryu Min had kept pretending to be bullied by them when he clearly had such overwhelming power. Ryu Min coldly replied that he had been giving Huang chances, but Huang had only doubled down and beaten him even worse. As soon as those words fell, Huang Yongmin's shoulder was cleanly severed. Ryu Min thought his past self had truly been foolish, because back then, he had still held a tiny bit of hope for Huang. But since they had once been classmates, Ryu Min would let him die without pain. Then Ryu Min activated a healing skill and repaired Huang Yongmin's shoulder. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar man before him, Huang trembled and asked if he was really Ryu Min. Ryu Min said he was no longer the Ryu Min Huang used to know. Now, he was Black Scythe, the name everyone knew, and the so-called agent of death they spoke of. Huang begged Ryu Min to spare him, saying he knew he had done too many wrong things and wanted a chance to atone. Ryu Min said there was no need for atonement anymore, and Huang hurriedly added that he could become Ryu Min's slave and obey his every command. As long as Ryu Min ordered it, he would do anything. Ryu Min looked at Huang Yongmin and said he would never use him because Huang would betray him again. Huang was shocked, unable to understand how Ryu Min knew what he was thinking. He begged him not to kill him, promising that he would never betray him. But before Huang Yongmin could say another word, Ryu Min ended his life with a single strike. Only then did Ryu Min speak quietly, saying he had once given Huang a chance. Back then, Ryu Min did not have the rune of inner thoughts, so he could not see Huang's true thoughts. In the end, Huang had ambushed him during one of the Angel Games. So this time, no matter what, Ryu Min would never give him another chance. From now on, he would never have to see that disgusting face again. Then, Ryu Min silently activated Erasure. The corpses and traces on the ground were instantly wiped away. Next, Ryu Min still had something even more important to do. Not long after, PCW's leader entered the room. He asked why they had called him so early. The woman said that by this time, the people sent to find Black Scythe should have already returned. But she had just received news that they had all died during the meeting. The leader was shocked and asked who could have done such a thing. Was it Black Scythe? The woman said yes. Based on their current analysis, Black Scythe was hunting down members of the Alliance. The leader could not understand it. They had barely had any contact with Black Scythe, so he had no reason to target the Alliance. The woman also could not figure out why Black Scythe was targeting them. Maybe he simply disliked them, since their alliance really was that terrible. The leader coldly stated that if Black Scythe was hunting Alliance members simply because he disliked them, then they had to unite and kill him. At first, he had thought the Alliance would become stronger if Black Scythe joined them. But now, Black Scythe was clearly a madman and an enemy of the entire Alliance. They had to avenge their members. However, the woman still had one question. How could they be sure the player from this meeting was truly Black Scythe? Because this time, there was a witness. He had personally seen everything that happened. It turned out that the PCW executive had already told the chairman and the woman that Black Scythe was hunting Alliance members, and both of them said they would be careful. After that, the chairman left the chat room. The woman told the PCW executive that he was truly lucky to have escaped from Black Scythe, and told him to rest well. The PCW executive said what he had experienced today was terrifying, and that he really did need to rest. After the woman also left the chat room, the person in the room quietly said it seemed they had not noticed him. In the next moment, he quietly deactivated his disguise, revealing Ryu Min's true face. Ryu Min secretly felt pleased, thinking he might actually be suited for acting. After the 5th round of the Angel game ended, he had deliberately chosen the item called Outlaw. This item allowed him to perfectly disguise himself as someone he had killed, leaving almost no flaws. Ryu Min had originally wanted to kill the chairman and disguise himself as him, so he could control the entire alliance. But hilariously, the chairman of a player alliance was not even a player. So Ryu Min decided to keep using this disguise and secretly monitor everything happening within the alliance. For now, the most important thing was to keep increasing his strength and restore the durability of Moment of Eternal Sleep so he could grow even faster. It was time to go abroad and find that person. At that moment, deep in a wild forest in England, a man was frantically hammering away at a weapon. Before long, the weapon was finally completed, but the man's face was filled with worry. Even though the weapon was nearly perfect, no one was willing to pay for it. He had already poured his entire fortune into holding on until now, so he decided he had to go out, earn money, and keep enduring. He encouraged himself, saying a man had to have ambition. Although he was not very good at combat, he had obtained a new skill in the 5th round, one that could increase a weapon's durability and damage. While the man was lost in thought, Ryu Min had already arrived outside. Hearing a sound from the doorway, the man turned back to look. When he saw Ryu Min appear, he was extremely surprised, since this place was deep inside the forest. He asked in confusion who Ryu Min was, and whether he had gotten lost in the woods. Ryu Min said he was not lost, then identified the man as the famous blacksmith Daniel. Daniel was confused and asked how Ryu Min knew his name, and whether they had met before. Ryu Min said this was their first meeting, but he had heard Daniel's name long ago. He claimed to be a prophet, and said he had seen Daniel more than once in his prophetic dreams. Daniel was stunned, and asked if Ryu Min was a seer, saying it was almost impossible to believe. Ryu Min directly stated that Daniel was a blacksmith from Beginner Village number 8 in Yuko, Zone C of the Angel game. Daniel's face filled with shock, and he said he had never heard of a prophet class before. The existence of such a class felt unbelievable to him. Ryu Min said it was normal for him to be surprised, because he was the only prophet. Daniel asked why someone with such a rare class had come to find him. Ryu Min said he had come to ask for Daniel's help because he wanted him to repair an item. In exchange, Ryu Min would tell him information about the 6th round. Daniel was immediately tempted. If he could learn about the 6th round in advance, he would definitely gain the upper hand. He asked if all he had to do was increase the durability of one item, and Ryu Min would give him the 6th round information. Ryu Min said that kind of exchange was far too simple. The real reason he was willing to tell Daniel everything about the 6th round was because he wanted to become his friend. Daniel did not understand what Ryu Min meant. Ryu Min explained that in his prophecy, Daniel would become a high blacksmith in the future. His forging skills would become unmatched, but he would eventually die in the 15th round. That was why Ryu Min wanted to become his friend and help him grow stronger. That way, Daniel could escape the death predicted in Ryu Min's prophecy. After hearing all this, Daniel asked what Ryu Min wanted from him in return. Ryu Min said he only wanted Daniel to become his comrade, so they could help each other from now on. After finding Daniel, Ryu Min's true goal was simply to form a partnership with him, and Ryu Min knew that very clearly. After all, Daniel was the only high blacksmith in the Angel game who had survived until the 15th round. If Ryu Min could cooperate with him, it would be a huge help in the future. But Daniel still seemed hesitant, so Ryu Min told him there was no need to worry. He only wanted Daniel to repair his equipment from time to time. In return, Ryu Min would tell him information about the next round every time, helping Daniel grow stronger faster and avoid as much danger as possible. Daniel knew he had no real reason to refuse, but he still wondered whether he could truly trust the man in front of him. So Daniel said he was very grateful for Ryu Min's high opinion of him, but he wanted to decide whether to cooperate after the 6th round ended. Of course, he could repair Ryu Min's item this time first. Then, Ryu Min took out the item he wanted repaired, Moment of Eternal Sleep. The necklace currently had only one durability left, and Ryu Min hoped Daniel could repair it. In the next moment, Daniel activated his exclusive class skill. Blazing fire elements surged into Moment of Eternal Sleep, and behind him, the symbol of a hammer made of fire and gold appeared. Before long, Daniel said the repair was complete. Ryu-min was deeply shocked, because that symbol was the mark of the smithing god's inheritance. No wonder Daniel had repaired it in such a short time. With this item restored, Ryu-min's stats would rise rapidly again in the next round. Daniel looked at Ryu-min's satisfied expression and thought that, although he did not know the necklace's effects, it must be very important to him. Ryu-min also realized Daniel did not know the necklace's attributes, likely because as a blacksmith, he did not want to pry into a customer's privacy. Ryu-min thanked Daniel for repairing his item, then said he would now tell him the information about the 6th round. A moment later, Daniel fell into thought. If the monsters were really that powerful, then he would need to find some helpers. While Daniel was thinking, Ryu-min said he wanted to buy something from him, a material Daniel owned but did not know how to use yet, black steel powder. Daniel was stunned, unable to believe Ryu-min even knew what items he had. Ryu-min calmly said that the blacksmith class was extremely expensive in the early stages, so he guessed Daniel must be short on money right now. Daniel froze in shock, realizing Ryu-min had even predicted that he was struggling financially. Daniel apologized to Ryu-min, saying he had still held a slight doubt earlier and wondered if Ryu-min was lying. Ryu-min said that kind of caution was normal. After the angel game descended, everyone had to protect themselves carefully, and he had no ill will toward Daniel. Daniel said he would give Ryu-min the black steel powder for free because Ryu-min had already told him far too much valuable information. Hearing this, Ryu-min was also surprised, and soon a black cloth box appeared before him. The item description contained only a few short words: deep black powder that emitted a faint magical fluctuation. Ryu-min was still stunned, unable to believe Daniel was really going to give this to him. After all, black steel powder was an extremely valuable material in the mid to late stages, and its true use would only appear in the 11th round. Ryu-min thought he had obtained something incredibly precious from Daniel this time, so he confirmed once more, asking if Daniel was really giving it to him. Daniel said he did not know what the item was used for, and that currently, only Ryu-min, as a prophet, probably knew its value. Daniel also knew in his heart that since Ryu-min specifically wanted it, it had to be a precious material. But he had already received too much help from Ryu-min, so he could not be greedy. Hearing Daniel's inner thoughts, Ryu-min could not help smiling happily. Then, Ryu-min took out a box and handed it to Daniel, telling him to open it, because everything inside was for him. In the next moment, Daniel froze on the spot. Inside the box was a full £1 million, more money than he had ever seen in his entire life. Ryu-min said this should solve Daniel's problem with lacking materials. With this money, he could focus entirely on researching his craft. Daniel looked at Ryu-min with deep gratitude. Ryu-min then added that he had one more suggestion. While buying materials, Daniel should also use part of the money to buy stocks. A stock called Player's World would appear soon, and Daniel should buy as much of it as possible. Of course, Ryu-min was not forcing him to buy it, but if Daniel invested in that stock, he would never have to worry about money again. Daniel said he would follow Ryu-min's advice, since this money had been given to him for free. Then, the two of them agreed that they hoped for a pleasant partnership in the future. Daniel also saved Ryu-min's contact information. Ryu-min said they would meet again after the next round ended. Several days later, the angel game summoned the players once again. Ryu-min looked around and found himself in a vast desert. The other players were also summoned, one after another. Everyone looked uneasy, wondering what the mission of this angel game would be. Ryu-min knew he needed to find several people to cooperate with this round, and Juri was naturally his first choice. Aside from Juri, he still needed 3 more teammates. While Ryu-min was thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind him, calling out to Mr. Black Scythe. Juri was walking toward him. She happily said that this time, she had found Mr. Black Scythe as soon as she was summoned. She then said she would be in his care again for this round. But at that moment, Juri completely failed to notice the gazes of the people around them. The other players whispered among themselves, wondering who she was and how she could be so close to Black Scythe, while their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Juri curiously asked if Mr. Black Scythe had defeated the final boss last round, and Ryu-min gave her a clear yes. Juri became even more curious, wondering how he had killed the boss in such a short time. Ryu-min smiled and said he would not tell her how he killed the boss, nor would he tell her what reward he received. Juri clenched her little fists and puffed her cheeks at him, saying she had not even asked yet, but he already knew what she wanted to ask, almost as if he could read her mind. Hearing this, Ryu-min was startled. A woman's sixth sense really was terrifyingly accurate. Only after saying it did Juri suddenly blush, wondering how she could speak to Black Scythe like that. It almost sounded as if she was saying Black Scythe paid special attention to her. Juri immediately apologized with a red face, saying she should not have spoken so carelessly. Ryu-min was in a great mood and said he would take it as her praising his sharp observation skills. Only then did Juri feel relieved, and she was also secretly glad. She had never expected Black Scythe to be such a kind and gentle guy. Meanwhile, another woman was watching Black Scythe from not far away. Seo Arion was puzzled, wondering who the girl beside Mr. Black Scythe was. Then she walked straight toward Black Scythe and greeted him. Ryu-min looked at the two people in front of him, returned to his cold expression, and asked what they wanted. Seo Arion asked whether that girl was already part of his team. Ryu-min replied coldly that he had no obligation to answer her question. So Arion could not understand it. Just moments ago he had smiled so gently at that girl, so why was he suddenly so cold toward her? Ryu-min then said he was not allied with them for any missions. In truth, Ryu-min understood very well that they had approached him because they wanted to invite him to team up. An Sang-chel immediately spoke up beside her, saying they sincerely wanted to join Black Scythe's team. Ryu-min asked why he should let them join and what benefit their joining would bring him. An Sang-chol said they had already obtained information about the 6th round, and if Ryu-min agreed to team up, he would share everything with him. Ryu-min looked at An Sang-chel and pretended to think it over seriously. An Sang-chol became extremely nervous, unsure whether Black Scythe would accept his request. Meanwhile, Ryu-min decided that since An Sang-chel had proposed this himself, it was the perfect chance to test him. Then, Ryu-min said he did not need information about the 6th round. An Sang-chol was shocked, since obtaining game information in advance should have been extremely helpful to Black Scythe. But Ryu-min said he did not know where they had gotten their information from, and he could not judge whether it was true, so he would fight in his own way. However, if An Sang-chel told him who had given them the game information, Ryu-min would consider letting him join. Ryu-min added that as long as An Sang-chel revealed the source, he would agree to let him join the team, making this a very fair deal. After thinking it over, An Sang-chol said it was a secret that absolutely could not be revealed, then sincerely apologized to Ryu-min. Hearing this, Ryu-min thought An Sang-chol clearly knew how to keep a secret. At the very least, he would not spread information about the prophet. Just as An Sang-chol was about to leave in disappointment, Ryu-min said he agreed to let him join the team, leaving An frozen in shock. Ryu-min said he admired people who could keep secrets, because people like that often became reliable teammates. After coming back to his senses, An Sang-chol felt extremely relieved that he had not said anything. Then he said he and Seo Ah-young would do their best to serve Ryu-min and avoid holding him back. Ryu-min then introduced Juri, saying she was his dedicated support. Seo Ah-ryung also greeted her and introduced herself. Juri immediately froze in shock. Juri asked if Seo Ah-ryung had changed her original appearance because she looked just like a famous celebrity. Seo Ah-ryung replied that she was the celebrity Juri was talking about, making Juri so excited she almost jumped. At that moment, An Sang-chol asked Mr. Black Scythe again if he really did not need the 6th round information. Ryu-min said he did not need it because he could handle anything that was about to happen. An Sang-chel had originally planned to use the 6th round information to earn Black Scythe's favor, but now it seemed Black Scythe was not interested at all. Then he asked Juri what Mr. Black Scythe meant when he called her his dedicated support. Juri said she could increase a player's stats, and once the Angel game officially began, she would let them experience it for themselves. Seo Ah-ryung said she could also provide a buff, so Juri asked what kind of buff she had. Seo Ah-ryung replied that it was just a shield ability. An Sang-chol realized that Black Scythe valued this girl highly, so he introduced himself to Juri. Juri also felt that An and Black Scythe seemed to have known each other for a while. Looking toward Black Scythe nearby, An Sang-chol said Black Scythe had once saved their lives. Hearing this, Juri became even happier, feeling certain that her judgment was right. Deep down, Black Scythe really was a gentleman. At that moment, the angel descended and said it was glad to see everyone again. Then, it looked around and announced that 1,100 players were participating this time. After that, the angel revealed the content of this round. The players had to kill one boss within 6 hours, and in the end, only 505 people would survive. At that moment, whispers came from the players around Ryu-min. There was only one boss this round, which meant the boss had to be extremely strong. The angel said that no matter how strong a player was, no one could defeat the boss alone this round, because this was a team battle they had carefully prepared. The players needed to form 5-person teams to fight. Once a team was formed, teammates could not attack each other. Of course, That restriction only applied to members of the same team. Players from other teams could still be attacked. No matter who in the party killed the boss, every member would receive gold and items based on their damage and contribution. One player asked whether being too far from the team meant they would not receive rewards, and whether the rewards would be split evenly. The angel said they would not be split evenly. Rewards would be distributed based on damage percentage, though if someone was lucky enough, they could still receive an item even with low damage. The player asked if that meant even with only 1% damage, they could still receive an item as long as they were lucky. The angel confirmed that this was exactly how it worked. Support players would also receive contribution based on the buffs they provided. That was the item distribution rule for this round. If a player could not find teammates and form a party, then the only thing waiting for them was death. In other words, as long as a team defeated one boss, all 5 members could survive this round. A total of 101 bosses would spawn this time. That was all the information for the 6th round. The rest would be up to the players. Ryu Min looked at the angel. The angel made it sound simple, but only Ryu Min knew this round would not be that easy to clear. In the next moment, a system notification for the countdown rang out in everyone's ears. An Sangchul knew very well that this was exactly what the prophet had told him. They needed a 5-person team to attempt the mission. He felt extremely fortunate that he had joined Blackside's team. This round, he would definitely survive. An Sangchul said they currently had 4 players, but Ryu Min replied that he already had someone in mind for the 5th slot. Everyone was surprised that Ryu Min had already chosen their final teammate so quickly. Ryu Min smiled faintly, thinking that person should be nearby. If he was close, Ryu Min could pretend it was a coincidence and naturally bring him into the team. Meanwhile, the surrounding players also became busy, because without a 5-person party, they would not even be able to challenge the mission. They hurriedly sent party requests around them, afraid that if they were too late, they would not find strong teammates. Some even shouted that as long as someone took them in, they would give up all item rewards. At the same time, most players set their sights on Black Scythe. Since this mission required teams, all of them had a chance to work with the #1 player overall. A moment later, someone finally could not hold back and walked toward Ryu Min. The person said that Mr. Black Scythe could take all the items and rewards, and they only hoped to join his team. But before they could even finish speaking, Ryu Min coldly said he did not need them. The two could only awkwardly step back, worrying whether they would survive this round. At first, Ryu Min had planned to casually find a few teammates and clear the mission, but now, he wanted to find 5 reliable teammates who could grow with him. Even now, many players were still watching Ryu Min, and people kept coming over one after another to ask if they could join. But all they received was Ryu Min's cold rejection. The surrounding players could only look enviously at the people beside him, because with Black Scythe protecting them this round, they were almost guaranteed to survive. An Sangchul was also very curious about who Black Scythe would choose as his teammate this time. If Mr. Ma Chen Rock were here, he would definitely recommend him to Black Scythe. Meanwhile, Juri thought that if Ryu Min were here, she would surely be able to join this team too. Just as everyone was lost in thought, footsteps suddenly came from behind them. Someone called out saying it had been a while, Mr. Black Scythe. Everyone turned toward the voice, and the man said he was glad to see him again in the 6th round. Ryu Min joked that he had thought Zhou Yonho had been eaten by those orcs in the 5th round. Zhou Yonho laughed and said that thanks to Mr. Black Scythe's help, his team had also completed the 5th round mission quickly. Then he thanked Ryu Min again for saving him, and called his teammate over. The man said that without Mr. Black Scythe, he would have died in the 5th round. Ryu Min praised him, saying that completing the mission with an injured shoulder was already impressive. Zhou Yonho asked if Mr. Black Scythe was looking for teammates, then quickly explained that he was not here to join his team because he had already formed one himself. Ryu Min knew Zhou Yonho had not come to join his party. The golden chain displayed on his arm showed that he was already in a team. Zhou Yonho said he had come to thank him again, and also to make a proposal. He wanted their 2 teams to form an alliance because he also wanted to be able to help Ryu Min. Everyone in his party hoped to repay Mr. Black Scythe for saving them. After thinking for a moment, Ryu Min said he appreciated their goodwill, but he did not need help for now. Zhou Yonho quickly said he did not need any items or rewards and simply wanted to repay the favor. Ryu Min replied that he just did not want to make a simple mission more complicated. Zhou Yonho insisted that they truly wanted to repay Mr. Black Scythe for saving their lives. Seeing how sincere they were, Ryu Min no longer refused and said that if he really needed them, he would let them know. Jo Yong-ho finally looked satisfied and said Ryu Min could call them anytime if he needed anything. Then he said goodbye, and before leaving, he bowed deeply once again to express his gratitude. After watching them walk away, An Sun-chul asked whether Ryu Min had decided on the fifth teammate. Ryu Min said he had already chosen the fifth player. Then he raised his hand and pointed to the left. Everyone followed his finger and turned to look. Ryu Min said it was the player named Ivy. That's right, I'm talking about you. Hearing this, the man nervously walked toward Ryu Min. Ryu Min said he had already noticed him staring from the side and asked why he had been watching him. Ivy immediately said he wanted to join Ryu Min's team. He was level 23 and his class was Dark Mage. Ryu Min directly said Ivy would be their fifth teammate. Ivy could hardly believe he had been allowed to join the team that easily. Everyone beside them was just as shocked. Ryu Min had rejected so many powerful players, yet he chose someone who looked so weak. No one could understand his decision. Only Ryu Min knew that in the future, Ivy would become the founder of the Church of Death, as well as one of his fanatical followers. Since Ivy would eventually become his devoted follower, building a friendship with him early was not a bad choice. Then Ryu Min told everyone to gather together. The moment their hands stacked together, golden light began to shine. A golden chain symbolizing a successful party formation appeared on everyone's arms. Even then, Ivy still could not believe Mr. Black Scythe had actually allowed him to join the team. In his heart, he swore he would offer his life to Black Scythe. After Ryu Min invited Ivy into the team, the fanatical Ivy had already decided that he would devote his life to Black Scythe. In the past, Ivy had always been an ignored, ordinary person. Ever since his first year of high school, he had been bullied by his classmates every single day. They even mocked him, saying they were his friends. And of course, being their friend required money. Ivy's parents had died in an accident when he was young, and he lived with his elderly grandmother, so he had no money to give them. But those classmates would not let him go. They said they only wanted money, and they did not care whether he stole it or robbed someone for it. They even threatened him, saying that if he did not pay, they might send his grandmother to her grave early. His grandmother was Ivy's only emotional support, so he desperately wanted to protect his only family. But he had no strength at all. Every time he resisted, all he received was endless beatings and even harsher bullying. Ivy had thought about ending his life more than once, but reason told him that if he died, there would be no one left to take care of his grandmother. So he endured that high school life for 3 full years. He had thought everything would finally get better once he entered college. But then the angels suddenly descended and announced the beginning of the apocalypse. Ivy's greatest worry was what would happen to his grandmother if he died in the game. Fortunately, he managed to survive until the 3rd round. But one day, when he returned home, he found his only family member murdered, and the killers were the same 3 bastards who had bullied him in high school. Ivy could not understand why fate had treated him this way. All he had wanted was an ordinary life. Yet at that moment, his rage and grief completely erupted. In the next moment, 3 arrows burning with black flames pierced through the 3 people before him. The instant the black arrows touched their targets, they completely corroded their life force. From that day onward, Ivy began to lose himself to madness. If the angel game could truly grant a person's wish in the end, then he would become the strongest and bring his grandmother back to his side. With that obsession in his heart, Ivy began fighting desperately, taking first place in his area every time. But it was not until the 3rd round that he realized the overall first place had always been occupied by a player named Black Scythe. The first time he saw Black Scythe, that man defeated 9 area representatives all by himself, and he made it look effortless. At that moment, Ivy finally understood that this was the strength he had been chasing. He began wondering how he could become as strong as Black Scythe. If he had that kind of power, he would surely win the game and bring his family back. So, when Black Scythe invited him to join the team, Ivy could hardly believe it. He had truly become a member of Black Scythe's party. Then Ivy introduced himself, saying he was a level 23 Dark Mage, and his skills were Dark Swordsman and Dark Chains. Looking at Black Scythe in front of him, Ivy silently hoped that he would not be looked down on. Ryu Min's expression did not change at all, and he simply said they could move out. But Juri told everyone to wait a moment, then applied her blessing buff to the entire team. A system notification rang out, announcing that all stats had increased by 60%, with a duration of 3 hours. In the next moment, Juri activated her swiftness skill as well. Another system notification rang out, announcing that attack speed and movement speed had increased by 60%, with a duration of 30 minutes. This left everyone around her completely stunned. Seo Arion was especially dazed, thinking that such powerful support abilities must be the reason Jiri could stay beside Black Scythe. After coming back to her senses, Seo Arion said she would also do her best to help everyone, then summoned a spirit bird. The spirit bird looked extremely cute, making Judy want to reach out and pet it. Seo Arion explained that she was a summoner, and the spirit bird's ability was to provide shields and protect teammates. Then, she raised her hand again and activated another skill. Space began to distort as stones materialized from all directions and stacked together in the air. This was Seo Arion's level 20 skill, Rock Golem. It did not have powerful attack ability, but it could draw monsters toward itself. After that, Ryu Min said it was time for them to move out and begin the mission. Ivy was deeply shocked. So this was Black Scythe's team. Even their support abilities were incredibly powerful. A moment later, the group appeared somewhere in the desert. Ivy heard the sound of intense fighting coming from nearby. He immediately jumped onto a nearby sand dune. Then, he leapt to the side to get a better look ahead. There, a 3-meter-tall centaur warrior was roaring violently. The surrounding players became excited, never expecting to find their first target so easily. Without the slightest hesitation, they charged straight toward the centaur warrior. But they had not expected the centaur to be so powerful. The moment they clashed, the man's sword was knocked out of his hand. The man quickly backed away, pulled out a spare weapon, and said they could not fight it head-on. They had to split up and wear it down. A woman shouted, asking exactly how they were supposed to move. The man shouted back that every time the centaur attacked, they should look for a chance to strike from behind. Ryu Min watched quietly from a distance and thought their teamwork was decent. But their strategy was wrong. In the next moment, the man who tried to attack from behind was instantly kicked away by the centaur's hoof. Ryu Min watched coldly, because the hind legs were the strongest part of a centaur. Although the centaur warrior had incredible strength and speed, the archer in that party and the woman controlling the sword were both ranged attackers. After a long period of wearing it down, the centaur warrior's health finally dropped to its lowest point. In the end, the centaur warrior still fell before that random party. Ivy was shocked. Had they really killed the boss already and become the first team to clear the round? That random party was extremely excited since this was the first time they had completed a mission so quickly. Ivy could not help asking if they had already killed the boss, and whether Ryu Min's team was still going to keep waiting. He had never expected the fight to end so quickly. And he began to worry. Ivy thought Mr. Black Scythe must be disappointed too. But to his surprise, Ryu Min still looked completely calm. Soon, the party that had killed the monster began to panic, asking each other if anyone had received the mission completion notification. But no system notification appeared. They could not understand what was happening since they had clearly killed the centaur warrior. Ryu Min thought they had finally realized it. In truth, the centaur they had just killed was not the real boss. The real boss was a rampaging minotaur, a monster far stronger than ordinary players. It would take at least 20 players above level 20 to have a chance of defeating it. That meant at least 4 teams needed to cooperate, and this was the trap the angel had set by making players form 5-person parties. It made them mistakenly believe that 5 people were enough to kill the boss. There was another trap as well. Once 5 players killed a centaur warrior together, the entire party would be bound in place, completely immobilized for a short time. Ryu Min quietly looked at Ivy. Then, he observed the reactions of the surrounding players, and saw that they were also trying hard to gather information. Ryu Min cleared his throat and said he would now put his analyzed strategy into practice, bringing everyone back to their senses. Ryu Min said that based on the random party's expression, the monster they killed was clearly not the real boss. Their target should now be the centaur warriors, and they would use them to level up. This decision shocked everyone. Ryu Min believed that as long as all 5 members did not attack the centaur together, the binding effect would not trigger, so they only needed to follow him and stay within 100 meters to receive the experience bonus. Ryu Min would kill the centaur warriors alone. If they killed one together too early, they would only be trapped in place until the real boss appeared, wasting valuable leveling time in this round. An Sun Chol could hardly believe it. Black Scythe had analyzed the hidden rules of this round in such a short time. But Ivy was worried that if they followed this strategy, someone else might take first place this round. Ryu Min said that even if someone else took first place, they could still achieve a massive level boost in this round. Besides, the ranking might not be decided by who killed the boss first. An Sun Chol was stunned again. He had not expected Black Scythe to even figure out that this round might not be ranked by kill order. Ju-Ri worriedly said that fighting a centaur alone was too dangerous, and asked if he really did not need their help. Ryu-min said they only needed to stay close to him, and he would handle everything else. Seo Aryong found it hard to believe. A 5-person party had barely managed to kill that centaur. So could Black Scythe really defeat one alone? Ivy, on the other hand, believed that if Mr. Black Scythe said it, then there was no problem. Ryu-min said they did not need to do anything, and could simply enjoy the experience he provided. In exchange, all monster drops would belong to him. Ivy immediately said they would follow all of Mr. Black Scythe's arrangements, and simply stay behind him. This surprised the others a little. Ivy was almost too enthusiastic toward Black Scythe. Then, Ryu-min warned everyone to stay close and prepare to move out. In the next moment, everyone froze in disbelief. Ryu-min's speed was unbelievably fast. In an instant, Ryu-min had already dashed dozens of meters ahead, while the others were still standing there, stunned. An Sang-chul quickly told everyone to stop spacing out and hurry after Black Scythe. Ryu-min's figure moved across the desert, as if he were flying, leaving only an afterimage on the sand. The people behind him could only chase after him with all their strength. Ju-Ri could not help wondering how high Mr. Black Scythe's agility stat was, and how he could be that fast. Although Ivy was a dark mage, his class traits had always made him think he was fast, but Black Scythe's speed was far more terrifying. In the next moment, Ivy suddenly froze. He shouted for Mr. Black Scythe to be careful, because a centaur was ambushing from the left. But Ryu-min acted as if he had not heard the warning. His speed did not drop at all, and he charged straight toward the centaur. In the next moment, Ryu-min suddenly vanished from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was already behind the centaur, cutting the monster down in less than a second. By the time the others arrived, all they saw was the centaur's corpse, lying on the ground. Their faces filled with shock and fear, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Was this the true power of Black Scythe, the #1 player overall? They had not even seen how he attacked. Soon, centaur warriors began appearing one after another across the desert. The Reaper's scythe in Ryu-min's hand continued to swing. Every monster that stood in his way fell beneath his blade. At that moment, Ryu-min was like a tireless killing machine. Every slash he unleashed meant another centaur collapsing to the ground. Centaur corpses were scattered everywhere, and system notifications rang out. The triple EXP boost had activated, and his title EXP bonus was now at 150%. His kill count had reached 172, activating the Rune of Slaughter and increasing all stats by 100%. Ryu-min frowned slightly. He had only killed 172 in 30 minutes, while 2,000 centaurs had been released across the entire area. At this pace, he could wipe them all out within 6 hours, but other teams would also kill some of the centaurs. Just then, heavy breathing came from behind him. The others had finally managed to catch up, their faces already filled with exhaustion. Seeing this, Ryu-min decided it was time to stop and let them rest. Then he told everyone to take a 10-minute break. Ju-Ri panted and said that just keeping up with his speed was already extremely difficult. Everyone collapsed onto the ground, completely shaken by what they had just witnessed. Simply staying within 100 meters of Mr. Black Scythe had already pushed them to their limits. Ju-Ri looked at him with admiration and said Mr. Black Scythe was unbelievably fast, but he could still kill centaurs with ease while moving at that speed. Seeing Ju-Ri's flushed cheeks, Ryu-min gave her a gentle look and asked if he should slow down a little. Before Ju-Ri could answer, Ivy spoke up, saying Mr. Black Scythe was the most terrifying person he had ever seen. But as soon as he said that, a wave of footsteps came from behind them. Dozens of players had gathered together and were now walking toward Ryu-min's group. Seeing this, the team immediately became alert, and the atmosphere around them began to turn tense. Ryu-min's expression gradually turned cold as a large group of players walked toward him. Just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, a man stepped forward with a flattering smile and said it was an honor to find Mr. Black Scythe here. Ryu-min's expression remained icy as he asked what the man wanted from him. The man quickly said he had come to seek cooperation with Black Scythe. But before he could finish speaking, Ryu-min directly said he did not need anyone's help. The man was startled and hurriedly explained that Mr. Black Scythe's strength was unquestionable, but the boss this time was also unbelievably powerful. Had Black Scythe not seen it? Then he pointed toward a sand dune in the distance, saying the bull-headed monster over there was the true boss of the 6th round. It was as massive as a small hill, and was not something a single team could fight. A random party had passed by earlier, and after merely glancing at the Minotaur, they were all killed within 1 minute. That was when the man realized this boss could not be cleared by only one 5-person team. Ryu Min said coldly that he had no interest in joining their boss raid. The man grew nervous and quickly said they did not need any items, and that even the final hit on the boss could go to Black Scythe. Ryu Min's gaze became even colder as he said he did not want to repeat the same answer a third time. Seeing this, the man panicked and backed away, repeatedly apologizing for disturbing Mr. Black Scythe. After returning to his group, the man looked embarrassed and said that no matter how he invited him, Black Scythe refused everything. The others could not understand it. Black Scythe also needed to kill the boss. So did he really think he could do it alone? They looked toward the Minotaur in the distance. Although they were terrified, they knew they had to work together and take it down. With that, the group walked toward the Minotaur with anxious hearts. But the moment they entered within 20 meters of the Minotaur, it immediately noticed them. The Minotaur turned back with a vicious glare, and even the full 20-player group had not expected its alertness to be so high. In the next moment, the Minotaur charged toward them at high speed. The players were shocked, not expecting the monster to actually rush at them first. After a brief moment of panic, the party members quickly took battle positions and began surrounding the Minotaur. Ryu Min also jumped onto a sand dune at that moment, curious to see how long it would take 20 players to clear it. In Ryu Min's eyes, the Minotaur was not an especially difficult enemy. Its attack power and defense were terrifying, but its speed was much lower than most monsters. Experienced players could easily dodge its attacks and counterattack at the same time. Although the Minotaur's defense was extremely tough, as long as everyone kept up a dense barrage of attacks, they could eventually force it into a passive position. This was how they made up for their lack of damage through attack frequency. Finally, one player charged his skill into a long axe. This strike consumed more than half of his mana. The axe cut through the air and smashed heavily into the Minotaur's chest. At last, after more than 10 full minutes of being surrounded by 20 players, the Minotaur's defense was finally broken. Seeing this, the players became excited and immediately charged toward the Minotaur. A rain of attacks poured down, all aimed at the Minotaur's chest. One player tried to take the chance to deal even more damage, but because he got greedy and attacked one extra time, the Minotaur instantly grabbed him. In the next moment, his body was crushed in its grip. As the final fireball spell landed, the Minotaur let out a resentful roar, and its mountain-like body finally collapsed. At the same time, one player's body was instantly wrapped in a barrier of light. Right after that, the other 4 players were also protected by the same light. They had finally killed the boss. It seemed that once the mission was completed, a barrier would appear to protect the players. The players inside the barrier could not help wondering if they were supposed to just wait there until the game ended. It looked like the others would have to keep forming teams and search for new bosses, so the man could not help looking back, wondering if he should invite Black Scythe again. But in the next moment he turned away, knowing Black Scythe would definitely refuse. Then Ryu Min said the result was exactly as he had predicted. If they challenged the boss too early, they would only waste a lot of time. Now they needed to speed up the mission, so everyone had to keep up with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryu Min shot forward at incredible speed. Time passed quickly, and more players were wrapped in protective barriers, one after another. They all sighed in relief, saying they had finally survived this round. At that moment, one player suddenly shouted, asking if that was Black Scythe. They saw Ryu Min charging toward a centaur warrior. With just a casual swing, he killed the centaur instantly. Everyone around him was in disbelief. After all, a centaur warrior normally required a party of at least 5 players to defeat. The random parties could not understand how strong Black Scythe truly was. With that kind of power, he should have completed the mission long ago. If he completed it only now, he would no longer be able to earn a higher ranking. Some had thought Black Scythe would take first place again, but it seemed no one could stay first forever. Just then, Ryu Min killed the final centaur warrior. A system notification appeared, saying no more centaurs could be located. A total of 2,000 centaur warriors had been released across the area, and Ryu Min alone had killed 1,920 of them. At this point, only 20 minutes remained in the game. In other words, Ryu Min had practically wiped out every centaur in the area by himself. Juri panted and asked if they could rest for a moment, because simply keeping up with Mr. Black Scythe was already difficult. Ryu Min said the centaur hunt was already finished, so now they could take their time looking for the boss. Still breathing heavily, Juri asked if that meant they no longer needed to keep chasing centaurs. Ryu-min said that according to his tracking skill, all the centaurs in the entire area had already been killed. An San-chol instinctively checked his information. In the next moment, he shouted in disbelief and told everyone to check their levels. Everyone froze after looking at their status windows, unable to believe how much their levels had risen. Ryu-min asked An what level he was now, and An said he had originally been level 20, but was now level 34. So Arion had also reached level 34, while Juri had reached level 35. Ivy could hardly believe that he had already reached level 36. Even without any extra EXP boosts, they had all gained around 13 to 14 levels. As for Ryu-min, with his 4 times EXP bonus, he had also gained 14 levels, and was now level 54. He had obtained 19 mana stones, 9 pieces of common grade equipment, and several other items. On top of that, he had obtained a required material for god grade synthesis, the shining horsetail, which gave off a faint magical fluctuation. Their levels were not the only things that had increased. Each person had also earned around 110,000 gold. An Sang-chel looked overjoyed, because this was the first time he had ever owned so much gold. Ryu-min told them it would be best to spend their gold in the shop on essential skills, such as tracking, enhanced vision, and interference skills. Hearing this, Ivy did not hesitate, and bought every skill Ryu-min mentioned, spending 60,000 gold in one go. Once everyone was ready, Ryu-min said it was time to kill the Minotaur boss. Then, Ryu-min activated his tracking skill and rushed north. A short while later, he stopped. A large number of players had already gathered there, and a few of them noticed Ryu-min's arrival. Someone immediately asked if Mr. Black Scythe had also come to kill the Minotaur, and invited him to join their group. But Ryu-min said he had no intention of cooperating with anyone. He would kill the Minotaur boss alone. Hearing this, the players immediately began whispering among themselves. They knew Black Scythe was strong, but even he should not be able to face the Minotaur boss alone. Someone could not help warning him that killing a Minotaur boss required a team of at least 20 players. If Mr. Black Scythe challenged it alone, that would be far too arrogant. Ryu-min spoke coldly, asking if the man was calling him arrogant, and telling him not to lump him together with ordinary players. The man quickly explained that he did not mean it that way. He only thought they would have a higher chance of success if they worked together. Ryu-min calmly said that in his eyes, there was no difference between one person and 20 people. It was like comparing one ant to 20 ants. In the end, there was no real difference. With that, Ryu-min gripped the Reaper's scythe and slowly walked toward the Minotaur boss. Juri called out to him worriedly, asking if Mr. Black Scythe would really be okay. Ryu-min said he would finish it quickly. Then, under everyone's gaze, he continued walking toward the boss. Even the players who had already completed the mission were watching Black Scythe's every move, wondering if he could really do it alone. Ryu-min looked around and saw that at least 100 people were watching him. This was his chance to prove his strength to them. If he killed the Minotaur boss as quickly as possible, they would fear and respect Black Scythe even more. Looking at the Minotaur boss wandering back and forth, Ryu-min began activating his skill. At the same time, the Minotaur boss sensed danger and turned its gaze toward Ryu-min. Ryu-min crouched slightly to build power, while the Reaper's scythe in his hand crackled with energy. Seeing this, everyone realized that Black Scythe seemed to be preparing some kind of skill. Ryu-min calculated the attack distance. The moment the Minotaur boss entered his range, he would release the skill without hesitation. The Minotaur boss roared again and again. Then it charged straight toward Ryu-min, as if trying to crush him completely. Ryu-min lightly stepped back with his right foot. Just as the Minotaur boss came within 1 meter of him, the Knight of Death skill activated, and the Minotaur boss instantly lost all perception. At the same time, the Reaper's scythe in Ryu-min's hand finished charging, and Moonlight Destruction Slash erupted. Several crescent-shaped slashes shot forward. Even when the attacks reached the Minotaur boss, it still failed to sense the danger. In a single instant, Moonlight Destruction Slash lightly sliced across the Minotaur boss's neck. The Minotaur boss did not even have time to scream before its head was severed from its body. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The surrounding players cried out in shock, unable to believe Black Scythe had killed the Minotaur boss in a single strike. The players watching were stunned. They could not believe the Minotaur had died just like that, and they had not even seen how he did it. But Ryu-min's expression did not change at all, because everything had gone exactly as he expected. A system notification rang out, announcing that he had defeated the Minotaur. He obtained 1 piece of bullhide and the Minotaur armor blueprint. Bullhide was a required material for crafting high-grade equipment, and the Minotaur armor blueprint was also a rare item. Ryu Min thought that if he sold these two items together, they would definitely fetch a good price. Ryu Min asked what was wrong with everyone, and his voice finally pulled them back from their shock. Ivy looked at him with worship in his eyes and said Mr. Blackside was basically his god. That fanatical gaze made Ryu Min feel uncomfortable, and he silently complained that he was not into men. At the same time, a barrier of light wrapped around Ryu Min and his team. The angel's voice slowly rang out from the sky, announcing that all teams that failed to complete the mission would be eliminated. Then it muttered that the trash should disappear. In the next moment, every player who had failed the mission was erased. Next came the pleasant ranking reveal. The overall first place was Black Scythe, and the area's first place was also Black Scythe. The moment the ranking appeared, the nearby players shouted in disbelief, saying their team had clearly been the first to kill a Minotaur boss. The angel sneered and asked what it mattered if they were the first team to kill one, since it had never said the ranking would be based on kill order. Seeing everyone's confusion, the angel explained that this round's ranking was based on the time taken to kill the boss. The true test of this round was how quickly players could kill the boss within the limited time, and Black Scythe killing it within 1 minute was already impressive. Hearing this, one player spoke up and said, Black Scythe did not seem to have taken 1 minute. The angel looked confused and asked if it was not 1 minute. It instinctively checked the ranking board, only to see that the time displayed was actually 1 second. The angel was so shocked that it could not speak. How was that possible? After a moment, the angel quickly hid its panic, realizing it could not show such an expression in front of these humans. Then, with a slightly nervous look, it said, it seemed this round's boss had still not been strong enough. At that moment, Ryu Min looked at the system notification panel in front of him. His rewards were an epic grade helmet selection ticket and a special overall area reward box. Ryu Min clicked the helmet exchange ticket without hesitation. The notification showed that he could choose one of 3 helmets. Ryu Min decisively chose the Hermes helmet. That was because the Hermes helmet had a special skill, invisibility. The cooldown for invisibility was 30 minutes. This would become a major help to Ryu Min in the future. Although it could not hide sound, if paired with Ryu Min's stealth rune, he could move almost completely silently. After that, Ryu Min opened the overall first place reward box. He directly chose the material reward. After all, Ryu Min knew exactly how every material was used. At this stage, he had to choose the golden powder, because it was a required material for god-grade equipment. Angel Gold Powder was powder made from an angel's hair. A system notification rang out, announcing that the rewards had been claimed and the round had ended. Ma Chunrock had just returned to reality from the angel game. Before he could even gather his thoughts, An Sung-chol's voice came from outside the door. Ma Chunrock asked what An was doing here since he had only just returned from the angel game. An said Ma Chunrock's level must have risen quite a bit too, since he had followed Blackside's team for 6 full hours. He was curious how many levels Ma had gained to come report so excitably. An Sang-chol then said he had gone from level 20 all the way to level 34. Ma Chunrock froze for a moment, asking if An had really said level 34. Even he was shocked by that level increase. An was just as stunned, saying that simply keeping up with Black Scythe had been exhausting, and Black Scythe's strength was unbelievable. He never would have dreamed that he could gain so many levels at once. Ma Chunrock also had not expected An's level to surpass his own, since he was only level 29. Hearing this, An Sung-chol immediately fell silent. Ma Chunrock told him not to be so nervous. After all, his own level was not only lower than An's now, but might even be lower than So Aryung's. Then Ma told him to continue, asking if Black Scythe's speed was really that fast. He had also seen the ranking record showing that Black Scythe killed the Minotaur boss in 1 second, but he still found it hard to believe. An Sung-chol said Black Scythe had used a skill he had never seen before, moving so fast that his figure almost blurred. Ma Chunrock's expression became extremely serious. Was this the gap between him and Black Scythe? His Dark Knight class was unquestionably powerful, but even so, he still could not keep up with Black Scythe. Ma realized he had to raise his level faster, and he also needed to replenish his dark mana more quickly. Black Scythe was putting an enormous amount of pressure on him. Then he told An Sung-chol to find the prophet and ask when he could meet him. An hesitated and asked whether Ma really thought the prophet had survived this round. Ma coldly said that was something An needed to confirm, not something he should ask him. Ma Chunrock stared blankly out the window and muttered that he would definitely surpass Black Scythe. Meanwhile, Ivy lay in bed, unable to calm down for a long time. Black Scythe's strength was deeply engraved in his mind. In Ivy's eyes, Black Scythe was an overwhelmingly powerful god. He felt frustrated that he had been completely useless in the game and had not helped Mr. Black Scythe at all. He desperately wanted to help Mr. Black Scythe. But if Mr. Black Scythe was a god, then what did a god need? A god needed followers. Just as Ryu Min returned to reality, he suddenly shivered, feeling as if someone had set their eyes on him. At that moment, his phone began ringing. Ryu Min picked it up and saw that it was an international number. When he answered, Daniel's voice came through the phone. Daniel excitedly thanked Ryu Min, saying that without his warning, he would have died. He had already booked a plane ticket and would soon come to Ryu Min's side. Ryu Min was startled, because he did not remember anything like this happening in his previous life. Then he said Daniel was welcome to come anytime. The next day, Daniel and Ryu Min met again. Ryu Min said Daniel had sounded especially excited on the phone. But before getting into it, they should sit down and talk properly. Looking at the delicious meal in front of him, Daniel said he had not eaten anything this good in a long time, and Ryu Min told him he could eat as much as he wanted today. Daniel said he should be the one treating Ryu Min, since Ryu Min had saved his life. Ryu Min said that if Daniel wanted to repay him, he could restore the durability of his equipment. Daniel did not hesitate at all, and instantly restored Ryu Min's equipment durability to full. Then Ryu Min asked what Daniel meant when he said Ryu Min had saved his life. Daniel replied that he had followed Ryu Min's advice and spent all 6 hours raising his level. In the end, he barely managed to kill a Minotaur, nearly dying in the process. If he had not listened to Ryu Min, he would already be dead. Ryu Min said he was glad he could help. Daniel smiled and said he still could not believe he was currently the highest level blacksmith in the game, which was why he had come to join Ryu Min's team. Ryu Min welcomed him, saying this would help Daniel become the strongest blacksmith in the world even faster. Then, Ryu Min asked if Daniel had followed his investment advice, and Daniel said he had invested 70% of his money into that company. He did not know exactly what the company did, but he trusted Ryu Min's judgment. A short while later, they arrived in front of the company building. Ryu Min said he was glad Daniel trusted him so much, but he still needed to explain what the company actually did. This was a company aimed at players, and in the future, it would become a massive trading platform. Daniel asked in surprise if this company would really become the #1 player platform in the world. Looking at the huge company building, Daniel also wondered if it was really okay for them to just walk in like this. Ryu Min said that although he was not the CEO, he was the controlling shareholder. This had originally been an international trading company, but he had now transformed it into a player platform. Daniel said he was a simple man and did not really understand these things, but he fully trusted Ryu Min. Then they headed to the office to talk properly. The moment Ryu Min appeared, the receptionist's expression noticeably stiffened. An Sang-chul happened to be guarding the office door. He asked with slight surprise why Mr. Ryu Min had come here. Ryu Min said he had something to discuss with Ma Chen-rock, and that Daniel was his friend, someone he wanted to introduce to Mr. Ma. An Sang-chul stammered slightly, saying Mr. Ma was currently meeting a guest in the office. Seeing this, Ryu Min immediately understood that Ma Chen-rock had probably told An to stand guard outside and stop anyone from entering. An Sang-chul's loyalty was 100%, so who exactly was Ma Chen-rock meeting? An kept complaining inwardly, wondering why Ryu Min had to appear right when Ma Chen-rock's fiancé was here. Thanks to the rune of inner thoughts, Ryu Min was startled, so Ma Chen-rock's fiancé was here. In other words, that woman was inside. A moment later, Ma Chen-rock hurried out and asked why Ryu Min had suddenly come. Ryu Min calmly said that was a strange question. Was he not allowed to come to his own company? Ma Chen-rock quickly said that was not what he meant. In truth, Ryu Min understood very well that in Ma Chen-rock's eyes, he was nothing more than a useful human. And deep down, Ma still looked down on him. Ma Chen-rock could only keep apologizing, saying Ryu Min was of course welcome to come to the company anytime, but he usually notified him in advance. Ma Chen-rock introduced her as Christine and said she was a friend of his. But Ryu Min knew that Christine's class was a hidden class, priest, and that her healing ability was fairly ordinary at first. In his previous life, she had also been the only player who reached the 15th round of the Angel game, together with Juri. Although the priest's healing ability was not that impressive in the early stages, once she reached level 60, she would gain a powerful skill called Life Rewind, which could revive a player who had died within the last 10 minutes. Ryu Min had not expected to meet Christine here, and he immediately decided that he had to bring her into the 20th round. Hearing Ma Chenrock introduce her as only a friend, Ryu Min directly asked if she was really just a friend. Then Ryu Min greeted Christine and introduced himself as Mr. Ma Chenrock's business partner. Christine said this was the first time she had heard Ma Chenrock had a business partner, and Ryu Min smiled back, saying this was also the first time he had learned that Mr. Ma's fiancée was so beautiful. Ma Chenrock was startled, realizing the prophet even knew Christine was his fiancée. He nervously asked if Ryu Min also knew about Christine. Then, Ma immediately apologized, saying he had not meant to hide it. Ryu Min said he understood why Ma wanted to keep it hidden, but as business partners he did not want Ma lying to him. Ma Chenrock deeply regretted making such a foolish move. Christine was also surprised, because this was the first time she had ever seen Ma Chenrock act so humble. Ignoring Christine's surprised expression, Ryu Min told Daniel to wait for a moment, because he was about to tell everyone the information about the 7th round. Only then did Ma Chenrock come back to his senses and introduce Ryu Min to Christine, saying the man before her was his business partner. He explained that Ryu Min was not only a company partner, but also the person deciding the company's direction. Then Ma looked to Ryu Min for permission. After seeing Ryu Min silently nod, Ma added that Ryu Min was also a prophet. Christine looked confused and asked if they were joking, because how could a prophet possibly exist? Ryu Min told her not to be surprised. Just as Mr. Ma said, he possessed a one-of-a-kind prophetic ability, and he could tell her how to win the game. Christine urgently asked Ma Chenrock if this was really not a joke. Ma said Mr. Ryu Min's prophecies had always been extremely accurate, while Christine asked why Ryu Min would reveal the secret that he was a prophet to her. Ryu Min said it was because he was about to tell them the secret to clearing the 7th round, and of course, he would not ask for anything in return for this information. Christine could hardly believe what she was hearing. Ryu Min knew that unless he produced real results, this woman would never believe him. So he gave them the 7th round information directly. Do not be deceived by temptation. As soon as he said this, even Ma Chenrock looked surprised, not expecting the information this time to be only one sentence. Ryu Min told them to engrave that sentence into their minds like a spell. As long as they were not deceived by temptation, they could survive. Then Ryu Min looked at Christine and said there was one more prophecy he needed to tell her in private. In truth, the main reason Ryu Min had come to the company was to meet her. His prophetic power had shown him Christine at the company, and in the prophecy he knew she would die in the 11th round. Christine asked in shock if that meant she would die in the 11th round game and if she only had 1 year left to live. Ryu Min said she understood correctly, but he could change the course of her life and help her survive that fate. A while later, Christine sat on a plane, unable to stop thinking about what Ryu Min had told her. Would her life really come to an end? Could his words truly be trusted? Thankfully, her father was not by her side, or he would definitely scold her for worrying over something as vague as superstition. But the prophet had also told her that in the 11th round, he would save her. Yet, when Christine asked how he would save her, Ryu Min said he did not know yet. His prophecy was far too vague, and he did not even know how he would save her. Yet he still claimed that he would. Before long, the plane landed. When Christine saw Jeffrey, she asked in confusion why he had come to pick her up at the airport. Jeffrey asked if she had enjoyed her trip, then said someone had asked him to come pick her up. He had also been told to bring Christine to see her father. Christine became even more puzzled. She had only just gotten off the plane, so why was her father in such a hurry to see her? A moment later, Jeffrey knocked on the door and said, "Father, Christine is back." Her father asked Christine if she was satisfied with the trip and how Ma Chenrock had behaved. Christine said Ma Chenrock had acted the same as usual. He just seemed like he had something he wanted to say, but held back. Her father immediately asked if Ma had done something rude. After all, Christine was his charming daughter, so even Ma Chenrock might have trouble controlling himself. His originally serious expression suddenly turned excited. Seeing this, Christine quickly denied it and said it was not what her father was imagining. Her father then asked if they had made no progress at all after dating for 6 months. Christine looked a little embarrassed and said they had no emotional foundation, so how could dating go that smoothly? Her father said he was only thinking of her future. Ma Chenrock's family company, Ogen's company, had enormous international influence, and marrying him would bring her many benefits. Christine said she understood what her father meant, but she felt that Ma Chenrock was hiding something from her, as if he still had some secret. Her father asked what Ma Chenrock had been doing these days. Christine said he had been preparing some work projects, and even after becoming a player, he was still working on money-making projects. Her father said Christine was someone chosen by God, blessed with divine power capable of healing everything. Hearing this, Christine looked at the energy slowly flowing from her hand and wondered if this power truly was a gift from God. Her father said he was certain it was a blessing from God, and that Christine was truly God's beloved child. Christine said she had told him more than once that the angels in the game were not what he imagined. They were demons wearing wings. But Christine's father clearly did not believe that, and instead asked whether Ma Chenrock could skillfully use the power God had granted him. Christine said Ma had already reached level 29, yet despite that, he was working with someone else to build a player platform. And someone as arrogant as him even had a business partner. She did not remember the partner's name, but he was a prophet. He had told her the clearing information for the 7th round, and also said some things that could not be verified yet. Her father said that in this era, prophetic ability was an extremely valuable power. So why had she not tried to get closer to that man? Christine answered that it was because he said she might face a life or death crisis. As soon as she said this, Christine's father was shocked. Seeing how nervous he looked, Christine quickly told him not to worry. It was only a prophecy of unknown truth, and in the current world, anyone could pretend to be a prophet. So she was still only half convinced by that man's words. Her father told Christine that she needed to find more allies. Christine said she did not need to look for allies at all. Had her father forgotten? She was an area representative, and most players would protect her. Her father said that even so, she still needed to stay alert and take this seriously. Christine said she understood and would be careful. Jeffrey quietly watched his sister leave. In the next moment, Christine's father spoke in a low voice, telling Jeffrey that Ma Chenrock's business partner was a prophet, and that man had said his daughter would die. That statement made him very unhappy, so he ordered Jeffrey to monitor the prophet. If he found that the man was just a fraud, he was to send him straight to hell. Meanwhile, PCW was preparing to hold a meeting. A man smiled and said Miss Yami had arrived quite early. As soon as he finished speaking, the notification sounded, announcing that the chairman had entered the room. Then the man said the two of them had arrived right on time because the meeting was about to begin, and the topic was selecting players to join PCW. He asked Yark if he had any suggestions, then said he had selected 30 applicants this time, ranked from highest level to lowest. Those 30 players would need to be tested, and in the end, only the 5 most qualified would be chosen to enter management. The next topic was that the US Congress was currently searching for a new candidate, and the candidate chosen by the US would likely restrict PCW's development. So they needed to consider how to deal with that person. These were the 2 matters the man wanted to inform them about. The next morning, Ryu Min had not expected the Players World trading website to become so popular. In just one night, tens of thousands of people had already registered, and many had listed their items for sale on the platform. Looking at all the special materials on the platform, Ryu Min knew it would be much easier to obtain crafting materials in the future. The materials currently available were already enough for him to craft 3 unique grade pieces of equipment. Then, Ryu Min began choosing the items he needed. And mana stones were currently priced at only 200,000 gold each. In the next moment, Ryu Min bought every item he needed without hesitation. 2 days later, Ryu Min's younger brother muttered that his brother had seemed extremely busy lately. But the moment he opened the front door, he froze in shock, because there were packages piled up everywhere. Seeing this, Ryu Min calmly told him not to make such a big deal out of it, because these were all things he needed as a player. His younger brother looked at him in disbelief, and asked if he really needed that many. Before long, a large pile of gemstones was stacked in the living room. Ryu Min thought that this many gemstones should be enough for synthesis. 15 low-grade gemstones could be combined into one highest-grade gemstone. A moment later, all the stones began to glow. System notifications rang out one after another, announcing successful synthesis again and again. At this point, Ryu Min had synthesized every type of gemstone to the highest grade. Now, all he needed to do was socket them into his equipment. He started by embedding the red gemstone into his weapon. A system notification appeared, saying damage had increased by 16%, and the socketing was successful. The Hermes helmet gained 32 strength, while his clothing gained 43 luck. A short while later, every gemstone had been fully socketed. Ryu Min's visible stats were now all around 200, and if he combined his rune bonuses with Dui's buffs, his stats could reach around 2000. When the final gauntlet was equipped, another system notification rang out, saying he had equipped 7 types of highest-grade gemstones. The Rainbow Effect activated a hidden attribute. Rainbow Aura increased all abnormal status resistance by 50%. Ryu Min smiled faintly. With all his resistances added together, his abnormal status resistance had now reached 82%. In other words, he now had an 82% chance to reduce abnormal status effects. Even Ryu Min found it hard to believe that he had monopolized nearly all the gemstones on the trading platform by himself. He clearly remembered that in the later stages, gemstones would be driven up to 20 million each. So while it was still early, he needed to fill every equipment socket as much as possible. Then he looked at the remaining items, planning to organize them properly once he reached level 60. Since he had such a huge advantage through the trading platform, he had to pay even more attention to special materials. In the next moment, shock appeared on Ryu Min's face. Because he had found Immortal's Skin, a required material for upgrading legendary grade equipment. In the Angel game, equipment grades were divided into normal, rare, epic, unique, legendary, and the highest grade, God grade. Equipment above epic grade could only be obtained through upgrading, while ordinary players could at most purchase epic grade equipment directly. The higher the equipment grade, the stronger the monsters required for its materials, making them far harder to obtain. Ryu Min could not help wondering if someone at this stage had really obtained a legendary grade material. With suspicion in his mind, he clicked to buy it. Immortal Skin was a drop from the 5th round orc boss, but its drop rate was pitifully low. Had this person really killed an orc boss and happened to obtain this rare item? In the next moment, Ryu Min suddenly remembered something. Could the person selling this item be that guy? He was strong enough to kill an orc boss, and he also possessed a special item-related ability. If that person was really the one who listed this item, then this was very likely a trap. That guy had requested an in-person trade, so 9 times out of 10, he was setting a trap, but Ryu Min had to obtain this material. Then, Ryu Min sent him a message and proposed a location for the meeting. After the meeting was arranged, Ryu Min smiled faintly. That guy really treated other players as prey, using high-value items to lure them in. Then he would kill the players and steal their items. So before he could hurt even more people, Ryu Min had to meet him personally. At that moment, the man who received the trade request looked speechless. His listed price was clearly 1 million, yet this person still wanted him to lower the price. Did he not know what kind of item he was trying to buy? This was something the man had obtained by killing the 5th round boss. Back then, he had genuinely thought he was going to die at the boss's hands. However, although the item was extremely rare, he still had no idea what it was actually used for. The person trying to buy it should know its value. So when they met, the man planned to torture him properly. At that moment, another player who had also come to trade was lying on the ground, begging for mercy. The man said with contempt that he had not expected him to be so poor. Out of all the items he had offered, only this weapon was barely worth looking at. Without the slightest hesitation, he drove his dagger into the man and killed him. He muttered that this was disappointing, and that the man had wasted too much of his time. He hoped the next player coming to trade would be a little more interesting. Ever since he was young, this man had felt that life was far too boring. Nothing could truly spark his interest. He had once tried focusing on studying, but he always became the top student in class far too easily. Eventually, he gave up on studying, and when his grades fell, his parents harshly scolded him. From that day on, the man found his own kind of fun. While his parents were yelling at him, he killed them with his own hands. That twisted thrill drove him completely insane. Because he had been young when he killed his parents, he ultimately escaped legal punishment. But he did not change his ways. Instead, he became a psychotic serial killer. When the Angel game descended, he became even more obsessed with the feeling of killing. With the drop rune, he obtained a large number of valuable items. And what truly pushed him over the edge was the 4th round, where players killed each other. That round made him completely sink into madness, and from then on, he became obsessed with the thrill of killing. The man wanted to turn the real world into a battlefield as well, so he began luring and killing players in reality. The man in front of him was the 7th player he had killed. He lifted the corpse from the ground, preparing for the 8th player he was about to meet. Then he dragged the body toward a nearby trash bin. He laughed to himself, thinking that once the trading player came near the trash bin, he could activate the corpse explosion skill and blow him away. Even if the player somehow survived the blast, he could still use Curse of Fear to subdue him. The man grew more and more excited, deciding he would properly toy with his prey before killing him. Just then, low footsteps sounded from behind him. The man became thrilled, thinking his target had finally arrived. As soon as the other person got close to the trash bin, he would immediately set off the explosion. In the next moment, Ryu Min, disguised as someone else, appeared before him. The man stared at Ryu Min and unconsciously muttered for him to come closer. Yes, just like that. 5 more steps would be enough. But in the next moment, Ryu Min stopped walking. The man cursed inwardly, wondering why he had suddenly stopped halfway. At that moment, the disguised Ryu Min asked if he was the person selling the item. The man secretly gritted his teeth, thinking that if Ryu Min took just 2 more steps forward, he could activate his skill. Ryu Min asked what he was doing over there, since he was supposed to be selling immortal skin. The man standing in place smiled and said he had not expected Ryu Min to arrive so quickly. Inwardly, he calculated that if he moved closer, he would also enter the explosion range. He could use Curse of Fear to subdue Ryu Min, but that would be far too boring. Ryu Min asked if they were not here to trade. He had already come all this way, so why was the man still not coming over? The man said his leg hurt a little, and asked Ryu Min to come over to him instead. Seeing this, Ryu Min asked if he knew how far he had walked for this trade. He then asked if the man even wanted to trade, or if he had lied about having immortal skin. The man held back his temper, and said his leg simply hurt. Ryu Min pressed harder, asking if his leg really hurt. They had agreed to meet and trade, but now he was stalling. Was he trying to lure him over and rob him? It looked like he was just a scammer who did not have immortal skin at all. Ryu Min cursed in disgust, saying it was rotten luck to run into a scammer, and that people like him would be better off dead. The man trembled at Ryu Min's insults, unable to suppress his boiling rage. In the next moment, the man finally shouted for Ryu Min to look, saying this was the real immortal skin. Hearing this, Ryu Min gave a sinister smile and said it really was genuine. The man's heart tightened. What was wrong with this guy? Why had he suddenly started smiling? In the next moment, a slash suddenly fell from thin air, cutting the man's arm clean off. The man screamed as the pain hit him. He had no idea what had just happened. The other person was clearly still standing far away and had not moved at all. Then, a low whisper sounded beside his ear, asking if he was looking for him. The man was completely confused. He could not understand why there were 2 identical people. Ryu Min gave him a mocking smile and said the game was over. The man fell into confusion, still wondering why there were 2 of the same person. Ryu Min sneered that there had only ever been one of him from the beginning. As soon as he said that, the Ryu Min in front of the man vanished into thin air. The real Ryu Min lowered his head and prepared to pick up Immortal's skin. At the same time, he coldly said he had no obligation to explain anything. Hearing this, the man flew into a rage. Never before had anyone looked down on him like this. In the next moment, he activated Curse of Fear. This curse required eye contact with the target, and its success rate and control duration depended on the target's resistance. But Ryu Min did not move at all. He simply stared at the man as if he were looking at an idiot. A system notification appeared, saying the target had resisted the fear skill, and Curse of Fear had failed. The man looked utterly shocked. This was the first time his skill had ever failed. While he was frozen in disbelief, Ryu Min's fierce assault came crashing down on him. The man had never expected that even with his stats, he would be completely unable to block Ryu Min's attacks. Facing Ryu Min's assault, he could not even see his movements clearly. A moment later, the man was sent flying, crumpling like a beaten dog. His body trembled uncontrollably. Was he really going to die here this time? But in the next moment, Ryu Min activated the heal skill. Fairy-like particles of light surrounded the man, and he stared in shock as all his wounds recovered. Ryu Min coldly asked who gave him permission to space out, because he was not done beating him yet. Then, Ryu Min gave him another round of brutal punishment. Every time the man was beaten to the verge of death, Ryu Min would activate the heal skill again. The man desperately endured Ryu Min's beating, convincing himself that Curse of Fear had only failed because of bad luck. This time, he would make Ryu Min regret toying with him. The moment the skill cooldown ended, he immediately tried to use it again. But before the skill could fully activate, Ryu Min pierced both of his eyes. Ryu Min coldly asked when he had ever allowed him to fight back. The man was furious. This was the first time anyone had toyed with him like this. Now blind, the man could only swing his sword wildly in front of him, trying to hit Ryu Min. Seeing this, Ryu Min did not hesitate. He blocked with his sword and kicked the mat away at the same time. The force sent the man flying several meters back. The man staggered and half pushed himself up, realizing he could no longer see and that one of his arms had been cut off. At this rate, He was definitely going to die here. Then he suddenly remembered the corpse bomb hidden near the trash bin, and a crazed smile appeared on his face. Even if he died here today, he would drag Ryumin down with him. In the next moment, the man shouted and activated the corpse explosion skill, causing the entire alley to be swallowed by violent energy. The loud explosion immediately drew the attention of the people nearby. Seeing the alley in complete ruin, the bystanders wondered if an explosion had just happened. A nearby police officer on duty said it was probably just a gas stove explosion. Meanwhile, on a small building not far away, Ryu-min stood quietly. Ryu-min thought he had almost let that guy die in the blast. The man's name was Ju Sun-tae, and in the Angel Game's overall rankings, he had always hovered between 2nd and 3rd place. His game ID was Foolish Guys, and Ryu-min still needed to make use of him. That was because he possessed the extremely useful Drop Rune. The Drop Rune could increase item drop rates, but if Ryu-min simply let him go, he would definitely keep killing people. After thinking it over, Ryu-min still used the heal skill on him. He also healed the man's blinded eyes. However, Ryu-min had no intention of restoring his limbs. As long as Ju Sun-tae was alive, his soul could still enter the Angel Game. But without his limbs in the real world, he would be far less of a threat. A short while later, the man woke up in a daze. He looked around, remembering that he had clearly detonated the corpse bomb. Then, he saw his severed arm and right leg. The man immediately screamed for Ryu-min to come out, demanding to know what he was trying to do. Just then, he noticed a note beside him. The note said that without his limbs, he had no use at all, and Ryu-min did not even feel like killing him anymore. In other words, he was worthless trash. The man gripped the note tightly, trembling uncontrollably with rage. Not only had Ryu-min blocked the corpse explosion, he had even insulted him by saying he was not worth dirtying his hands over. Just how much did that bastard look down on him? He would definitely make Ryu-min pay. Meanwhile, at the Empire Hotel, Juri said this was the most delicious food she had ever eaten, and Ryu-min smiled, saying he was glad she liked it. Then Ryu-min said he would spend a little more time with her today. Juri looked slightly surprised, because this was the first time he had ever said he wanted to spend more time with her. Ryu-min said he had actually wanted to stay by her side like this for a long time. Juri spoke with a hint of resentment, saying he had already postponed their dates several times, and lately, he had been getting busier and busier. Ryu-min thought that he really had been busy lately, with both the PCW meeting and the website shareholder meeting. But there was a more important reason he had postponed his dates with Juri. Recently, someone had been watching him. Ryu-min knew that person was Jeffrey, a level 28 assassin, and the one who ordered Jeffrey to monitor him had to be Christine's father, Craig. At first, Ryu-min had not noticed anyone following him. He only discovered it by chance after using detection magic. But he could not see the person with his naked eyes, which meant the other party was either an assassin or had an invisibility skill. Jeffrey thought Ryu-min had not noticed him, so he had let his guard down. From the day Ryu-min discovered him, he began secretly counter-tracking him. The moment Jeffrey released his invisibility, Ryu-min recognized him and even eavesdropped on his phone call. From that call, Ryu-min learned that Christine's father was concerned about the prophecy he had given his daughter. That was why Craig had ordered Jeffrey to monitor him at all times and determine whether Ryu-min was truly a prophet. And at this moment, Ryu-min was on a date with Juri. Juri asked in slight surprise if the information for the 7th round was really just to avoid being tempted. Ryu-min said yes. All she had to remember was, do not be deceived by temptation. The 7th round mission would be extremely difficult for ordinary players, and it was also a round with a very high elimination rate. Ryu-min needed to protect these people and bring them all the way to the 20th round. He had to help them survive as much as possible until they reached the final stage. Looking at Juri in front of him, Ryu-min spoke seriously and told her they should survive together until the final round. Hearing this, Juri blushed slightly and softly nodded. Several days later, the Angel Game descended once again. Everyone stood in place, nervous and uneasy as they waited for the round to begin. The Angel announced that this round had only a little over 400 players left in the area. Since the reduced number of players made the game far too boring, it decided to merge the areas again. As soon as it finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Areas from every direction started joining together. In the end, they formed a much larger area, and a system notification appeared, announcing that the area merge was complete. with the current total number of players at 4,992. Then the angel said this was finally a stage worthy of the winner's game. Since the area merge was complete, it was time for them to choose a new area representative. As soon as the angel finished speaking, several rays of angelic light appeared in the sky. Ryu Min understood that the angels were discussing the selection rules for the new area representative. He needed to become the area representative again, because that would give him another chance to use the area representative equipment. On top of that, this round's side mission could reward him with the mental barrier rune, a rune he absolutely needed. The mental barrier rune could perfectly resist the skill used by that woman from PCW. So Ryu Min had to obtain both of these rewards. At that moment, the angels were discussing the rules for choosing the area representative. One angel mentioned that during the previous area merge, they had played an interesting game where the area representatives fought each other. The representative angel of Ryu Min's area gave an awkward smile, saying her area had lost back then, so she had been forced to host that game. Then, she smiled and suggested that they could decide through combat again, this time. But another angel shook its head and reminded her that her area had Black Scythe, the only warrior class player in the entire game. Hearing this, the representative angel of Ryu Min's area asked what better idea they had. Black Scythe was far too strong, so the other angels definitely would not allow combat to decide the area representative again. One angel suggested that since this round's mission had nothing to do with raw strength, the first player to clear it should become the area representative. It asked Priscilla what she thought, and the representative angel of Ryu Min's area could only accept it with a helpless expression. A short while later, Priscilla announced that they had decided on the new method for selecting the area representative. The first player to complete the mission would become the new area representative. Then, a system notification announcing the start of the game rang in everyone's ears. The mission panel appeared in front of the players immediately. Everyone was stunned. Why was the main mission hidden? Had the game made an error? The angel said this was not an error, because the 7th round was originally a hidden round. The players shouted in panic, asking how they were supposed to clear the mission, if they did not even know what it was. The angel coldly said that how they cleared it was not its problem. Either way, the information for this round had been delivered, and the game had begun. In the next moment, the countdown started. Many players began complaining, saying these angels really treated them like toys and were becoming more and more arbitrary. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they had no choice but to start searching around. Just then, someone greeted Ryu Min, saying it had been a long time and asking if Mr. Black Scythe had been well. Ryu Min looked at everyone and asked why they had gathered together. An Song Chel said they had simply run into each other, then respectfully called him Mr. Black Scythe. He asked if Ryu Min knew the exact mission for this round, and Ryu Min asked why he would ask him that, saying he only knew this round was a mystery for now. An Sang Chol then said he had information about the 7th round. Ryu Min's voice turned slightly cold as he asked how An knew that. An did not notice the change in Ryu Min's attitude and said he had heard it from the prophet. Hearing this, Black Scythe's expression turned completely cold. In the previous round, An had helped hide the source of the information, but now Ryu Min understood that An was no longer trustworthy. Only then did An notice that something was off about Ryu Min's expression, while Ryu Min calmly asked if a prophet really existed. Thinking Ryu Min did not believe him, An quickly said that So Arion had also met the prophet. Ryu Min thought that So Arion was another person he could no longer fully trust, then told An to explain what the prophet had said. An said the prophet had told him, "Do not be deceived by temptation in the 7th round." Juri, who was standing nearby, thought in surprise that the prophet An mentioned might actually be Ryu Min. Juri quickly asked what "do not be deceived by temptation" meant. An said he did not know the exact meaning either, because the prophet had only given him that vague sentence. Ryu Min quietly sighed in relief, glad that none of them knew he was the prophet. Then Ryu Min thanked An for telling him the game information, but said they still did not know the true meaning of the phrase, so they should split up and gather information. An froze for a moment and asked if they were really splitting up this time. Ryu Min said that since they did not know the mission details yet, splitting up was the best choice. Juri asked nervously if she also had to separate from him. After Black Scythe confirmed it, Juri answered in disappointment. Then Juri walked toward the forest, alone. Black Scythe shook his head helplessly. In this round, he had to clear the mission as quickly as possible and obtain the mental barrier rune. But at that moment, Juri's scream suddenly came from the forest. Ryu Min immediately rushed toward the forest. In less than 10 seconds, he reached the edge of the forest. But the scene before him made Black Scythe freeze in place. Blood stained the ground, and Juri was weakly slumped under a tree, her abdomen brutally pierced. Black Scythe realized Juri had been ambushed and instantly fell into panic. Unable to understand how this could have happened, Juri painfully called out, asking Ryumin to help her. Ryumin froze and asked if she knew he was Ryumin. Juri weakly said he had always treated her so well, so she had known for a long time. Besides, he was the first person she had ever loved, so how could she possibly fail to recognize him? Even though Ryumin had tried to hide his identity, Juri had only been pretending not to notice the entire time. Ryumin asked in despair who had done this to her. At the same time, he immediately used the heal skill to save Juri. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. If he had been any later, he might not have been able to save her. Juri was shocked. She had not expected Ryumin's heal skill to be this effective. Ryumin told her to rest for a moment, then asked her to tell him who had attacked her. But when Ryumin heard the answer, disbelief appeared on his face. At that moment, An Sengchil's voice rang out, asking if Mr. Black Scythe was looking for him. He said he had been waiting here for Black Scythe for a long time. Ryumin was furious and asked how these two bastards dared to betray him. An told him not to be so angry, then mockingly said maybe he should call him Mr. Prophet instead. An said he had attacked Juri to test Ryumin. His actions in the previous round had already made An suspect his identity, and now it seemed this woman really was important to him. Juri cried as she apologized to Ryumin, saying she had dragged him down. At this point, Black Scythe's rage had reached its peak, and he glared fiercely at An Sengchil. An told him not to stare like that, because when he confirmed that Black Scythe was the prophet, he had been extremely shocked too. Ryumin asked if attacking Juri was only to test him, and if there was no other reason. An said Juri seemed very close to him, so he believed she had some value as leverage. He never expected the famous Black Scythe's weakness to be a fragile support class player. Ryumin coldly said An Sengchil would pay for this, then summoned the Reaper's Scythe. An quickly told him to wait, warning that if Ryumin came any closer, he would detonate the bomb inside Juri's body. Black Scythe was startled. They had actually planted a skill bomb inside Juri. An added that, of course, the one who planted the bomb for him was Ivy. Ryumin could not believe it. Why would Ivy betray him too? He asked, in despair, why? And why all of them had betrayed him together. After reaching level 40, Ivy could learn the Black Seed skill, which could be planted anywhere. It could be detonated at any time, and when it exploded, it would summon a demonic creature. Ryumin's face filled with despair. They had actually planted the Black Seed inside Juri's body. Ryumin questioned Ivy, saying he had treated him as his idol and his goal to become stronger. If Ivy admired him so much, why would he betray him? Ivy said he did more than admire Black Scythe. In his eyes, Black Scythe was practically a god. But a god should be omnipotent, an existence so powerful that nothing could restrain him. And, right now, Ryumin looked far too helpless. Ivy had no reason to worship someone who had been driven into a corner. Ryumin then asked what they wanted. An Sengchil remarked that he had not expected this woman to be so important to Ryumin. Ryumin admitted it. Juri was the person he relied on most in his heart, and as long as they did not hurt her, he would do anything. Hearing this, An Sengchil laughed proudly. Ryumin asked what he wanted, saying he could tell him anything, whether it was the location of hidden treasure or information about the next round. But An said he would not allow anyone to deceive Mr. Ma, nor would he allow anyone to try to control him. That was why leaving Ryumin alive would always be a threat, so he told him to end his own life right here. Juri trembled and begged Ryumin not to do it, but Ryumin calmly said that if it meant saving Juri, he was willing to die. Then he told An to keep his promise, raised the Reaper's Scythe, and drew it across his own neck. Juri screamed in despair, desperately trying to stop him. In the next moment, Ryumin's body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. In his final moment, Black Scythe thought that as long as Juri could be saved, that was enough. He would never forget the faces of the traitors. Then, a system notification rang out, announcing that a hidden side mission had been discovered. Immediately after, the hidden side mission was completed. Its objective had been to end his own life. Black Scythe had escaped the illusion, and the main mission was to escape the illusion within 2 hours. At that moment, Black Scythe had not fully come back to his senses, and was still standing there blankly. Juri being badly injured, his teammates betraying him. All of it had been an illusion. Only after a moment did Black Scythe slowly regain his senses. He finally remembered. The main mission of the 7th round was to escape the illusion. But if he knew the mission in advance, it would actually be harder to break free from the illusion's control. Before the 7th round began, Ryu Min had used his area representative authority to place restrictions on himself. The command he gave himself was that after completing the 7th round side mission, he would regain the memories he had erased. Before entering the game, he had even placed an even stronger command on himself. No matter the cost, he had to protect Juri, because Juri was the girl he loved most. To other players, this might only be an illusion. But to Ryu Min, who had erased his own memories, it felt like a completely real betrayal. Luckily, he had erased his memories in advance and planted the command that Juri was the person he loved most. That was why the illusion began its mission with Juri as the trigger, and everything had unfolded exactly as Ryu Min had predicted. Just then, footsteps sounded beside him, and someone asked if Mr. Black Scythe had also escaped the illusion. Ryu Min looked over and said it seemed So Ah-ryong had escaped too. So Ah-ryong said she had barely managed to break free. Then, Seo Ah-young said the others did not seem to have escaped yet. Right after that, she fidgeted and said this might be sudden, but she had liked Mr. Black Scythe ever since the moment she first met him. Ryu Min showed no emotional reaction at all. Instead, he summoned the Reaper Scythe. Seeing this, So Ah-ryong panicked and asked what Mr. Black Scythe was doing. Before she could finish speaking, Ryu Min cut her down with one swing. With a thud, So Ah-ryong collapsed to the ground. Black Scythe muttered to himself that the illusion was still trying to trigger, regardless of the situation. Then, a system notification rang out, announcing that he had completed the main mission.